Is in the audio levels too?
Yep.
Okay, flipping it. What's up, everybody? We're live. We're alive. Here at the heartland of Empire. Here in the Devil's Nest. That's right, we're in Washington, D.C. But unlike many of the congresspersons here today, we're going to be hanging out with a Congress member that I actually do think is awesome. We're going to be hanging out with Summer Lee. She's going to be walking us around, showing us around the Capitol. I'm going to try to recreate my favorite moment from January 6th where I'm going to walk in and go, Derek Evans has made it into the Capitol. Hasan Piker has made it into the Capitol as we're live streaming. You already know. You get a bunch of hogs like you and I, me and March, in the Capitol. It's basically January 6th. You know what I'm saying? It's basically. How are those? Do people like those jokes? Do they get mad about that?
It depends.
Are they sensitive about January 6th?
I can speak to that.
Which is the
It's a mixed response. I think some are, some aren't.
The Capitol
Yeah.
police don't love it.
Yeah, no, of course. We can ask them that too. Wait, okay, hold on. All right, we're good. I know chat loves it. Chat loves those jokes. Let's fucking go taking a shit on Pelosi's desk. Okay, first of all, R.I.P. Nancy Pelosi. Nancy Pelosi didn't pass away, but she is finally retiring. It's an interesting day. It's an interesting day to be in Washington, D.C. From what I understand, it's quite empty right now because the House of Representatives is not in session, right? The reps are not in session, right? Only Senate?
Not in session.
Only Senate, yeah. So there's Senate stuff happening. I believe there's a vote actually that's supposed to be taking place in a couple hours in the Senate over Donald Trump bombing Venezuela. And of course they haven't been able to get enough votes to even demand that there is some sort of legal process to do these sorts of things, obviously. And we'll talk about a lot of that stuff and more, but you already know what it is. It's the blue wave time. It's blue wave. It's woke is back. Woke-mentum. It's zomentum. And you can kind of see it. There's a line filing up right now as staffers are trying to go in.
Show them.
What's up, man?
You want New York? That's awesome.
Hell yeah. Yeah, there's a line of people that are walking in, and they're not even patting them down. They're actually just making sure that they are abiding by Sharia law. They've already, the zomentum didn't just impact New York in a significant way. It seems like jihad has made its way into this nation's capital. That's right, woke Sharia is alive and well here in Washington, D.C. So yeah. You can't say that? No, I can say it. It's fine. I met Summer Lee and she was so kind and cool. All right, I'll tell her that. I'll tell her that you said that. What's up, man? Nice to meet you. No, you don't have to apologize.
Yeah.
We're live right now, by the way.
Oh, sorry about that.
No, it's all good. Yeah.
She's coming over here.
Okay. Should we go to her?
She's on her way.
Here, take the.
New York City's still. Oh, hi.
Not you.
Hi. Wait, I'll come down here.
I know, you are so tall.
Hi.
No.
Nice to meet you.
Right? Hold on.
Yeah, you can get up there.
I don't want
if you
people to think that I'm that I'm super short.
Let's get you mic'd up.
All right.
And you can
What
put
is
that.
this, like a cute
so
little-
it's you just take the button off from the back. It's magnetic, and then you put it. Yeah, you flip it in the back right there. Oh, there it
Yeah, I
is.
got it.
It's perfect.
Honestly,
and
sometimes we have magnetic.
then you turn it like this.
Ah.
There we go. It's
All right, we're
perfect.
in here.
Okay.
I'm gonna try so hard to not hit this multiple times. How are you doing?
This is March.
I'm Summer. Have you met my people?
Hi, Hasan. Nice to meet you. I met everybody else.
Yeah, you
All
met
right,
me.
so we're very
My
excited.
chief is here, but he's a weirdo.
Nice to meet you. And is this security? What's going on, brother? Nice to meet you. All right, perfect.
All right.
So I'm gonna be honest, I
Yeah.
hate DC. I hate
See, that's because you don't know real DC.
Okay,
this is not
True.
DC.
No, I always do that caveat as well. Yes, you're
Yes.
absolutely right. I mean, this DC is
I am-
whenever I do stuff around
I
here.
feel you.
it's always like there's like an air of evil in the environment almost.
Even if it's not evil, I mean, it's like evil mixed with stuffy, mixed with pretentious, mixed with cloudy.
All right.
I'm very lucky that I met DC before all of this. Like
Wait,
I got family from the area. Yeah, I got family from the area. And I went to law school
Can
here
we go through
actually.
here?
We're going this way. That's why we wore this.
Okay.
So we are in one of the office buildings now. Mm-hmm. How you doing? They're with me. Some of them. I don't know the tall one. Yeah, I don't know him. Don't say that. No, I'm joking.
Damn, you really get him.
No, I'm joking. But yeah, no, we're over here. So listen, this is Capitol Hill. Capitol Hill, not DC, but this is actually it's kind of bustling. I'm a little bit shocked.
Yeah.
So like we're just. Oh my God, that is so. Listen, when you talk about staffs, this is my staff, and I like my staff very much. The staff over here that said, "Oh my God," when you walked in, is my roommate staff.
Oh, okay.
So I like them very much too. But listen, this is the cafeteria. Obviously, we are in like 6 weeks of a shutdown.
Yeah.
So I was not quite sure how. Like,
I'm surprised they're still feeding the staffers. They should be. I thought they would have cut down on their feed too.
The staff is feeding them. The staff are feeding themselves.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they're paying for this.
Yeah.
They're paying for this food. Like it's a cafeteria, but you gotta pay for this food.
Yeah.
So we have a couple cafeterias. So it's like you have this one over here in this building. All the buildings have a little bit of something, and then the Capitol. But then this is where everybody comes. I see y'all eat down here, right?
So, before we move around, is the audio good? Okay. Why don't you introduce yourself as well one more time so we do it the right way?
Yeah. Hey everybody, I'm Summer Lee. I represent Pittsburgh, Western Pennsylvania in Congress. So this is my second term. So I know my way around here a little bit, but not enough that I have enveloped the air of evil. But I'm a congresswoman, and I'm excited to show you all around.
We got friends. We have
in
DC.
some. I'm a progressive, actual, real life.
Yes.
Progressive, not the fake ones.
Yes.
So there are some of us here.
She is. She's dope. For those of you who don't know, but they know already. They know.
And if you don't, now you know.
And they're about to find out. All right. So what do you? What's the plan here? What are we doing today?
All right. So we're gonna go through here, right? So we're in one of our office buildings. We're gonna take a tour of the cap. It's gonna be an abridged tour because honestly, you could spend years going around this place. So we're gonna go through here. We're gonna go through like the tunnels. We're gonna see all that.
Ooh, the tunnels.
Yeah. So we have all of these places are connected by tunnel. We're gonna walk through our tunnels. We're gonna go through the Capitol, hopefully. Right? We're gonna have to move quickly when we get like around the House floor.
Yeah.
I mean, you asked me. I'm gonna try to get you in the House floor if you want.
I know
y'all aren't gonna be able to come. Like the people aren't gonna be able to come with us.
Oh, they're not
but
gonna
I might be able to. Like the camera can't.
Oh, okay.
But we can peep in. I think we can peep in.
We can just do a quick peep. This is my like January 6th tour. You know, that's what.
I don't know the route that they took on January 6th.
This is.
I don't think we're gonna take that route.
Yeah.
But honestly, like everything is connected by tunnel.
Lauren Boebert, she knows the route.
She knows that there are people who know the route.
Yeah.
I wasn't even here when all that happened, so honestly, I watched a video of that, and I was a little scarred by it, like watching it, and now knowing, just like being here, knowing how this place works, like to now envision like an actual insurrection happening here is wild.
Yeah. Well, we were there basically because everybody was kind enough to live stream it.
Yeah, I know.
Which was like, I think that was
but now knowing what I know and seeing like the breaches that they were like really breaching defenses.
Yeah.
Like, they made it to places that they should not have been able to make it.
Yeah.
So that is a little jarring, but and you'll see like just walking around here, like you will get it. Like you should not be able to get. Listen, dogs are everywhere. Yes, I used to have an office dog too.
Way.
Everybody have an office dog.
That's cool.
Yeah, we love our office dogs around here.
I forgot that this is also all the politics nerds, so everyone keeps like passing by being like, "That's Hasan Piker." I'm like, "What?"
This is your place.
Yeah, this is
Welcome
like
home, brother.
This is like a convention.
Welcome home. So look, like right here, all right. So this is they're all with me. Hi guys. Sorry, this one. So look, this is the tunnel, right? This tunnel connects all of the different office buildings. And this is just the house ad.
This is what the QAnon people think is like the baby transportation tunnel. That's what they think is going on.
I don't know nothing about that. I missed that. But this tunnel, Q, is really nondescript tunnel, other than the fact that on the wall are like all these portraits. Mm-hmm. These are pictures, like every year, I think, we do a competition with kids, like high school kids. Every single district. So every district gets to pick a winner. So all these pieces of art are all kids.
I'm surprised Trump hasn't gotten into this as well and just be like, we're gonna take these down and we're gonna put photos of me.
Just him.
Yeah.
Just him.
Photos of me posted up. I actually found a rare Trump. You want to see? I posted it on my Instagram story earlier, and then I added you on it. But then I thought it looks weird if I post this and say, "Oh, like me and Summer Lee are gonna be in the Capitol." But have you ever seen this? I've never seen this. I'm gonna show you guys too in a second. It's on my Instagram. Have you ever seen this?
No, I've never seen this, but I'm not.
That's
gonna
the
hold you.
rarest Trump
This
I've
is,
ever seen.
Honestly, is this real?
Yeah, it's from
It's the
2001.
most normal he's ever looked.
That's a real.
It's very.
this is
He
Trump
looks very normal in it.
throwing a fit. Like he's kind of blasting a fit here, and I'm a collector of rare Trumps. So this was a unique
What do
moment
you do
for me
with them?
because I feel like I just have them for my own personal sake, safekeeping. You know?
Just for shiggles.
Yeah. That was.
Honestly, I'm not in the business of Trump. I don't follow him. I don't wake up and consume him.
That's definitely a healthier way.
This is for mental health. The only thing that I'm tickled by, and I'm not gonna lie, is at the end of his little stuff, his tirades now when he says, "Thank you for your attention to this matter."
Oh yeah.
I do chuckle at that.
That's so funny.
That's like the only thing that makes me laugh a little bit.
Yeah.
But other than that, yeah.
He's been having a tough go at it, especially with the blue wave that took place last Tuesday. He looked defeated. I like to analyze like how he feels off of his hair, and his hair was looking like shit.
See, I didn't look at his hair.
Yeah.
I think that's very fair. No, he should feel that way. But again, like you know how these things are. They call them waves for a reason. I hope that he feels a way about this wave.
Yeah.
I don't know that he's gonna.
What about that tunnel? Where does that go?
Okay, I don't have
That's
a damn
secret.
clue. I think that tunnel might go to the Senate. Oh, I know where we're going. He was asking. I was just looking.
Oh no, I was just asking like where does that tunnel
where does it go? I think it goes to the Senate set.
Whoa.
So look, the Senate, they have like little hideaways. They have better
What?
offices than us.
What
They are
doing
much
in
bigger.
What are they doing in the hideaways?
Chilling.
That's crazy.
So like you see how we got to walk from these, like we're all in these office buildings. We get 15-minute on calls for votes. Like that's it. And you got to get there, right? So when 15-minute come, you got to come from your offices, you got to run, you got to do whatever you got to do. The Senate has these little hideaways in these hallways. So they're closer.
Okay.
So they like them better. But like honestly, so this is just like
Do we
this
have
is like
bars down here, by the way? I'm shocked that we're still getting coverage out in these tunnels. It's not effing. It's not. It's still going.
All right, we're gonna go this way.
Whoop.
So we're gonna go up. Look, okay.
This is, how long did it take you to figure out, okay, there's no way we're gonna get cut off in
Do
here.
you want to go up the steps?
No, we can take the elevator. It's all good. Even if it cuts off, it's fine. Or if it's too many people, we can actually just take the steps. If you guys don't mind.
We'll go here and some people will take this.
Okay.
We
All
can
right.
take the
So we're
steps.
going up right now, right? So look, we were actually across the street. We are in the Capitol now. So we're headed up to the second floor. Guys, we're gonna have to be quick. Don't get caught.
Okay.
Okay.
They may ask us to not film, so just.
Okay. Yeah. We've done this before.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we do stuff like. Okay. It's got bars in here. Damn. Wait. Oh no, it got cut. It just F.
Yeah, if it survived the elevator,
You
got hella Wi-Fi
It came back.
on there.
You know what? Oh, all right. I think we're good. Let's see.
it's actually-
They're saying hold. Yeah, no, it's here. We're back. So that's shocking because in the middle of Los Angeles where I live, I don't get service like this, and Congress has bars underground. That's crazy.
To be clear, when more people are here, we don't have bars like this.
True.
We have bars because nobody's here.
That's right. So why is nobody here?
So nobody's here because they have better things to do, I guess. Nobody's here because we are in the middle of the shutdown still. So like we saw all those staffers, but members of Congress, I have only seen like 2 today. But we haven't been here for 6 weeks. So like honestly, so right now we are actually literally outside of the speaker's lobby, right? So like right there, all these entrances are like, this is the House floor.
Wait.
So we're not by his office. I think we are gonna go by there.
This
is the House floor.
No, but like, is this where the thing happened?
Oh yeah, is it? Yes. Philip knows. So Philip is our expert. He's our Capitol expert.
Yeah, that's it.
That's what we saw.
So if you're thinking about how close they got, like for real,
Damn.
literally on the other side of this.
On the other side of that, there was a Secret Service guy that shot, and wow, it was right there. That's like a scene of a crime. Well, I guess it's the Capitol. There's a lot of crimes.
I'm gonna say there's scenes of many crimes. Yeah, but this is where everything goes down. So like honestly, when we're doing votes, right, you'll see all types of people bustling. Like usually this place is full of people, especially like right here. This is where they're gonna get. Like this is where we're gonna get got. Right here is. So this is the front door. Like you can see, like a very nice door.
Yeah.
This is the door that leads right from the steps. So people just come up here. All of this is lined with like press.
Yeah.
This is all press.
Wait, this is a real door? Or
This is
it
a
one of
real
these,
door.
like fake doors?
This is a real door.
Oh, I can. Okay, I'm not gonna.
As it turns out, we cannot get in. Look, here we
Okay,
are.
I'm not gonna open it. See, that's why I said
wasn't sure who that man
January
was.
6th. I went J6 mode for a second. What's going on?
Don't say that. So you're trying to get. Why is he trying to get me caught up? You gotta stop joking like that, man. They're gonna put us all out.
No, it's fine.
All over this place. Murals, marble. Actually, we're gonna go over to Statuary Hall, which is where all the problematic artwork is.
Ooh, okay, I mean, there's some problematic people in that too. So.
Small fries over here.
Yeah. And then look, the fascies, because all the founding fathers were Rome weebs. They were weebs for Rome. That's why they have like the fascies, the bundles of sticks.
Look who's an expert.
I don't know. I'm just making stuff up.
Give me the tour. You know more than me.
I'm just making stuff up. I mean, this is cool. The architecture is actually pretty fire. I don't think I've ever been inside the Capitol before. Like I've never done like, because I didn't go to school here. I went to school in Turkey, so we never did the tours and stuff.
I went to school here, and we never took tours, but I went to public school. Oh, look, here's our news friends. They're always here.
Yeah.
So it's like, this is where CNN, Fox, NBC.
Oh, this is where
they line up.
This is where they come and they talk, and then there's so much echo.
Yes.
This is the best.
All echo.
This is the best location to do this.
It's because we're in the dome now. We're in the dome. So like, the beautiful white dome, this is it.
Oh my God. Oh yeah, I remember people pouring in through here.
There it is.
All of my
So you can look up and see
understanding of the interior is literally from January 6th. I'm not even joking. Like
That's wild. If you say January 6th 3 times, Capitol Police comes and takes you. They just take you away.
I won't burn my third one. I'll wait. I'll wait for a good moment.
This is where all the statues live. Every state gets 2 statues. They were like no statues. All the statues were white people until like 3 years ago.
Yeah.
They're just now starting to put non-white guys into here, but every state theoretically got to pick like 2.
Person here.
Yeah.
That's cool.
No, they're all over the building though. This is where the most of them live. Every other part of this tour, you're gonna see some random statue of guy who you don't remember.
What about?
Okay.
Oh. What about the? I was gonna ask about like the Pope guy, but never mind.
Yeah. See, you'll always get ran out of a place here.
Oh, and then there's like people who are protesting. Mike Johnson is starving families, and
This is Mike Johnson's office.
Oh yeah. Well, he's not here.
Of course he's not
He
here.
ain't here. He's.
But you know what? At the end of the day, people are just trying to.
Yeah.
We're trying to figure out why he's not here. Oh, this is
Yeah.
where all the problematic artwork here. So like, dead ass, this is the baptism of Pocahontas. This is so-
Oh my God.
Like when I said this is problematic, like the baptism of Pocahontas.
No
This is wild.
way. Pocahontas, daughter of the influential chief poet.
This is not the
Thomas,
Disney
depicted
story.
As kneeling as she's being baptized, Rebecca. The ceremony took place in 1613 or 1614 in Jamestown, Virginia. First permanent English settlement on the North American continent. Reverend Alexander Whitaker performs the baptism as colonists, and members of Pocahontas' family look on displaying a range of emotions. Well, this is the way that Donald Trump wants to reflect on American history, right? So like this is
PragerU version.
Yeah, when he's like, it's woke. The museums are too woke. We got to fix it. That's what he's talking about.
Look at though. It's nice. It's very nice.
Yeah. Yeah, it is cool.
It's very fancy.
Yeah.
I would love to say.
What's up?
Huge fan.
Sure.
Honestly, I kind of work here. Don't want to say who I work for.
Okay, well, you're on live stream, just
Yeah,
so
I
you
know
know.
exactly.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no, believe me. But
All right, you want to get flicked up? Let's do it.
yeah, man.
Let me get out y'all's way.
Here's you want a picture?
I'm gonna tell your boss. No, I'm joking.
He's our
You're asking.
intern.
The intern is asking Summer Lee.
Hey, dog.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
The others are for lawyers.
All right,
That's
nice to
listen.
meet you. All right, get in here, bro. Come on.
We're humble office here.
Quick.
Yeah, we do.
All right.
We got to keep it moving, bro.
I'm trying for this.
Hell yeah. Nice to meet you.
Coalition. Let's go.
Hell yeah.
Take care, man. Have fun.
All right. I'm trying. I am actually. I'm having a lot of fun. This is fun.
So as you see, you might not know we're
So-
getting ushered out of this place too. But yeah, here's all the rest of the pictures. They're always the that is the picture where like I think is that the one? One of these pictures is the one on the internet where they like circle all the slave owners.
Oh, it's probably that one.
Yes, that is
the
definitely that
Declaration
one.
of
So like
Independence
all
one,
these
yeah.
pictures depicting a very particular version of history. But
Damn. Abe had boots? He had Honest Abe? He had boots on. He had heels.
fashion setter. It's before his time.
He was tall as hell too. I think it's like inappropriate. If you're tall, you shouldn't be wearing boots especially at that age.
So you don't wear boots?
No, I wear boots all the time. But I feel like we've gotten taller in general now. Whereas back
And
then.
you're taller than what I thought you were going to be.
Oh, really? Yeah. I do hear that sometimes.
No, because I always see you sitting down. Meanwhile, everybody else always tells me they thought I would be taller.
What is this? Oh, okay.
All right.
So where are we headed now?
All right, so we are headed now to the crypt. So we are right there, actually. So literally, this is under the point of the dome. So all of this is the crypt. Now, there are stories about this area. A couple things, right? You come over here.
Ooh, like spooky stories?
No, I don't think they're spooky. But like this, they say that right here. So this is the center. So this is like this is the center of the dome. But also, I think that this is where they get the quadrants in DC. So like if you leave Capitol Hill, you go to real DC, you can get Northeast, Northwest, Southeast, Southwest, DC. All of those quadrants are like based off of the center of this area.
Wow.
But is this the actual crypt where they claim that that George Washington is buried under?
Guys?
Yes.
I gotta go back to my expert. Going back to my Capitol expert, Philip. He is allegedly buried underneath. He's not actually there.
Where is he buried? Let's go find him.
Yeah, which actually is not far. But this is it's honestly, there used to be more stuff down here.
What are they doing? They're taking it?
I don't know. I
He's
think they
just
cleared
selling
out.
it. He's selling it to the Saudi royal family, piece by piece.
Well, this is yet and still the real people's house. People call the people's house the White House, but this is where the people's work actually gets done. But down here is also the Supreme Court. What? We just walk in. Y'all didn't tell us where to go. Where is the Supreme Court?
It's closed.
It's close. So the old Supreme Court was here. So before they used to have the big building across the street, they were literally just down here in the basement.
Oh wow.
Tiny little room in the basement of the Capitol.
That's I feel like that's better. They should go
That's
back
what I
to
said.
that.
When they cut up,
And they're in
they should go back to the basement.
yeah. And they're also like closer in proximity to at least the elected representatives of the people whose lives they're deciding on.
For a life tenure.
Yeah. It's pretty crazy. Okay. All right.
All right, let's go outside. You want to go see the plaza?
Sure.
So you haven't been on inside. Have you been outside of the Capitol?
Not really. The only time I've ever been to Washington, D.C. is for the White House Correspondents' Dinner. And not even the dinner itself, but just events around
It's
it.
okay that you went to the dinner.
No, I didn't go. But I mean, it wasn't on some like principal shit. I just didn't, I wasn't invited.
I was like, same.
So
you've never just been to DC for
No.
You ain't never been to the go-go? You heard go-go music?
Go-go music?
Yeah.
No.
Go-go is like the cultural music of real DC.
Uh-huh. I think
Yeah, I
went
feel
to
like
a-
we should have had some go-go playing for you to actually receive you.
I went to a
wipe out
nightclub-
this place.
I went to a
You've not
nightclub
had-
one time.
You had chicken and mumbo sauce. Like, if you haven't done that part of DC, when you do that part of DC, then tell us how you feel about real DC.
Oh, okay.
So
All
what
right.
brings you here? What brought you here today? Why'd you want to come to this place now?
I am here for CrookedCon specifically, but since I was doing that already, I thought, I'll go to New York earlier and go to the victory party, and then pull up here a day early so we could do this collaboration. And I'm really fortunate that you were able to take some time out. I mean, I know there's not a lot on your plate currently. So this is as good as a time as ever.
Disclaimer, I'm not on vacation. I can't speak for anybody else, but I'm not on vacation. We work for real.
What is this?
Oh, this is one of the people. This is so every state.
Father Damien.
Yeah, every state gets 2. So this is their second one.
He look like that, right?
According to the statue.
That's a cool way to look. He was so rotund.
Robust?
Yeah, or square. So rectangular.
Honestly, I've never looked him up. I'm intrigued. If you were here when this place was open, you would have made it through.
Yeah, it'd probably be a little annoying. I feel like this. It
It's
gets
on for
tough.
Congress.
It
We're
gets
gonna go
tough.
this way. So when you come back here and you're a member, they ain't gonna love you the same.
Oh, that's never.
Yeah, that's what everybody says. Everybody says, I'm not gonna do this. I don't wanna do this.
Never. Oop.
All right, we made it out of it. Okay,
I'm
so
already breaking stuff.
just to talk about where we started, we started over there.
Oh my God.
Yeah, so I met you all the way over there.
Whoa.
And we walked under. So that's how you can get on. So that's how, like, when it rains, weather, you can come under the tunnels.
That's pretty cool.
But when you come here outside, usually, so this is the plaza where everything is, right? We got all the office buildings. They're over on that side. Notice that we didn't go to the Senate. We don't go there.
Yeah. No. Well, there is the Senate is in session right now, isn't it? They're doing stuff.
I'm not.
Some stuff.
Oh, okay.
Not a lot.
Something.
They're doing something,
They're doing
I guess.
something.
I don't know.
So we got like the Library of Congress. So there goes the Senate. There goes the Supreme Court right over there. And then there's usually in session, right? You get people running over here. People are usually doing press conferences over there on what we call the little triangle. Usually you have like press all lined up here. So when I say you press line from here, when you walk up the steps, all press till you get to the door. This is where the famous bill sat.
Oh yeah, I'm just the bill on
hit over there.
I know that.
That's where the bill was.
Yeah,
This is a famous place.
Andrew Cuomo made a version of that as an AI.
And it was pregnant.
And it was pregnant. Yeah,
It was
weird.
pregnant sometimes, but not all the time.
It's weird that he just chose to make the bill sexualized.
Can
and
we
pregnant.
just say that I for one am excited that the most embarrassing campaign in history is over.
Oh my God, I know. I mean, I have obviously some personal.
Shout out to New York.
Yes, amazing. I have some personal investments as well in terms of like I'm glad that they're no longer dumping $3 million into putting my face on Knicks game advertising.
Yeah.
Next to the
They did
burning
us
towers.
Yeah, you get.
Yeah, they were like, they were really pumping it. They really just went, we'll just tune the dial of racism up to 11.
And it's not gonna get better.
Yeah, no.
It ain't getting better
But
because no responsibility. There's no accountability.
No.
The elections over they lost. You think they're gonna be like, okay, we should be racist. We shouldn't be racist anymore.
Yeah.
Doubt it. But
It's
that's right over there.
Crazy because it's like he is technically supposed to be a Democrat, which makes it worse. I feel like because then it's like
We
if
should
you're
talk
doing
about
this,
that. Listen, they always say the party is a big tent. That tent has gotten much bigger. Like it's not expanding. I think we're expanding it. We're bringing in people.
But they're not.
Every
super
day we bring in
stoked.
somebody, they just go off the deep end more.
Yeah, for
whole
for
campaign
every
was
summer
off the
league, we
deep
need
end.
like 3 Klans members, I think, to moderate it. Is the attitude that some people have? I think not everybody.
No, it's not everybody.
Not everybody.
It's not everybody. But everybody should be. I don't know. I think there were some clear things people should be able to speak out against.
Yes, absolutely.
Like, just calling a guy running for mayor a terrorist for existing as a Muslim, like that. Come on, that feels like something that every single Democrat should be able. Personally.
Yeah, even like people who took their sweet time to come out and endorse the
vote blue no matter who.
Democrat. Yeah, all the vote blue no matter who people were like very.
So you're not even getting a good shot.
quiet.
Let's swap it, bro.
it's
That's
the
not
light.
us. That's not even us. Okay, I got you.
It's because of the sun.
I was
Yeah.
like, I wanted them to know where you at.
But that was somewhat frustrating to see. Do you feel like there needs to be more protection within the Democratic coalition as far as like
absolutely.
as far as congressmen with like
absolutely.
marginalized background, no matter what.
Precisely. And it's like we can't keep saying that we want more people to participate. We want more people to care. We want people to vote. Honestly, actually, I think it betrays it when they treat, when people treat like Zara like that. Yo, let's just sit down.
Well, I was thinking, this is the Hakeem Jeffries. This is the Hakeem Jeffries, Cory Booker.
I know, sure.
They sat down here, didn't they?
Everybody sits. First of all, everybody sits down here, right? They don't have a monopoly on it. Everybody's sitting down around here. But no, you hope that people whether they do it or not, we are gonna exist. Yeah. We're gonna run. We're gonna be successful. Personally, like the left, like marginalized folks running, like our biggest impediment isn't a hater, who's in office. Our biggest impediment is the money, right? I don't care. You hate all day. You don't gotta love us. You don't gotta. Yeah. Keep your super PACs at bay, right? Yeah. That's my ask. If we can't even let's start there. Let's not sick super PACs on people who we don't like. If we can start there, that'll be good. We can move on to how about we not be, but we can kill the hypocrisy. You want me to vote? Every single election cycle, everybody's like, did you vote blue? Did you vote for the president? Did you vote for this person? Did you vote for that person? And it's just, obviously, there's no reciprocity. There's not enough reciprocity, but I also know, look, at the end of the day, I represent my people. I bring my people with me. My goal at the end of the day is to get and bring more people. So when we lose big national elections and we're like, oh man, the math didn't math for us. Yeah. It's like, well, how many people did you not bring in? How many people did y'all say were not good enough for the party when you slow walked, endorsements of one of the most exciting candidates in forever? Yeah. And I think, there's a bunch of different reasons for that, obviously. You do have like big corporate donors that are very scared of the scary word of socialism. But I think a major advocacy group that is embedded within both the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, and I think you know where I'm going with this, is obviously the Israel lobby. Yeah. And you were uncompromising in your values, and you spoke out against Israel's war crimes, against Israel's genocide, and you were one of the few that did not get punished in that same cycle where AIPAC obviously put a lot of historic amounts of money, in AIPAC subsidiaries put historic amounts of money against Cori Bush and Jamal Bowman. Yeah. I do want to start with we're getting deep now. You want to go over to my office? We can do that as well. We can still walk and talk, but let's get deep. But I want to start with what motivated you to run for office, what your background was, but also in terms of that last race, what do you think you did that allowed you to cut through that noise? Yeah, is this something you thought about? No, I think about it all the time. Yeah. We had, obviously they were able to take out my brother and sister, Jamal and Cori Bush. I think that they are also people who were exciting. They cared about people. I can say this unequivocally. I have never seen someone go as hard for their people just persistently as Cori Bush. She goes hard. Yeah. When we're talking about people should be excited about politics, that's the type of energy that we should bring. And then the reason why they target people like us is because they're not trying to really just take out us. And they're trying to extinguish that energy. Yeah. People aren't supposed to come to politics and be excited. Yeah. So no, they want to kill hope. They want to kill that hope, right? That's honestly what it always feels like to me. Even with that's. If it ain't a slogan, they don't want it. Yeah. They only like slogan hope. Or even as far as hope in general, it does always feel like there's this energy, especially emanating here, that politics is supposed to not give you good things. It's not supposed to offer you. The government's not supposed to give you good things. The government is not supposed to do anything for you. The scariest words that any American can hear is I'm from the government and I'm here to help. That mentality is carried on, and I think it's basically calcified here. And that's very damaging for the Democratic Party's interests. Yeah, it is. Because if they were to represent any kind of competency, they would have to do bigger government initiatives. That's structurally what the Democrats are supposed to represent. Yeah. So when they also play this role in undermining any sort of competence, undermining any sort of better things are possible style initiatives, they're cooking themselves in the long run. Yeah, the Democratic Party, I think we got to get out of our own way. I use our very loosely. I like to think I'm not in my own way. Yeah. But Yeah, no, I mean, I think it's a couple of things, right? The original question, we work hard. I think that we had a little bit of luck, you know. I've always been very fortunate to have people who support me. And it's not like, I don't even just like my districts, obviously, but I mean, like we have friends. Like my first election, AIPAC came at us. That was the first election that AIPAC even existed as a PAC.
Yeah.
So like when we were looking to see who was coming after us, we didn't even know what the PAC would be called. Like, you know, we thought it might be DMFI. We saw them in the cycle before. It wasn't them, right? It was this they're new at the time, like United Democracy Project.
Yeah.
We had no idea how they would come in at us. You know, we were 27 points up, something like that. They came in like the last 3 weeks, $1 million a week.
Yeah.
$1 million a week. The only reason why I survived then, and the reason why I think we survive now is because, I mean, obviously you got to move. You got to move right? You kind of got to be perfect.
Yeah.
But we have friends like Justice Democrats. You know, they honestly, for real, they came in. Like Justice Democrats, like they came in from the beginning. When they started to put those millions in, they went and found us a couple of dollars.
Yeah.
You know, we had a couple of our union friends, you know, progressive folks all over the country. They were doing phone banks. Like we just had like lefties, like all over the country doing phone banks for us.
Yeah.
And you used to think that those tactics didn't work. Yeah, when they're spending millions of dollars to say you're a Trump supporter, you know, that you're going to destroy the Democratic Party. That's what they said.
So that's really,
Which is
okay.
cool.
So that's exactly what I wanted to talk about. So what a lot of people might not understand is that when AIPAC actually is dumping money into opposing a congressperson, they don't actually do it on the boundaries of Israel, because even AIPAC understands that Israel alone is not very popular.
They have never mentioned it in any of my races or any race that I've ever seen.
With Jamal Bowman and with Cory Bush, like they actually never talked about Israel. The real reason why they were dumping that money was because of their position on Israel.
Yeah, it was a position on Israel, but it's also just their position on the status quo.
Yeah.
Right.
But
all the folks who are big donors to AIPAC. Yeah, they have interest, just corporate interests.
Yeah.
Right. It was like the CEO of like Home Depot.
Yeah.
You know,
exactly.
it's different people who are coming at folks who are vocal, who want to tax the rich, who want to hold, you know, the system, whatever the party is, accountable.
Yeah.
That was really the common denominator.
Yeah. No, absolutely. But what I was saying is that their angle of attack is never on the boundaries of Israel, but it's never because
I'm not a Democrat. That's what they told me.
Yeah, we're not going after Summer Lee because she's, she's trying to hold powerful corporate interests to account. We're going after Summer Lee because she doesn't cooperate with the Democrats if it's the primary, and I assume if it's in the general, there's like different lines of attack that they change up, right? Like. It's usually
they did the same attacks.
Oh, they just so what were,
I guess a little tiny bit.
What were the common threads there? Like, what were the lines of attack?
Honestly, genuinely, it was nothing but like, she's not a good enough Democrat.
Yeah.
They just changed the message on every medium. So on TV, wall-to-wall coverage. You know, just like ads is like Summer wants to destroy the Democratic Party. Just wall-to-wall coverage. You wake up, and you.
Honestly, at this rate,
we're gonna go that
currently.
way. We're gonna go in that door. I would never go in that door because it's easier to get into this one. It was like every day. You go outside, you check your mail. One day there were 4 mailers in people's mailboxes. Each of them had me with like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Donald Trump, right, trying to paint this picture that, you know, I'm not a good enough Dem. They pull, you know, out of context tweets. Yeah. You know, they did stuff like that.
Oh, classic,
But it was like all fear-mongering, right? Just like they're radical, they don't know enough, like they're not us, right?
Yeah.
It's the us versus them thing that they do anyways. So that was the message that they sent. And then they went, they didn't beat me, right? But they lowered that lead.
Yeah.
We went from 25 points up to winning by like 900 votes.
But it's so, like, that is so undemocratic. Like, I know this is a point that gets stressed quite a bit in terms of like any kind of corporate lobbying and any sort of like super PAC, but it quite literally is antagonistic to democracy. You do the right thing, like on paper, you go out, you speak to your constituents, and you say, here's what I've done, here's why you should vote for me again, here's how I'm going to fight for your values and fight for the things that you care about. And then
they can lie.
This faucet of unlimited capital can just come in and just disparage you and make things much more difficult.
just come up and cry because they were just like that heavy-handed.
That's crazy. Wait, hold. Let's see if we dropped off or not. Classic elevator F. Okay. Oh, thank you.
Real quick, we're in our office building. This is Best Hall. Wait, let's go to my office.
Okay. Oh, we got woke flags, ladies and gentlemen. We're in the heart. These are the offices of representatives. But what are they representing? They're representing woke.
Well, wait till you catch this flag of my favorite neighbor.
Who is there?
Can you tell who my favorite neighbor is?
Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, of course. Of course. Congressional Mama's Caucus. You are our ancestors' greatest dream. Oh my God, this is so nice. That's crazy. Wait, you guys, it seems, get a lot more positive feedback from your constituents. It seems like.
I feel like, honestly, they used to post stuff. I used to get a lot of. I used to get a couple like, pro-genocide posts every now and then. Hey, friend.
Hi.
Come on in. This is my office. I live in the blandest office in the Capitol. Don't judge it.
What do you mean? This is sick. I haven't seen any other office, so for me, it's sick.
Yeah, that's why. That's why, because you haven't seen anybody else. Everybody else usually has like their artwork. Like real art. People have real. I don't have any art.
You have some art?
My team is all proud. They're like, you have art. You have one picture.
All right, chat, get to it.
I got one picture, y'all.
Get to it. We need to send her some art. That's crazy.
So listen, the only piece of art that I have, funny enough, is from Rashida. It's because all the other, squad members.
She was like, I have too much.
No, they all came to my office and they were like, why does it look like a funeral in here?
Can I put my jacket up there?
Yeah, please. Get comfy.
All right.
So she's the only. They were all like, we're gonna give you something, and she's the only one who actually did. So.
Oh, so all the other
come with me. Come on.
Congressional Progressive Caucus members didn't get you
They
stuff?
haven't given me their art yet.
What's that about, Greg? Get on it.
Actually, Greg gave me a mug.
Okay, never mind. Greg gave you something.
Greg gave me a mug. I don't know. I'm waiting for Ilhan to give me some. Ilhan has a nice office.
You don't know Omar has a nice office?
She has a beautiful office. She got a balcony. She has nice things.
So there is like a
every office is
seniority
different. Like
slash...
very.
Oh, so that's a big
It's
part
a Hunger
of...
Games trying to pick an office.
Oh, see, this is the type of stuff that I think about like the Senate parliamentarian and things of that nature, but like this kind of additional back and forth I never have considered.
You literally pick a number out of a box. So like orientation,
Can
everybody
you guys
comes.
like transfer for goodies?
You can.
Could you be like, I want your office, but I'll give you something in return?
That feels unethical. I don't think so.
No, they don't do that.
I don't think we can do
Not
that.
like
People
not
are
on
shaking
bills.
their head.
I just mean
people
like
are shaking their head now.
No, okay, my bad.
People are shaking their head. You get your office and you're stuck with it.
Yeah,
you're stuck with it for the Congress.
Okay. Whoa. I thought it was
Thanks,
happening.
G.
I thought it was like, yes, we're in it this time.
Like I said, this is like he's trying to get put out.
No, I play too much, and that does end up getting me in trouble sometimes.
No.
Yeah, they've been.
You can't be.
They're still hitting the whole like 9/11 stuff on Fox News. Sean Hannity was talking about it last night. He's like, Hassan Piker, Mahmoud Khalil, and Jamal Bowman were all there celebrating Zoran's victory. These guys are so scary.
Yeah, you were just with my good brother.
Yeah, they just don't want to see any expression of joy. I think but they're kind of not used to that from the Democrats in general. Like the real grassroots momentum and like a real people-backed candidacy.
I'm a serious human being without doing serious things.
Yeah.
And when I'm not, I have a whole bunch of joy. Like, first of all, of all the people who try to stop us from helping people, when we actually win, we should be happy. We should be excited.
Yeah.
I think we did exciting things. I think we did exciting things this week.
Yeah.
I mean, it's been longer than a week, but I think that we have things to be excited about. And your haters are always going to be upset. So personally, I couldn't care less.
Oh no,
couldn't care less what the Fox News say. I couldn't care less.
As long as you have your people covered, as long as you are doing your very best, it doesn't matter.
They want us to be hopeless because that's what authoritarianism needs.
Yes, absolutely.
So they want you to feel like, oh, you can't beat us.
So let's start in the beginning.
All right.
What got you invested in politics? Like, how did your journey start?
My first day I went to law school. It was orientation. I was like, I ain't never gonna be a lawyer. But I was already there. I already paid, so I was like, I'm gonna stay.
Might as well go through it.
Yeah, I'm gonna go through. I'm gonna finish. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to do it because it was like, you can like litigate one case at a time. It's just like a brother brought in some trumped up charge. You do that one at a time. But like, who's thinking about the system? I never thought that.
That's crazy.
People tell you this all the time, right?
You were like, I'm going to the top. I'm cutting. I'm just skipping steps.
There's no such thing. Have you met some of my colleagues?
No, I didn't mean it like that.
That's what I mean. Even the joke about it. Like, there are people up in here, you think you skipped a step.
Yeah. Oh, no.
Somebody was like, you have imposter syndrome. I was like, no, I know my colleagues.
There are people here that should be, I don't even know how they get up the steps in general, both literally and figuratively.
That's a different story. But no, so I was just like, wait, I'm like, okay, so all of these like inequality, like it's cyclical, right? You grow up in a poor neighborhood, you are disadvantaged at every turn. Like I come from the Mon Valley. It's so funny. I don't think people realize this, but I'm from Braddock, right? I'm from Braddock, PA, right? Which is where, our hey, that's y'all thing.
Go on.
I'm actually from Braddock. Like my family's actually from Braddock, right? That's where my people are from. Yeah. So, we grew up steel mills, all those things. We got some of the worst air quality in the nation. Industry collapses, towns abandoned.
What about your family's background? Were they working in the steel mills?
I had a whole bunch of family working in the steel mills. Yeah.
And that was like there was unions back then.
You know what's interesting about that? Yes. Pittsburgh has always been a union town. We don't just say that for fun. Pittsburgh has always been a union town, and this is the thing that I think gets me in trouble. When we used to, in the early days, just on like this environmental racism stuff, like working on this environmental racism stuff, like reminding people like we have the worst air quality. We worked in these steel mills, and like the mill was not sustaining the community the way the community is sustaining the mill. People were upset when we talked about that, but like I had a license in ways of other people. Yeah, I had family members who worked in the mill, and they were not in the unions because black folks couldn't join the unions until I believe, like, don't quote me, don't be mad at me if I'm completely wrong, but black folk couldn't join those unions until like the 70s.
Yeah.
So like the last generation of my family, who was in the mills, my granddad was in the mills. He actually left the mills and somehow became a teacher.
Oh, wow.
So I think he might have been, I don't know if he was able to be in USW, who I rock with hard. Like I rock with my labor brothers and sisters, but he wasn't the teachers. Yeah. So since then, the whole thing was like, we want better for you. We want you to be in safer jobs. Like we want you it ain't gotta be about getting out, but we want the community to be good for us. You shouldn't have to leave your own community. You shouldn't have to get out, right? Like all the things, you go to any other community, we want the same things everybody else want, right?
No, absolutely.
Like I don't want to be gentrified to get a coffee shop.
Yeah.
I would like us to be able to have a grocery store in our community. I'm living in that type of community, right? We don't got a grocery store, poor air quality. You used to go down my street, like you used to go down Braddock Avenue, and you can smell. So for us, rotten eggs. Yeah. So it would smell like rotten eggs. It was like the sulfur trucks. Yeah. So like that's what I grew up around. So I wasn't an expert in like environmental justice or anything, but like I lived it. So when I first started to run, honestly, it was actually just like trying to get other people to feel like they can actually do something. Like the system shouldn't be sending us people. We should be sending the system people. Yeah. So I was organizing, like trying school board, local stuff. Like people don't, everybody's always
what was the issue that you found yourself organizing around initially? Yeah, back then.
So my high school has gone viral for a number of things.
Okay.
This particular thing, this 1 year, my school went viral, I think 3 separate times for like police officers and like the principal allegedly like beating kids up on camera.
That's insane.
It was on camera.
But it does happen a lot. So school resource officers?
Yeah, but one of the problems, you get school resource officer, but like the principal was kind of like involved.
That's
like
crazy.
In a number of the videos,
he was throwing hands.
A kid had his tooth knocked out of his throat.
By the principal.
Out of his, yeah.
So
allegedly.
Okay. I grew up in Turkey. Like I experienced corporal punishment quite a bit in Turkish schooling.
This was not corporal punishment.
This is like that, but that's beyond that. Like they would do, ear pulling, steel. They would get like a steel ruler.
You can still get paddled in the United States.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like
They just have
I feel like maybe like 15 states or something.
They just have that as a carve out. They're like, we can't let go of this. This is so good.
It still exists.
It's such a good educational tool.
People don't even know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. Sometimes kids have bad vibes. You know what I mean? I'm kidding.
Not the kids are low vibrational.
I'm kidding.
I believe the kids are the future.
Do you guys have a
Charger?
iPhone charger, if possible?
You got a new iPhone or the old iPhone?
I have the new one, the
You're right there.
USB-C one.
Yep.
If it's
Right below
possible.
you.
Oh, you have it right here. Oh,
That's my seat.
damn. Okay. Oh, this is where you normally.
If I do anything, I'm gonna stay charged.
Yeah, you're just kicking it over here. You have a Black Panthers jersey.
Yeah, I got that from like the Black Panther Museum.
Oh wow.
Like Huey P. Newton's wife gave it to me. Well, she didn't
that's
give it to me
sick.
because I follow ethics.
Yeah. Of course.
I love that thing.
That's such a crazy. That's also kind of a crazy rule for people that don't know. Do you want to explain what that is?
Yeah,
you're not
we can't
supposed
accept gifts.
You can't accept gifts as a.
We don't accept gifts.
Yeah.
People don't give us things. They don't give me things.
Unless it's a super PAC, in which case you can do whatever the fuck you want. You can go to like.
Even that's a loophole.
Yeah.
Even that's a loophole. This is why we want to abolish super PACs.
Yes.
Peep the sign. We're trying to abolish super PACs. We want everybody to get on board. I can't proselytize right now. They told me. But yeah, no, this is I think this is one of the biggest issues that we have. Obviously, not just from my own race, from all the races. The people shouldn't be able to just like buy their way into the literal Oval Office like Elon Musk did. Like just.
Yeah. I mean, they're just that's cutting out the middleman in some ways too. They've gotten more confident in their
Very much
brazen
so.
corruption
Because they've been
especially in this
stress
last-
testing the system for, I'm gonna say decades.
Yeah.
But this group specifically, since like 2016, everything they do, every like toe they like step over is trying to figure out will people let us do it.
Yeah.
Will people let us do it? That's why I always say like Donald Trump doesn't necessarily get to decide if we have a dictator.
Yeah.
He don't get to decide. Like it's not like the Congress doesn't get to decide if we have a dictator. Like you do.
Yeah.
So like when they step over line, it's like they're flexing on the American people.
Yeah. No, they're dabbing on us
Every time.
every day.
And every time they get to do it once, and they're like, "Oh, that worked."
Yeah.
You know what they do? They go and say, "All right, we moved the line."
Yeah.
We moved the line. So that's what this whole thing has been. Like I've always said, it was you talk about all day. It's an ongoing insurrection. The insurrection has been ongoing. They have been plotting. They've been planning. They've told us. So even like I get it. A lot of people are like, "I don't really rock with the Dems."
With
or
the Project
Rs.
2025 stuff, especially, like
It was real.
they plotted out.
They plotted it. They wrote it.
And they put it on paper, and they're like, "This is what we're gonna do." And then all it takes is for Trump to be like, "I don't know what that is. I don't know how to read." And then everyone's like, "Oh, okay, he said so it's fine. He won't do it." And then
He said he was going to do it.
yeah,
They said they were going to do it. So, honestly, that's why I ran. All of this is a part of why I ran. Right?
Yeah.
I felt like I could see the trajectory of the country and the Democratic Party. I felt like if I can see inequality and I can see like how it functions at the systems level, if I can see people who aren't apathetic like the party, that was one of the reasons why I really ran. Like they kept saying like all these people are apathetic, they don't care. I'm like, that's just not even true. People absolutely care.
Yeah.
Sometimes people are hopeless.
yeah,
Someday they feel discouraged, or like how many people in communities like mine, like that they've seen. The president, Democrats and Republican, they've seen the volleyball game happening forever, and their communities haven't changed.
yeah.
Things haven't changed in their life.
Their material conditions are only
They haven't
deteriorating year after year.
Absolutely.
And I think that is a major issue. That's like what I address all the time as far as like the sense of entitlement. It seems that some people hold, Democrats in particular, where they're just like, no, you have to vote for us. We're better than the other guy. And like theoretically is true. In theory, harm reduction is correct, right? Is a correct theory.
I believe
But
so.
it's a terrible way to
It's
campaign.
a bad message.
It's a bad message. It's a terrible way to campaign, and it's been an abject failure over and over again.
I think that's a key point. It's been a failure. I think that multiple things be true. When I used to knock on doors in my really early days, because that's all we did. Like I knocked doors twice a day, every day. So I did a morning shift, I did an afternoon, I did like an evening shift. I'm hitting people for breakfast and dinner. Mm-hmm. Just talking to voters. And same things all the time. Like, you deserve clean air and water, right?
Yeah.
We live in the wealthiest nation on earth. Your kids should go to a good school. You shouldn't be paying property taxes out the wazoo, and your kid still is not getting the education they deserve, right? Just stuff like that every day, every single day. But I talk to a lot of non-voters,
Yeah.
And I think maybe that's what makes me a little bit different. I'm not just saying me personally, me and others like us. That I talk to non-voters as much as I talk to voters. I talk to infrequent voters. I talk to folks who have never been registered in their entire life.
Yeah.
I have people in my family, right, who they vote when I say go vote for me. They know me. And sometimes I'm certain they're lying to me. Like sometimes they're like, Summer, yeah, I voted for you.
Sure. Like, okay.
They didn't go.
What
am I do? Right.
Here comes Summer again.
Right.
Asking us to go out and register.
I had to go and like drive a cousin. I was like, girl, I'm gonna drive you to the poll. Like I need
Yeah.
to vote. But no, I've talked to these non-voters, and at the end of the day, it is that hopelessness. It's like, well, what's the difference? It doesn't make a difference. And then I talk to your Democratic establishment people, and they're like, well, of course there's a difference. The Supreme Court, right? Roe v. Wade fell because the Senate gets to a point.
Yeah.
That was a real thing that happened, and I think that the disconnect is that. What I think the Democratic establishment does not understand is that, look, there is something about the system that non-voters, marginalized, disenfranchised people, that they understand about the system that these folks don't understand.
Absolutely.
And on the other side, there is something that these Democratic establishment people understand about the system that they're not able to fully grasp and understand too, because they are worried about their basic needs. The key is that it's incumbent on us to go and get votes.
Yeah.
Like we're the ones who are supposed to say, I understand why you're skeptical. I understand how it can be hard for you to prioritize voting when your material conditions are just getting worse.
Yeah, what's really interesting is...
We stopped doing that.
Yeah, oh, absolutely. And it's like, that's the basic principle of democracy, is that voters are supposed to go out and extract concessions or make demands out of their elected representatives in exchange for a vote. And then you sit on this seat of power to make the popular demand known and try to fight for them. And yet, for some weird reason, we are so far removed from that basic principle that even campaigns like Zoran's or campaigns like yours, but Zoran's one's like in New York, so it was
a big
very
time.
high profile.
It's a big time.
Yeah. But it's like, it wasn't unique at all. Like, in many ways it was unique because the circumstances are so dire. But what I mean by that is, like, it's not actually that unique to go out, ask a bunch of voters and non-voters, like, what is your major issue?
Actually, you mean talk to voters?
Yeah, talk to voters, identify some key problems.
I got big theories on why people don't talk to voters.
What? Oh, in here? Oh, I would
Not
love
even
to,
just here, right?
I would love to get into that because that's
go ahead.
a major gripe
We'll
that I have.
circle back.
But what I'm saying is, like, it's the most basic thing. You go out and you ask people, like, what's your issue? How can I solve it? And then you identify a couple of those issues and you keep hitting those issues. And of course, lo and behold, all of them revolve around material inequities and financial struggles, affordability, things of that nature. And you just keep hammering out those points. And you win, even when you have hundreds of millions of dollars in corporate interests and numerous different advocacy groups.
I'm not going to say
getting
even.
together.
Let's be real. Zoran had some dollars. He had support. He had help. When a lot of people talk about, oh, why'd you win? Why'd he win? Sometimes because it's a good story. We put the emphasis on the grassroots organizing.
Yeah.
What did he have? 90,000 volunteers?
I
don't know if that's a real number.
No, he had 50,000.
50,000.
He had 50,000 in the primary and then 104,000 in the general.
That's wild. Let me tell you who ain't getting that many volunteers. Nobody else on God's green earth. Like, not in a district, right? In a non-national campaign.
Well, we're trying to fix that.
Absolutely.
But
in a non-national campaign? That's wild. So we put the emphasis on that because we should. Because proportionally, that's us saying, like, the reason why we're here is because of you, right? People put us here, people care. We connected, real connection. And so sometimes people are like, well, you don't need all that money. But it's like, at the end of the day, when your ops can get out anything, say anything about you, and you can't counteract it, it does hurt. It hurts because now you need more. Like, you need more volunteers to now go. Now you got to counteract the lie. Yeah. So, like, the idea that we don't need money, like, I would love, and I can't wait. It exists. As the future already exists, it already exists that we live in a world post big money in politics. We live in a world post authoritarian. It exists already, and as we build to it, right, we do have to recognize that, like, actually our people do need to have dollars so they can compete. It's not an evil thing.
No, absolutely.
We do need to actually run for office. It's not an evil thing. Yeah. We need to wield power. Power is neutral, right? Power is not inherently good or inherently evil. And there are, like, a few people in history who are like, power is to be wielded. I think when you talk about, like, democracy, if I just flip it on its head a little bit, like the fundamental thing about democracy is that it's government by the people.
Yeah.
Which means that our real job is not necessarily like a transactional thing. It's actually to be like the candidate in the perfect world. Candidates don't go to the people first. The people.
They are the people.
They are the people.
Exactly.
The people are like, this is our person. This is who we're sending you.
Yeah.
And because we are a person, like you represent them, you already know you're embedded. Now you stay with your folks.
It's
you
not
stay on
supposed
the
to
ground.
be a special class, like
It's not a special
politician,
class of people.
job. Yeah, it's supposed to be you're a teacher and then you're representing your community.
You represent your community. You can
Yeah.
be anything. And that changes. Well, what's the qualifications for Congress?
Yeah.
People think that the qualification for Congress is
Nothing.
lawyer, business
no.
owner. No, it's whatever lived experience you
Yeah.
have. You are personal. You have personal expertise on all types of stuff.
Yeah.
You be convinced that we don't have it.
And I think I would go so far as to say, if you're a regular person experiencing financial struggle, trying to make ends meet, trying to pay for rent, you have the necessary qualities that many people in Congress no longer hold, especially after years and years of being a part of this machine. I've talked to a lot of politicians about this kind of stuff behind closed doors and private meetings and things like that about and they just want to know how do we message? How do we message to the kids? How do we reach they don't really care as far as what I try to explain to them, that it's not just about the platforms that you're on. It's about what you're saying, and it's about actually being an earnest
about your
authenticity.
authenticity.
Yeah.
We don't have a message problem.
Yeah.
I'm not going to, okay, we have a message problem.
We do.
We don't have exclusively a message problem. We have a messenger problem.
Yes.
I've been talking to a lot of my colleagues too. I remember we were going back and forth in a retreat. And, everybody, after the election, they all bring in the polls. It's like the polls say this, the polls say that. Honestly, the polls always say this. I'm like, I told y'all that. I'm like, I already told y'all that. But so we're doing that. And then we're talking about, and they're like, well, what we need to do. I was like, no, we need people. You can say whatever you want to say. You can start cussing online, look cool. You can do all that. If that is you, then do it. But the problem is if you ain't never had to struggle to pay the rent, how are you going to relate to somebody who does? And a Congress person doesn't have to relate to every single person in their district. You don't.
Yeah.
But again, as the party of working class people, if you can't relate to working class, I had to talk to my colleagues there are so many of y'all who generationally have not experienced being of the poor.
Yeah.
I think most of us are working class, right? You don't own anything, you don't trade stocks. You're in a working class. You got to work for your living. You're in a working class. But a lot of people lose those roots. They're not there. That's why they're not talking to non-voters anymore.
Yeah.
That's why you got all these people who are only listening to consultants and hyper attentive voters, like those voters who are like, I go to caucus, I go to the DNC.
What the abundance call the groups.
Yeah, they're talking to them all the time.
Yeah.
But they're not talking to real people. And then when they go and you go to the barber shop and you ain't been to the barber shop in years, you don't know what them brothers down there are dealing with in their real life. So how are you gonna relate to it? And that's the problem. Right now when we're talking about, we got colleagues who, and this is not a shot. We got folks who have been here for longer than I've been alive. Actually, they've been here longer than I've been alive, which means they've known various iterations of the Democratic Party, various iterations of the Republican Party, and now they have officially known a different iteration of the country itself. The country that they've known, that we've known, it does not exist anymore. We are in an authoritarian regime. Yeah. And there are too many people who are nostalgic for a time that will never exist again. Yeah. It cannot exist again.
Whenever they say, I want a strong Republican Party, the way things used to be. I'm like, no, I want no Republican Party.
I fell out of my chair. I'm like,
no, I want.
That's like saying I want a responsible plan. What?
I want no opposition. I want every.
I want a better world.
I want every seat to be filled with people who are going to center the working class in their politics, so that we don't have to have this gridlock, this back and forth, within the current structure that exists. But
I'm baffled. I remember that.
It's a very silly way to approach it, and I think a lot of people see that and they think it's inauthentic as well, because they're like, we're Democrats. If we're Democrats, why the fuck do we want?
Remember when Cuomo, when the question on the 2-hour debate they did, and it was like, how much you pay for rent? The big gotcha, right? Zoran laughs. He goes, what is it, $2,300?
Yeah.
Cuomo goes, he's stealing from a poor person.
Yeah, that was crazy.
Number one thing that shows that he's disconnected, he's stealing from a poor person. I don't know no poor people in my life who can spend $2,300. That's not the point that I'm making right now. He then laughs and goes, I pay $7,800. Yeah. Right? You can't relate I
don't even know.
You can't relate to people like that.
I felt like he owns his house, I think, right? He was just saying like his daughter's rent or something, I feel like.
Or he's saying his mortgage. You still got to pay something. Whatever it is at the end of the day. I'm just saying like that people are so disconnected from actual struggle that they don't know it when it's in front of them. Like they don't even know how to deal with it. I get people come to it. I mean, the shutdown. Like it's a real thing. Like I think that the fight for healthcare is righteous. I think it's righteous. I think that an authoritarian regime, I think we gotta stand tall, right? You give them an inch, they'll take them out.
Yeah.
I think the people want us to take the stand. They've been asking them to take a stand. We're doing it. And it also really hurts to see people coming to me, in my real life, who are talking about how hard it is to make ends meet. Yeah. Right? The line at the food bank was already long before the SNAP, cuts. People be struggling. And to have an empathy for that is the key. You don't have to have lived every experience. You really don't.
Yeah.
But like, if you don't have to ever see it, it's like Gaza, right? The biggest movement happened when people had to see the imagery.
Yeah.
We do have to start to question, why do we have so many people here who we have to show pictures to? Yeah. Like, why does a starving mom got to come to you for you to be like, damn, I should do something? Yeah. Right? Why is it got to be like that? This is the generational divide we are right now. As people are retiring and the next class of folks are coming in, then this is an opportunity. We can actually get people who are responsive to the real needs of real people, or we can keep putting in messengers who aren't credible, who are going to keep begging consultants for how to say it right.
Yeah. So that's actually, that ties into something I want to talk about as far as like the system, right? One of the things that I hear from very seasoned operatives and people who have been around for a very long time is the notion that like, well, a lot of these guys, they come into Congress and maybe they have like key issues that they care about, but over the years they basically become complacent, or at least like they themselves also lose whatever edge they might have had, because they just go back and forth and there's so much wheeling and dealing with the way that bills are structured, with the way that bills are passed, that they basically they hit neutral and they just kind of exist. And then all they care about is getting reelected, so they go to donors instead of the actual constituents because of what we just talked about.
It's a bypass.
Because big donors can just go in and dump $1 million into a relatively small TV, like a local TV network, and just hit you with attack ads and genuinely try and tarnish your reputation and make it harder for you to overcome these odds. So a lot of people run from a place of fear. Yeah. How do you push back against that? How do you fight back against that around your colleagues, especially?
I think part of it is acknowledging that it's a very real condition in this place.
Yeah.
I think it doesn't. I think that sometimes when we talk about someone came in with the fire, and then now it's like, what happened to them? There's a lot of people like, what happened to them? I think that we all like have it in our minds that it's a very like big thing. Like they got there and a boogeyman literally walked up to them with a suitcase, a suitcase of money. Like we imagine that it's something like this instead of the fact that it's actually like a small concession every time.
Yeah.
Every time it's a small concession.
Yeah, just like chips away.
First of all, this place is a soul crusher. It is a soul crusher. So the first thing, even if you're somebody who's running, like again, we got to focus on the future, not the past. And we can still address the past. But like, to flip the question, like if I had to like say for somebody who's like, I want to start building the government that reflects us and our dreams. The first thing you need to understand is that this place is a soul crusher by nature. Doesn't matter if you want it to be or not. Doesn't matter how strong you are. You got to have a North Star here. We all know. How many people come here because, they want to be famous? It's a very real reason to run. I'm not coming for nobody.
That's crazy.
People who, no, there are many reasons that people come. You can come because you want to be famous.
Hollywood
Fine.
for ugly people. That's what Andrew Breitbart used to say.
Everybody in Hollywood ain't that great looking either. But men get to be whatever they want in Hollywood. No. So you can come for that. You can come because you're like, oh, look, I got an idea. I have a perspective. I want my perspective to be. You can come for that. You can come, whatever reason you come, you need to have a North Star. Like, what is the reason that when this shit gets hard, like when it's the worst, what is the thing that's going to get you up in the next day? And if you have to have that center, because again, it's everything. It's not always going to be the first thing. The first thing is going to be like, hey, can you look? Just take this vote, right?
Yeah.
This vote is not even that bad. It is going to protect you. I remember when I first got in the State House, We run every 2 years, remember? I first got in the State House, we're doing first day into judiciary, we're doing a big bill. Like constitutional amendment. It's been like traveling across the country, state by state by state. And every time someone votes no on it, they like run multi-million-dollar ads on these people. So the first thing that somebody told me, they were like, yo, Summer, what about the ad? Like they weren't being disingenuous to me. They weren't trying to scare me. They were telling me the reality. Like, what about the ad? It's the reality that we have to think about those things. Yeah. Now you choose how you react to that. You know the ad can come. You know the ad might exist. Is it more important that you specifically make it, or is it more important that the legacy exists of being bold, of being of representing this interest? That's where people are, that's where they get you. Because it's easy, you want to be comfortable. I have vowed to not necessarily be comfortable here. Because the moment you kind of get comfortable, you got to give up on something. You got to give up something. Yeah, I got to be comfortable here. Yeah, and I get why people want to be comfortable. I think it's wrong, but I get it.
Yeah, and then that slowly but surely chips away. And then it's already so difficult to make changes in the positive direction that people just kind of give up.
And then they see the woman of Dylan.
But that favors the right flank.
Every time.
Every time. It's much easier to destroy. It's much more difficult to build. And the left flank party in this country is supposed to, in every country really, is supposed to be the party that is building towards, expanding social safety nets, building housing, building better public transit, these sorts of things. And I do feel like Democrats have a real messaging problem on that front, because they constantly find themselves in a position where they're telling people, no, you don't understand how this works, sweetie. Better things are not possible. Meanwhile, on the other side,
that's a real message.
Yeah, I mean that's
the real message.
That is like Hillary Clinton famously in 2016 against Bernie Sanders said that Medicare for all was like demanding a unicorn. You know, like, oh, what's next? We're going to give people, I could just run around saying I'm going to offer people unicorns. And it's like, that's insane to just be that cynical is crazy.
It's also a very low opinion of the electorate. Just because we're not somewhere, it's like the opinion that like we're somewhere now, we'll never be able to make it out of that.
Yeah. And I think the sinister reason as to why she's saying that, and many congresspersons also have a similar attitude, especially on this issue, is because it is such a massive, such an expensive industry that has a lot of corporate donors, that is constantly in these rooms, maybe not this one obviously, but in these sorts of rooms, and they are able to say, do not take a stand on this issue that would actually harm our profit centers, our profit margins, or even abolish it in its entirety.
Yeah.
Yeah. So,
we're definitely slaves to money in politics.
Yeah.
We're slaves to it. All over the country, you ask about kids getting mowed down by assault rifles.
Yeah.
All over the country, people say, no, we do not think that should happen, and yet you still get politicians who cannot move on that. Why is that?
So what you're suggesting is door control. We got to get better locks on the doors, right? That's what we moved on.
No, I think the first thing that the Democratic Party got to do is we got to decide who we want to be.
Yeah.
So we're talking about all of this, and I think fundamentally, before we move anywhere else, we got to decide who we want to be.
So that's actually exactly what I want to ask you. What do you think, if you were to go with like 5 key positions that you stand for, what would those top 5 priorities be? I know I'm putting you on the spot here, but like, let's say you're running, right? Like, what are the 5 key things that you're going to hit?
I think I put things in the buckets. There are always justice-minded buckets, right? Affordability is clear, right? People can't afford things. But within affordability, housing. I believe that everybody should have a home in the community that they call home that they can afford. And I believe that they should be appropriate, right? It shouldn't be slums, like we're in the wealthiest nation on earth.
Yeah.
It should be healthcare. Nobody should go into medical debt. People should not die of curable diseases, right? Everybody should have healthcare in this country. It's education. Everybody has a right to a quality education, irrespective of your zip code. Yeah. I think it's environmental justice, that you should be able to breathe clean air and clean water. It's free. It's a freedom from your civil liberties being eroded. Yeah. So whether that be, prison reform, systemic reform for criminal legal reform, ICE, all of those things. We need a serious change in the way that we think about how we are, dealing with our citizens, with people. So I think like, y'all don't call me, like, I'm not saying that that's my exact file, I was put on the spot. But those are the things that I think about every day.
Yeah.
Like, people should be able to navigate our society without going broke every single day. Their government should not be oppressing them.
Yeah. Do you feel like people are, especially in this day and age, like, do you feel like the average person kind of just sees everything that's going on, but they're like, what can I do about it? And they just like go about their daily lives rather than be like more active and more, instead of being reactive, more proactive in general?
Yes.
How do we get people to mobilize at a time like this when they're too busy trying to make ends meet?
I think that takes a flipping of the head. I think that is a product of the system itself. Mm-hmm. Is a very like top-down system.
Yeah,
like think
about what we talked about. People have lost hope.
Yeah,
like we've killed
or some
hope.
People never had it in the first place.
Yeah,
right. Because the system is like we are cogs, and the wheel keeps on turning. I think people. It's that focus on what is a real democracy. When people say, "Oh, what are Democrats going to do? What are you going to do? What are you going to do?" Early days after January 20th, that's what we heard a lot of, right? What are you going to do? What are you going to do? But it started to shift, and people started to say, "What can I do?"
Yeah, but that was also partially because like the Democrats kind of didn't say anything. They were like,
they didn't say anything. But when you think about it logically, I say this all the time. I'm going to use the same line all the time. You tell me, I want to put a check on Donald Trump's power.
Yeah.
I introduce a bill. Which of those bills are going to be brought to the House floor by a Mike Johnson or Kevin McCarthy or whoever they put in that day? Which one is he going to bring up that's going to get a vote, that's going to get to 218 of his members? And that's going to then go over to the Senate. That's then Thune is going to bring up to the House floor or to the Senate floor. That's going to get, a majority plus, because it's the Senate, filibuster-proof majority, that they're going to then vote on. That's then going to go to Donald Trump, and he's going to sign.
Yeah.
This is the lesson that we needed to learn before the authoritarian regime. That at the end of the day, it is still the final fail-safe in a democracy. It is the people, which is why this is where I think one of the biggest failures of the Democratic Party falls. Right? We are so arrogant too often, and like this idea that we did it the right way. This is the only way to do it. Voting is the only way to do it. Running is the only way to do it, and everything else is a problem. Right?
Yeah.
Black Lives Matter, the anti-genocide encampments and movement, all of those things have been met with shame by people in leadership. And that's not just this generation, that's generation after generation after generation. Yeah. The anti-apartheid movement, right, in the 80s and the 90s, met with shame, right? The sit-ins, Dr. King died unpopular.
Yeah.
Right? And every generation forgets the lesson. And the Democratic Party does it too. Right? So we're like, there's a right way to protest. There's a right way to do that. Well, now, guess what? We don't have any lever of government.
Yeah.
So I think what real leadership is looking like right now, that the people we're really wanting is like, okay, so what can we all collectively do? Because people have for too long been like, my job is to vote and y'all do this.
Yeah.
But that's not how democracy is supposed to work. You're not supposed to vote and just go.
No, they have to be more active. Like politicians have to also, like.
We have to encourage your activity.
Congressional representatives should not only encourage it, but they should also be out there on the streets. And that is actually a real demand that a lot of voters are making as well. But what you actually talked about with respect to BLM and also Gaza is so perfectly representative of the nihilism that people experience. Because I'm 34 years old. People around my age and younger, during the COVID lockdowns and in the aftermath of George Floyd, took to the streets and they protested.
I was there.
They wanted to, we wanted to let our voices be heard, and we wanted some serious changes to take place. And of course, that wasn't going to come under the Trump administration. So then, what did people do? They voted for Joe Biden. A lot of people said, I don't really want this. He's old. He's not very inspirational, but it doesn't matter. We're still going to go vote because we want to get this guy out of office. So they did their civic duty.
They did.
And they got nothing in exchange for that. So the lesson there was,
there's nothing you can do.
You do everything you want. You can do everything. You can protest. You can go out and vote. And at the end of the day, nothing will change.
That's not everything.
We will not hear your demands.
That's not everything. I think that's a lesson right now,
Well,
right?
I'm
but I'm saying because I'm saying that in a positive way.
Yeah, I know, but I mean like everything within the confines of like what you learn in liberal democracy. The liberal education is like you protest and you do your civic duty.
That's still not true though.
And
that's still actually not true.
What would you say is like not being pulled as far as levers of power?
Your money and your labor. Your money and your labor are the real things that you're supposed to be able to do something with. Like you can go out and you can take to the streets, but that's supposed to be coupled with something.
Yeah.
Right? If I'm gonna take to the streets and I'm like, I don't think that Trump should be in power. You can't get Trump because he's already the president. What you have to do is you don't have to target everything around it. So like, why are we giving our money to this, that, and the fourth oligarch? That actually takes sacrifice. The reason why we are where we are is because we've had a country that has afforded us a comfort level that has not made us have to, like really do things that other countries have. We have examples around the world of people who have had to exercise discipline, sacrifice, and real true solidarity. We still don't know what solidarity looks like. Like our labor movement is fighting each other, right? We got the building trades fighting the service industry unions, fighting the federal unions, right? Within movement, we got black working class folks, who feel like they're not heard by white working class folks, right? We actually don't know what solidarity in practice looks like. There are many things that we need to be working on right now that has nothing to do, or not, I'm gonna say nothing, but very little to do with what your government is doing.
Yeah.
I always say you come correct too, but we all have a role to play here. So when I think about real sacrifice right now against an authoritarian regime, I want to hear like, black folk, for instance, were like, they're going to cut DEI from Target. We're not going to go to Target anymore. And you know what we have to hear every day? Boycotting doesn't work.
Yeah.
What does it matter? It doesn't matter because I'm one person. The rugged individualism has neutered us.
Yeah.
It has made us forget where our real power is. It's we the people, not I the person.
Yeah.
Right?
Boycotts do have to be targeted and directional and very issue specific and strategic. And BDS for Palestine has been fairly effective in this regard. Obviously, there's a long way to go there.
And it comes with other things. It comes with your messaging.
Yeah.
It comes with building the narrative. It comes with putting pressure on your elected officials.
Yeah.
Then you see them as tools. Each thing is one tool. It's not the only one.
But you're absolutely right, obviously. Labor militancy has been completely destroyed in this country. Labor unions are somewhat corporate captured or barely even exercise their biggest leverage of power, which is work stoppages, when it comes to even contract renegotiations usually. And sometimes it's literally illegal to do so.
Because it feels like sometimes it's illegal.
Yeah.
Sometimes it feels like a nuclear option.
Yeah.
Right? Sometimes it's like, am I going to step out on a limb and is anybody going to catch me? In Pittsburgh, we actually have the longest strike in the nation right now. We have the longest running strike. They're at 3 years, our Post-Gazette workers. And for 3 years, they've been on the picket line. And one after another, folks they do what they do. But also, politicians started to real quietly start to talk, to the newspaper. They started to real quietly, some of them might not be as explicit. I've seen many Democrats cross the picket line there. One Democrat crossed a state line and then a picket line to talk mess on me in the Scab newspaper, right?
That's
so like
crazy.
when we think about the discipline there, like, so they've been doing this for 3 years. How do you think they feel? Like they feel like, where's the rest of the labor? And it's like the rest of the labor also is like, no, we didn't mean to like abandon you. And some of them aren't actually, like, we're not even actively abandoning you. It's just that people are trying to figure out how do they exert power and where are the appropriate places to exert power. And we all have to collectively do better at that.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right.
So they're like, if I do this workshop, is anybody gonna come with me?
Yeah.
We gotta talk about how do we get to a society where people are not sure if someone's gonna come with them.
Yeah, I mean it's rugged individualism. It's the worst poison for solidarity, and unfortunately Americans do have that very selfish tendency, or it's not even like it's selfish in the short term, but it's actually silly in the long term. It's like it's self-defeating in the long term because you're not going to have anyone else that comes for you if you don't show up for them. And I mean I try to.
Part of that is understanding each other.
Yeah.
Sometimes we skip that. It's actually uncomfortable to talk across like communities. It's like, oh, this community has an experience with my community. We have a history. We'll never address it.
Yeah.
Because that makes us a little bit uncomfortable.
Yeah.
And I think that's the same with labor. I think that's the same with politics.
Yeah.
This is a time that's calling for that. It's calling for introspection from all of us. We can all point our fingers right now. After November, whatever that date was, all of us could have learned a lesson.
Yeah.
The left, the middle, we all had a lesson. It's easier though to say, did you learn your lesson? So that's what the establishment does. They're like, the left didn't learn. What did they get out of it?
Yeah, there's a lot of talking over one another in these sorts of situations, but I do think there's a sinister reason for it. Like, it's not like when I see Democratic politicians run to CNN in the aftermath of this like very expected defeat, right? Because this was being signaled. I mean, if I can see it, and I'm a random idiot on Twitch, then I think like much more intelligent people can probably comprehend it, especially when they're a part of the machine, and yet for some reason they're the most oblivious. But they immediately after Trump's second victory, they ran to CNN to be like, oh, why did we lose? Because we were too pro-trans or too pro-this or too pro-social justice.
I also think that's a psyop.
Yeah, I could not.
I think this is a psyop. I think that some of them were going there as plants.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it because I'm like, did we see the same campaign? Like, Kamala didn't say anything.
No, they don't want, those are the type of people who didn't want us to be able to do like the deep actual analyses.
Yeah.
They were very intentional.
They immediately, they threw that grenade on there so that everybody talks about that.
Yep.
And
instead of being like, oh man, maybe the campaign shouldn't have like kicked Muslims out of events.
Yeah.
Maybe when we're talking about like the black community, we should say that it's not just middle class black folks. We actually have to go and fight for poor, working class, disenfranchised black folks. Even
the moment where it was like, well, there's an over reliance, I think, on black turnout in general, and I think like.
But it's also a superficial one.
Yes, and I think that's so. Oof, I have so many opinions on that, but I think it's like. It's getting to a point where I've asked this to some other folks as well. I want to hear your perspective on this. Do you feel like younger generations of black men, especially, are not like actually leaving the Democratic Party in droves in the way that like people present it? Because that's also very weird and racist when Barack Obama comes out and is like, oh, well, I guess you guys are a little misogynistic. Like I thought that was like crazy to say because at the end of the day,
I think people have a right to be wrong.
Well,
I think that was wrong, right?
Yeah,
that brother had a right to be wrong.
Black people still overwhelmingly it's crazy to me when we're looking at like black people and how much they deviate away from the Democratic Party when the margins of deviation are so minuscule in comparison to like the Hispanic voting bloc or the white voting bloc in general, which is always swinging in the direction of Trump.
I think that fundamentally a lot of people don't understand the black community.
Yeah, no, for sure.
Which means that even a small deviation, they're like, yo, oh my God. Because what people do fundamentally understand is that black folks, at large, we're not talking about individuals.
Yeah.
As a community, you're not going to see us flocking to Republicans because
Yeah.
Republicans are more inclined to like burn a cross in our yard,
Yeah.
right? Like I remember I served with a colleague in the state house, and this person was like retiring. I'm like clapping politely. Somebody was like,
Yeah.
"Don't clap for him. He would burn a cross on your yard." A white person said this to me. I was stunned. I was like, "Damn, I've never been the same." So now I look around and I don't clap for people anymore because I'm not sure if I'm clapping for like my
Yeah.
hip-hop. But like things like that. People don't give black people the benefit of being politically whole people.
Yeah.
That yes, the reason why we won't go there is because racism is a real red line, and I don't mean like I ain't saying that liberals can't be racist. I'm saying that there are different types of racism.
Yeah.
There is the I don't believe that you should not be in chains type of racism.
Yeah.
And then there's and then there's all these other biases. That part. But when you really get down to it, yes, black people are reliable. We vote, and we've been burned.
Yeah.
We're a community that has been burned politically. We're a community that has been both neglected and over-relied on in many ways. And sometimes, yeah, we are more likely to say in politics, like if I can think about the long term, like if for me, like I was like, if Trump is elected, this is going to be a dictatorship.
Yeah.
Like I recognize that my people will be better off without him, and we have not had the privilege of not being able to make that decision.
Yeah.
But then I think that some people don't understand that. Yeah, there are actually black folks who feel like they're not. I think that of swing voters, right?
Yeah.
A swing voter who is not a swing from Democrat to Republican, but a swing from Democrat to no vote.
Exactly. So that's what I wanted to talk about.
And we don't get the resources that swing voters get.
Yeah. I think what's really interesting, or at least what I've tried to identify about this issue, is that like I feel like there's less participation in younger generations in general. And I think even with like the most reliable demographic of voters being black women for the Democratic Party, the reason why there is like this generational gap almost in terms of like non-participation is because that's the last time that I think black people can see the Democrats like actually put their flag and have stakes in the game to do something for black people is like the civil rights movement. And I think since then, like the further you move away from that, the less I think like younger.
No, I think it's more that we are doing something for the country
Yeah.
than the country doing something for us.
Yeah.
And I think that that's one of the pain points for young folks. I think the Democratic Party, we abandoned them.
Yeah.
We've abandoned young people.
Yes.
I'm gonna just say it. We have abandoned young people.
Yeah.
We left them vulnerable. I can't tell you, like the first time I ran, and I'm running against a 20-year incumbent in the State House. And we're looking at like, okay, well, how do people cut turf? Like, who do you knock doors? Like, how do you decide what doors
Yeah.
you knock? How do you decide who you send a mailer to, right? Those are all real big considerations that a terrible consultant.
You have a finite amount of time. You have limited
find out
resources.
about money,
Yeah.
and you spend all your money on a trash consultant who is really just thinking about their own paycheck. They're not even giving you good information. We ain't go that way. We were like, okay, well, I'm black. The last time that black voters came out en masse was for Barack Obama. So when we're cutting the universe, instead of being like, Democrats love the term super voter, right? Our universe is always of super voters, right? So I'm going to give a mailer to the people who have voted in 4 primaries in a row. I'm going to, those are the only people who are going to be targeted for digital ads. Those are the only people who are going to be targeted for door knocks, if they even door knock, leaving people. So then we blame the people who we didn't even go and ask to vote for us for not voting. We do that with young people. So when we ran the first time, we put on anybody who was a new voter who was 18, because I was younger then, right? We put young people in our universe.
You're still young.
For this, please. we put all the young folks. If you're 18, 24, you're on the list automatically. We put black folks who voted. If you voted for Barack Obama, you're on the list. And just by doing that, by knocking on those doors, talking to young people, talking to non-voters, I talked to people who had not voted in a primary in forever. But I didn't blame like, why didn't you vote in your primaries?
Yeah.
Why would you? My 20-year incumbent didn't even have an opponent. For 8 of those years, for like the last 8 years. So what does it matter if they vote? I didn't go in there with those preconceived notions, but we knocked. We double turnout. I think that sometimes there are people, Democrats got 3 masters. You know how sometimes I said you can't serve 2 masters?
Yeah.
We're trying to serve 3 masters at once, right? Are we going to be the party of working class people, or are we going to be the party of corporations? And are we going to be the party of democracy, or are we going to be the party of incumbency? Yeah. You can't do both. And the enemy of incumbency sometimes is an educated electorate. The more people you talk to, the more likely they are to be like, shit, I don't like that. So now they've grown a fear of talking to people. So now we got all these young people who we were like, oh, they're flaky. You know how hard it is to get on-campus organizing done? Like, we're like, hey, can we get some money to talk to our college kids? And they're like, that's not a reliable source. They don't vote. So we're just going to leave it.
This is the inside baseball I wanted to hear, because this is like I see it. I mean, I go to campuses, and these are some of the most like primed potential voters.
Yeah, but it also takes a little bit of expertise. You got to know how to talk to people.
Yeah,
you can't be the person who's just like, vote no matter who.
Yeah.
And then when they say, nah, I ain't voting, now you snapping on them. No, you actually got to have, it's a surgery.
Exactly.
Right, it's surgery.
And that is it's just like met with revulsion and disdain. People are like, why the fuck would I do that? This is crazy. Especially after if they had participated and voted and then they didn't see anything in return for that.
And then those volunteers, their mind are blown and they're like, oh my God, why don't you see the system the way I do? Comfortable, liberal, wealthy person. Because if you got time to volunteer, you probably got a couple dollars, right? You live in a whole different existence and you don't understand why this disenfranchised young person maybe doesn't see the system the way you do. So if you are not ready to take the time to actually explore their interests, explore their perspectives and worldviews, and then help them to connect the dots, then you're not the best person to go out. And I don't mean that just on those young people's doors or on that campus. You also shouldn't be out on our super voter doors. Because we're trying to make believers of everybody. We're trying to make everybody get on the same program. It's like, you know how people are like, poor, kids of color deserve teachers of color. I'm like, white people deserve teachers of color. We should all have, cool diversity, whatever. I don't think that they should be on any doors. People need to be trained better. But to get them to go there. So now we're talking about why is Turning Point? Why are these kids getting red pilled? Yeah. Well, you left them in the internet with no direction, no instruction, and they're finding out a different world by themselves because the internet is a world, and they're navigating that world by themselves. Well, you know who went into that world? The right wing.
Yeah, And they also have a shit ton of money back in it too.
Big money.
Because that's the other side of the story.
Because they invested though. Call it an investment.
Yeah.
We got money on the Democratic side.
Yeah. I don't know what they're spending it on, to be honest.
It's not down ballot.
Yeah.
It wasn't historically judges.
Yeah. It's just that you're absolutely right. There is this like media infrastructure that they've designed. They also pluck talent. Like Charlie Kirk himself, he became a nationally relevant figure because he wrote an essay in high school for his like high school newspaper about some hypothetical black woman that took his slot at West Point, which is bullshit. It wasn't even, he just made it up, right? But they were like, that's exactly the kind of young racist mind that we need. and they, very quickly, that essay was on Breitbart, and then a week later he was on Fox News.
Again, incumbency versus the future.
Yeah.
You know, how are we going to invest in a 90-year-old at the same time that we're investing in a charismatic 18-year-old?
Yeah.
We're still wagging our finger at the charismatic 18-year-old. I have met like brilliant kids, brilliant young people. They're far more worldly. I'm not even just saying that to like blow smoke. Some of them I'm like, damn, how'd you get over there? I'm like, damn, because listen, Gen Z is voting for Republicans. We didn't think that we didn't think it was possible. We got there because we didn't think it was possible, so we left them vulnerable. We left young people vulnerable.
Yeah.
We left them vulnerable to disinformation. We left them vulnerable to people who came. Like sometimes people just want to know that someone cares. Like you ain't never knocked on my door, so you must not care about me.
Yeah.
You've not come to my college campus, so you must not care.
And also, even from a top line issue, like if you're not speaking to any of their problems,
anything they care about,
or
in the world that they know,
or any time you do speak on issues, it's like incremental or like going back to Kamala.
It's not. What do you think is what required? Let me tell you.
Yeah, going back to Kamala Harris, like there is this unprecedented affordability crisis taking place. Americans experienced negative real wage growth for a year and a half under the Biden administration. That's gonna people are gonna punish you for that, like no matter what, right? They experience that. They're gonna be like, oh, I am seeing that this is the administration that's responsible for it.
They've seen capitalism not work for them.
Yeah. The alternative to that is it cannot be, we're going to give you $50,000 in tax credits if you start a small business. Because that's not a solution.
It's not a systemic one.
Yeah. And it's also...
That's a Band-Aid.
But that's, not only is it a Band-Aid, but it's also not an all-encompassing policy vision. Like there are so many, like people keep forgetting that we've diluted class in our political culture so much that people forget that like the working class is the overwhelming majority of voters.
Yes.
It's not corporate interests.
Indisputably.
It's not people that are, there's a lot of small business owners, sure, but like many of them are still owned and operated, so they're still working to a certain degree. Like, and they still.
If your paycheck cuts off.
Yeah.
and you have no more money source, you are a working class American.
Yes, exactly.
Welcome.
Unless you're making more money from capital accumulation, where your money is making the money for you, you're still technically on the working class. Yes, you're on the working class side, and you have working class needs. Same with renting versus homeownership. There is a higher percentage of homeownership than most Americans would assume. For sure. Obviously, that's different in big cities and whatnot. But still, by and large, because of our home ownership rates are so abysmally low in comparison to other nations, it's around, I think, 40%. In the state of California, it's like 44%. It's higher than you would think, but again, that means that 66%.
The real problem is that 6 people own the rest of it.
Or 56%, sorry. Yeah, but again, exactly. 56% of people are renting though. So you have to have a message that focuses on their issues. And we never do that. We never talk about like lowering the cost of rent
I'm just not gonna say never, because also there are tons of people who talk about this all the time. They don't always get famous. Like God bless, the attention that Zohran Mamdani got. Yeah. But like he ain't the only brother who's been talking about affordability. He's not the only person. For sure. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So it's like that's the other thing, right? Our media focuses on what it focuses on and who it focuses on. Yeah. And the fact that there are people who are talking common sense all over the place and are not getting any attention. There are better messengers than the people who are getting getting attention in this attention economy, right? But we care about historic blue checks and not even like the now, I'm talking about from Twitter, blue checks. We care about people's clout. We care about those things and not necessarily the message. So what we then think is like, well, they're feeding me this over and over. That means that nobody's talking about it. There are people in the Democratic Party who are talking about common sense solutions every single day. And yes, and there are a whole bunch more who are in the way. And there are some who are in the way. Yeah. The battle that's happening, the tension that's happening right now is a good tension.
Yeah.
I think it's important that we go through it. I think it's important that we make our case. That we help them to understand that our viewpoint is not a us versus them. That's the other thing I'm gonna beg people. This is my second time saying this today. I am begging people to stop looking at the political world in this linear, that everything is right, left, center.
Yeah.
Right? That's just not how people organize their politics, not how people organize their real lives. And we are ascribing it to them. We're leaving so many people who don't feel like they fit anywhere. That everybody fits in a bucket, and there's a prescribed message. Like there's a transcript for this bucket. It's like, oh, I'm talking to this person. What's the pre-approved message for that person? Like we're treating people like that instead of being like these people are holistically. It is not left versus right. It is top versus bottom. When we are able to kind of like transfer it over to that, I think we will have a better recipe for how do we now go back out into the world and get people who we have left behind.
How do you think the Democrats change their branding?
We had to change the guard.
Yeah, because like right now, the reality of the matter is if you ask an average person, their attitude is like, politics doesn't work for me. I don't know why I should vote for either party over one party over the other. And the way that people define the Democratic Party, unfortunately, is by whatever the Republicans say about them. Yeah. And I think a big part of the reason why, like even the Kamala Harris wants to do transgender surgeries, like bottom surgeries, the Guatemalan migrants at immigrant detention facilities, like that's not a key policy of the Democratic Party at all. And it's ironically something that even the Republicans have also done as well, because it's just like so marginal and it's just basic human rights. But the reason why the reason why they made it so prescient and so front-facing is because there weren't other things that she was fighting for that people could associate with the campaign.
Part of that, but mostly, we continue to give a huge pass to the media.
Yeah.
Like,
for sure.
The idea that the media does not have a responsibility, again, the cornerstone of a democracy is education.
Yes.
And if the media is not there to educate people on what's real, then we don't have a good democracy.
I mean, they're doing it right now with the Venezuela stuff.
They've been doing it for a really long time.
They do. I mean, yeah, they do it all the time. I know. This is my main gripe.
And that is also just the treatment of Democrats versus Republicans in the media. I think that the media they understand how they operate in a democracy. Theoretically, they do not know how they operate in a failing democracy. And we are in a failing democracy right now.
Yeah.
Which means that their role has to be different. The ability to fact check, the ability to get and disseminate good information in a world of disinformation. Some media, I ain't saying all, some media has decided that that's not their responsibility.
Oh yeah.
That especially in this money and politics era, that it's the candidate's job to get their own message out.
Yeah.
So how often, if there's not a big contested race, does nobody know who the candidate is at all? And we blame the voter. Like, hey voter, how come you don't know who those justices are running for the court of common pleas, all right? Like, why don't you know this? I'm like, well, they don't have a website. There's no listing anywhere. Where are the organizations that have a responsibility to get people information? And how do we localize that? Like, we can decentralize it to the extent, but how do we localize that? How do we invest in it? There are people who are vulnerable to disinformation because we don't have institutions that are trustworthy. Yeah. And the media plays into that. Like, a Republican says something and the media will run that ad nauseum all day, every day. And then the left, the broader left will then be like, Democrats, why aren't you proving that you aren't doing this, that, and the fourth, right? So there's gonna be less grace. We talked about it, right? There's gonna be less grace for Democrats. Again, if they buckle next week, no one's gonna think that it's because they actually cared about people and that they couldn't take seeing people suffer anymore. They're gonna blame Democrats for buckling, not Republicans for literally being cruel, not Republicans for hating them.
But again, that you're right. That's a structural hurdle that will always exist.
But it doesn't have to always exist.
I think
that's the thing we got to change. How do we change the Democrats' branding? That's number one thing.
With the way that the system is designed, like if you are trying to do right by people, you're always going to have that structural hurdle because, like I said,
so then we're asking for pain.
It's much easier, but that's why you need real believers that are real fighters, so that they can actually white knuckle through it and grit their
The day we
teeth
got
and still-
435 fighters in Congress, that is a unicorn. That
yeah,
is that,
no,
I
I
get what
understand,
you're saying.
but that's what it is. It's kind of like, it's the same thing as like when people are like, oh well, this candidate, like one of the arguments is always like Kamala Harris lost because she's a black woman, right? And there's truth to that, of course. White supremacy is a major hurdle to overcome. But the way I always try to explain to people is like, that's just a constant. Like,
Yeah. You got to account for it. You got to keep it pushing.
That's just a constant. It's just a hurdle you have to clear. So that means your threshold is going to be a lot higher. But you can still clear it with good messaging and messaging discipline and like being a real fighter and being earnest.
Yeah, rural organizing, rural investments.
Yeah, exactly.
I think that we've talked piecemeal about all of the different things that the Democratic Party can do.
Yeah.
Should be doing. And again, going back to deciding who it is, what is the thing that is keeping the Democratic Party from investing in young voters, in marginalized voters, in frequent voters? Why do we focus so heavily on swing voters in the heartland? Like why do we invest in those tropes that don't serve us anymore? Right?
Yeah.
What is the thing? I think it's consultancy culture. I think it's again that fear of what happens when the system no longer revolves around us as incumbents, but is instead actually fair. What happens when the game is unrigged?
I also do think it's partially because of is corporate interest, right? Because like the way that you target the disenfranchised, like the historically disenfranchised low propensity voters, is either by having a Trump-style candidacy, which favors right-wing reactionary sentiment. That's the reality. Like culture wars.
That one will never work for anybody who has morals.
Well, but the thing is, like, Democrats need to understand, like, they can't win the culture war because the culture war was designed as a wedge issue, designed by the right, so that they can distract people with these different policy positions that are ultimately very harmful for massive swaths of society. But that's not a battle that you can fight. So that's why I always say you have to like bring it back to class, bring it back to affordability, bring it back to material realities, because that is the actual undefeated method.
And I think part of it also is bringing it back to the truth.
Yeah.
We can't be out here talking about we need a strong Republican Party, and then also go and make the case that people shouldn't be voting for Republicans anymore.
Or saying Trump is, I think, going to be very authoritarian or a fascist, and then just like have no issues with him. Like, you know,
people looked at that and they were like, man, your urgency is not matching your words.
Yes, exactly. If you think that this is like if you think that this is an ever-present threat to American democracy or what remains of it, right? And I did. Then you can't be running around with like Liz Cheney. Like you can't be running around with Liz Cheney. I felt like the stakes were
so high that we had to run a perfect race. And that brings us back to like your first question to me was like, well, how did you win and other people didn't?
Yeah.
Like, I know that we have a responsibility to, as much as we can, run a perfect race. No one can be perfect.
Yeah.
No elected official will be perfect because you're not perfect.
Yeah.
It is human nature that we can't be.
Yeah.
But I know that we have to try. Like we have to try to do things right. Like I've never missed a vote.
Yeah,
right?
And you also have to be more perfect than
the other side.
You have to be more perfect
absolutely.
than your Republican
I'm a progressive.
colleagues.
I gotta be.
And you have to be more perfect than your centrist colleagues.
You're institutionalist.
Yeah.
I can't move the way institutionalists move in this place, right?
But there's also but then it goes back to the media where like they do have so much grace for whichever the right wing flank is, whether it's a race between a left flank candidate and a centrist, or whether it be a centrist Democrat and a right wing.
It's like subliminal messaging.
Yeah.
Like they'll ask two questions. I literally just watched this debate. We were just driving down here. Watched the debate between Zoran and Andrew Cuomo.
Yeah.
And like the moderators, I don't think that they even understand sometimes like the implicit biases in the way they talk to us.
I know.
Right? The way that they talk to us.
Yeah.
They're gonna say, but how you gonna pay for it? How you gonna pay for it?
Yeah.
How you gonna pay for it? We have a higher standard to clear every time.
They don't even ask that to Cuomo for when he says like, oh, we're gonna get 5,000 cops. Like they asked him one time. That only
where are you getting them? Where are you paying for it? Never. One time. So it was like when I was running. When I come on day one, we got to come with clear understanding of policy.
Yeah.
Right. Because you speak well. Like you're an orator, right? You're passionate. You're an organizer. So now you got to prove that you could be a policy wonk. We have to prove that we can be a uniter, not a divider. We got to prove our loyalty. But then you get other people who I ain't gonna say no names, but they ran statewide multiple times and never had to ever talk about any policy at all.
Yeah. Or their position is...
Well, how do we decide who gets to talk about policy?
Or their position in the party infrastructure is literally to be the rotating villain.
And so now people are wondering why they didn't know who that person was. It's like, wait, did we just not know it? I'm like, I don't know. Well, go back to the campaign What do you actually remember about people?
Okay. Well.
I ain't talking about nobody specific. I'm talking general.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say if you're talking about one specific person.
One person. No, I'm talking about multiple people. It happens
If you were
all the
talking
time,
about
though.
one specific person, there are some people in
If
this
you're
room
talking about
that
one specific person, you can guess.
some specific people, maybe in this room as well, were like, oh, let's overlook some of their negative qualities because maybe they're gonna be a part of this left flank, and then that didn't happen. Anyway, whatever.
Hey, we all have our kinks. Right? The left have
Yeah.
kinks just like the center does.
Yeah. There is but as far as like this imbalance, it is always there. It's ever present. It's one of the most annoying things. It's just like if you are the person that says better things are possible, you automatically are met with cynicism.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're met with cynicism by the public in general as well, and you're met with the very same cynicism from the instruments of media, where they're just like, "What do you mean better things are possible? There's something wrong here.
Mm-hmm.
You're supposed to tell me everything sucks." Or you can only be like directionally. You can have like these radical agenda items as long as it's on the right wing direction, and as long as it's like as long as the targets are vulnerable populations, marginalized communities, like undocumented immigrants, like defenseless people that are left defenseless or left to be defended by regular folk, and it's slanted. Mm-hmm. In that direction,
and it just seeps into people.
Yeah.
I remember when my grandma was having a little house party for me. I was an early candidate, so she just brought her friends. It was super cute, and all her little friends, they politically connected, as like old black ladies go. Mm-hmm. Love them, and we were talking about Bernie because I was like, I don't know, we're talking about they're like, oh, I don't believe, he's selling this, that, and the fourth. It wasn't all of them, but a couple of them. Yeah, he's selling this, that, and the fourth. This is my family, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm like, wait, do y'all know how left-wing I am? And then, so it came back to, Medicare for all, because remember, in the election, every time he went to a debate, it was always like, how are you going to pay for Medicare for all? How are you going to pay for Medicare for all? Every time. And what that does, it just, programs people to think about it. So now we ask it. So now I got my black elders, my aunties and uncles, asking me, how's he going to pay for Medicare for all? I was like, you already have Medicare.
Yeah, that's true.
You already have Medicare.
That's the craziest thing, because it's always people that already have Medicare that are like, wait a minute, this program might not work. It's like, well, you're a recipient of this program.
But funny enough, it was actually easy to cut through it.
Yeah.
So when we talked about it, I was like, tell me what you want in the world. That's how I started. Tell me what the world is that you believe you want to leave for your kids.
Yeah.
And you let them talk, and it's like, oh, well, I think that, yeah, of course I don't want my kids to have diabetes and not be able to afford insulin. Right? We talk about that. It's like, well, what's stopping us from having it? Where sometimes you just have to deconstruct the propaganda. You got to deconstruct the programming that we've been through. Again, we don't always take the time to do that. Sometimes with the left, we're not patient enough with people. Right? We, just like it's easier to tear something down than to build something, it's easier to create an opt-out than an opt-in.
Yeah.
The reality is that we need more people.
Yeah.
We need people to believe. We need people to drink the Kool-Aid, as it were, which means that we have to explain. Sometimes we think we don't got to do no explaining. I was like, I wanted them people to leave voting for Bernie Sanders, right? So I was like, I got to explain to them why they deserve Medicare for all, why they deserve a living wage, right?
Yes,
they deserve to be in their retirement, not living on a fixed income. Too many seniors are like, I live on a fixed income, and that's just the reality of things in America. So it's like, when I talk to people, it's like they have been trained to limit. The older you get, people say, oh, you get more conservative the older you get. That's not what's happening. You are having what you believe is the realm of possibility shrunk for you.
Yeah.
Life is shrinking your realm of possibility.
Yeah.
It's shrinking in and
your
shrinking.
Your
lived experience is shrinking your realm of possibility.
Over and over again.
Imagine your lived experience in the political system.
Yeah.
Right? Generations of politics. Like, I came rah, 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 and here we are. So now you start to accept that better ain't possible. So now you're listening for better ain't possible, and you think that anybody who tells you that is lying to you. So it's our job, and we should take it on enthusiastically to say that, like, actually here's why better is possible, because sometimes you just gotta remind people where they started.
Yeah.
I reminded those old folk who I love where they started. I'm like, shit, if anybody knows that better is possible, it is you, because remember where you were, right? Folks in my life born in the 40s.
There's just no way Bernie was able to communicate that, though.
He did not.
I don't think he was capable of
he did not.
communicating that.
But our next person like that does need to be capable of it.
Yeah, but that's also part of the reason why, representation also does matter quite a bit in this regard.
It's a language.
Having we are one of the most diverse countries on the planet. And a lot of people, I think, forget that oftentimes. And obviously with that comes friction, especially when we leave a lot of the dark chapters of our history unaddressed, and the wounds are still there, the economic inequalities are still there.
They exist.
And people don't even want to recognize it, and people want to even debate whether or not it exists, which is ridiculous. But outside of that, I think the positive aspect of that is that, like, by and large, Americans are also much more open-minded, especially if they do live in a diverse environment where they go, yeah, these are my neighbors. Like, it's not an accident that cities.
People.
It's not an accident that cities are densely populated areas are more blue.
Or less xenophobic.
Yeah, or less xenophobic, or more blue in general. That's just a byproduct of, like, being around people. Yeah. And it makes it much more difficult for you to believe what you see on TV about, like, certain racialized stereotypes or certain things about, like, other people, where you're like, no, I see these people every day. They're my neighbors. You humanize them.
Thinking about the left, I love the left. I'm very much a part of it. And I'm begging people, like, my blackness informs my politics.
Yeah.
Like, they are not separated. You know, my blackness informs my politics just as much as growing up working class poor. Working poor informs my politics. It's a part of me, but it's also a part of the language that I can speak. It's a part of, like, how I view the world. It is a perspective that is meaningful. I am begging people to not ask me to erase that, or to not expect me to erase that. Yeah. We are not gonna. We actually don't win that way.
Yeah.
We don't win by saying, please suppress a part of yourself to be a part of this larger group.
Yeah.
Actually, like, we should be able to come. It's the reason why I was able to go and talk to, I'm able to talk to the young cats on the block, because they know me, because, I've lived them. I speak their language. We don't all speak each other's languages. I don't speak everybody's language.
Yeah. Do you sometimes feel like you have to, obviously, no matter what happens, like, I guess, like, the term for it is code switching as well, but, like, you have to sometimes just, like, not raise the issue? Because this is something that I've been, like, I'm white, but I'm also Muslim. And I, post October 7, have basically had to walk this delicate tightrope of, like, do I talk about, how fucked up it is that someone's just, like, straight up calling me an Islamist fundamentalist terrorist or whatever, jihadist? Because if I do raise that issue, then that's all the conversation is going to be about. And then I do sometimes feel like I'm going to alienate folks that don't have that experience, or can't even, like, personalize that experience at all. White people, for the most part, white men for the most part, right? And that's primarily my audience. Yeah. So sometimes you just have to, like, eat it. Do you ever feel like that's a thing that you do in general?
I never want to lead people astray with this.
Yeah.
I have, I believe, lived a different existence than people. I had some little kids ask me, like, Summer, what's it like to be, like, the only black woman, in a space? They're, like, business or whatever. And I was like, your teacher's gonna be really mad, but I'm gonna tell you, my rule that I made with myself is that I'm gonna never leave a room and be the only person uncomfortable. I just won't. And that is my rule. So when it comes up to it, I will go in there and I'm the one who will drop the bomb. I'm the one, if someone is saying inappropriate things, or they're, like, leaving out, if they're leaving out or erasing, a critical part of the narrative, I'm gonna go ahead and put it back in there. The elephant is standing there. Like, I cannot not see the elephant. And I'm not gonna keep staring at this elephant and everybody else is acting like it's not there. I gotta bring it up. And I also recognize that, right, I answer to my constituents. So I do have a responsibility to make sure that I'm explaining it in a way that they can grasp and that they can understand, but I do it. I talked about race on the doors. Like, I exist in the Western Pennsylvania. Western Pennsylvania is not like, it ain't the People's Republic of Pittsburgh. People think it is because I represent it, but it ain't. It is a majority white district. It's also a majority suburban district. Like, the city of Pittsburgh, I have all the city of Pittsburgh. It is less than half of my district. I go into actual, like, exurban rural communities. So I represent,
like, communities that were literally designed around white flight.
Absolutely. And beyond. And even beyond. Like, I represent them once and then beyond. Like, I represent, areas that had not gone blue for quite a while. They're Trump areas. Like, I got to go through Trump flags to get to people in my districts. So I have an experience talking to people. So when I talk about race, I'm not talking about race coming from a majority minoritized district. I'm not. So it's a choice, and I do choose to do it. And I don't always, because you know what I say is, I think your gauge should be you, not them. How do you feel on today? Like, do you feel like you have the energy to humanize yourself on today?
That's exactly, that's what I try to explain to people. It's like, it's sometimes good to take on the emotional labor, but you're not gonna feel up to it every single time.
And I
Especially
try
if
not to
you-
do it in a way that alienates people too. Like I
Yeah.
can talk about race and also just not be excluding you. Like
Yeah.
I think everybody has a perspective. So
Yeah.
I can talk about race and I can also talk about the lived experiences of of poor white folk.
Yeah.
And I talk about it passionately because I also want poor white folk to have and to inherit a better world.
Yeah.
I want them to inherit a government that cares about them, that feeds them, that ensures they're fed at least, that ensures they're housed, that
Yeah.
ensures they're healthy. I want that for them passionately. So, and I want it for me, right? And I want it for me. And my only understanding, I talk about race because I'm like, the reason we don't have it is because enough people don't want it for me.
Yeah.
So I'm not your enemy. I'm not your problem.
One of the most relevant versions of what we're talking about, which was obviously like something that Lee Atwater famously spoke on, is the destruction of the welfare state as a mechanism to engage in anti-black politics. The notion that you move on from saying the N-word and then the aftermath of the civil rights struggle to basically talking about desegregation or busing, all the way to the welfare queens narratives, right?
Mm-hmm.
That was so successful in terms of getting working poor people in white communities to get on board
To abhor something.
Yeah, with the destruction of a welfare structure that it was actually beneficial for them as well. And then, of course,
The same with affirmative action.
signed by Bill Clinton, a Democrat as well. But yeah, exactly, affirmative action too. And now we're seeing that happening with the shutdown and the SNAP benefits that were taken away from 42 million Americans.
And
Have you seen the crazy stuff that's going on the internet, like with the AI videos?
oh my God,
It's insane.
aggressively avoid AI videos.
Okay, so
from Trump at
there's-
least.
so there are Fox News went and covered, as though this was a real video, a collection of AI videos that we
Yeah.
found with black women
Yes.
speaking to the camera, saying, "I have 7 children from 7 baby daddies."
Yes.
And the taxpayer needs to foot the bill. The notion of like irresponsible and entitled about
Yes.
And angry.
Mm-hmm.
And they like, I could not believe it that they were just like using AI videos. in
I
this
absolutely can believe
way.
it.
Well, I mean, I can believe it too, but like, I just it's still fucked
Do
up.
I
when you
believe that
see
they
it.
will use racial animus to
that's
their end?
true.
But also, when you said that 42 million people are cut from SNAP benefits, yeah, and also farmers.
Yeah.
Because
Yeah.
again, when we talk about the other
Even-
what SNAP actually does is
Even
a
National
subsidy. It is
Grocery.
a subsidy to groceries,
Yeah.
to small business, to farmers. It is helping two people. It is helping two groups at
Exactly.
once. Right, working class people, but the reason why your government is giving it out is because it's also helping industry.
Yeah,
It's helping the
and
economy.
also grocery.
It spurs
grocery
the
stores.
economy.
Grocery stores.
Yes.
Yeah, every dollar spent on SNAP.
So Trump is
gets-
willing to bite all of our noses off
Yeah.
to spite his face.
And I cannot believe it, because like the conversation obviously that's taking place right now is over, offering additional or continuing subsidies for ACA, so tens of millions of Americans can continue being on health care.
To go to the doctor.
Yeah, to be able to go to the doctor. And the Republican,
To not get a $1,000 MRI.
The Republican retort to that was, oh yeah, you guys want health care for people to continue even though it's already super costly and that needs to be fixed? Guess what? Now we're going to starve 42 million people, and it's
So
going
what
to
you want? You want health care or you want to eat?
Yeah, they're like, oh, and now we're going to cook the farmers, like you said, because it's a subsidy for them. And we're going to cook the grocery store chains as well, because it's a subsidy for them as well.
And you know why they get away with it? Because there is a shared responsibility model that we have in this country, right? When a shutdown happens, everybody's blamed. And
Yeah.
not like proportional blame. Republicans will always win in that environment. They will take.
But they're losing. They're losing right now.
When we're out of the authoritarian regime, that's the loss. That's the only loss that matters for me. But like right now, what they are betting on, I'm not saying that they won't lose this time. What they are betting on is that when this is all said and done, they're going to get to share responsibility with the Democrats. Because there's always going to be a CNN anchor who says, well, Democrats didn't sign the bill to pay for SNAP. They're always going to say that instead of like, you guys are political commentators. You know what was in the bill.
Yeah.
You know what the bill did.
Yeah.
It's easier to tell that. So it's like, so now there's a shared model of responsibility. So instead of every day, somebody's news anchor who is telling the truth, it is not partisan to go on TV and say that Donald Trump and Republicans want you to choose between health care and food.
Yeah.
It's not partisan to say that.
That's just the truth.
Just the truth.
That's just
what they
literally
want
the
right
truth.
now. Do you want to starve or do you want to go to the doctor? You want to starve or you want some Tylenol? Right? That's just the truth. And they have convinced themselves that bipartisan means that they have to they will dig if they can to find some blame to put on the other side. And in that model, Republicans get to win. I ain't saying that the win is necessarily like you win a majority. They get to survive another day.
Yeah.
Because they don't ever have to take responsibility.
Yeah.
We need to pin them on responsibility. When we get out of here, it needs to be clear that they were willing to starve millions of people.
I will push back here though a little
All
bit. Okay. I do think
I ain't
that
saying the Democrats won't do nothing.
I do think that it is we go back to the same like pre-existing hurdles. That always is going to exist. We can't change.
No, yes, we can.
No, I'm saying like, but in the current confines of like how this works, the media is always
The
going to
limit
do
does
that.
not exist. You never saw Mean Girls?
No, but no, I didn't. but what I'm trying to say is, it is upon the existing National Democratic Party to have competent voices.
Yes.
To go out and speak on it, and even do what you just did.
This is a yes
here.
man.
Yeah, of course. But what I mean is like what you just did, they should do on CNN. I think that also drives
And then
clicks.
the anchor is going to close, and then he's
Yeah.
going to go back and say, Democrats didn't vote to open the government.
That's
That's what they go through every time.
But Republicans do that. But Republicans do that.
I ain't talking about Republicans. I'm talking about the anchor, like
No,
the media.
I know, but the Republicans have done that so successfully that like I think there are lessons to learn from the way that they operate, especially not being afraid to be adversarial with mainstream media.
I agree with that.
And of course, it's much better if you have like a very big outlet that is uncompromisingly pro-Democratic Party, which the Democrats don't really have. I guess you have MSNBC, but it's nothing in
Not even
comparison to
a
Fox
little bit.
News. Yeah, it's nowhere near as successful as Fox News, and also MSNBC, entirely comprised of former Bush era mouthpieces. That's the other crazy situation here. But basically, like, you do need to go out and fight. You do need to go on TV and be like, no, fuck that. This is wrong. This is what the Republicans are doing. And I don't think there's enough of that happening with this current talent pool that we have. There are people like yourself. There are young and vibrant, dynamic candidates. There are young and there are candidates who come from working class background. There are politicians who want to fight and center the working class in their issues, in their messaging, and there are people who want to fight, but unfortunately, I think like
there are impediments,
large
internal ones.
Yeah, the large section of Democrats that are the most visible, like the leadership of the party, they're not doing it.
So we got to choose right now. So back to like, what will the Democratic Party be? Will it be? We have to choose. Even the Republicans relied on this at the end of the day. They became who they are because they were steered that way.
Yeah.
The Democratic Party will only survive and we will only be victorious if we exist in coalitions and new coalitions. The elected officials themselves is a small piece. And it has to actually, I'm not going to say it has to, like the importance of it or at least the emphasis on it has to be counterbalanced. We are actually strongest when our electeds are reflective of our actual leaders, our movement leaders, our labor leaders, our media, our people. Our job should be getting those folks and moving in a direction. But we will be successful when people are like, I actually feel a stake in this. The reason why the Democratic Party is dying, it's not a healthy party. The Democratic Party is not healthy.
Yeah, no.
And it is not healthy because we're not being honest. We are not being honest. People do not feel that this is the place to build.
Yeah.
They don't feel like this is the place that they want to make a home. And if we can't build a home here, the Republican Party ain't getting weaker. And I don't even care about the Republican Party. The right is not getting weaker. The fascist right, the white nationalist Christian folk are not getting.
They're so successful that they start infighting. Like ironically enough,
they're infighting and still have not destroyed each other yet.
Yeah, exactly. Because there's always the unifying principle of deregulation. Like a deregulatory agenda and a tax cuts for the wealthy agenda is always going to be their North Star. And I don't think the Democrats have that same North Star in the opposite direction.
And they're trying to not even create a North Star.
Yes, and that's what's so frustrating. And that's what we go back to, which is like, if you are not defined by your values, if you are not definable by like easily identifiable, tangible policy line items that people can always go back to, because this is the one thing that like Bernie did very well.
Mm-hmm.
You always know
That's why he blew up.
He is for healthcare for all. He's for free college. No matter what you throw his way, he's always going to stand on that.
Yeah.
Right? Sometimes maybe he engages in what my friends like to call vulgar Bernieism and go back and forth on, immigration, things like that. But like those are the definable traits of Bernie Sanders. Those are the definable policies of Bernie Sanders. And if the Democrats also had a similar system, I think that it would be much easier for them to get this message across.
Yes, it would be. When we get that, the day that we get that will be the day that the two-party duopoly no longer exists.
Yeah, no, for sure.
And that's just what it is.
Yeah.
It'll be that day.
I'm fine with letting the establishment Democrats be the right flank, like the marginal right flank in the one-party system that we have, Chinese government style.
That's why I say our victory comes from coalition.
Yeah. Yeah.
We need a coalition style. We need a coalition style situation here because again, we're not the same. I am not the same as the most right-wing, Democrats, in the sense that sometimes I'm not sure if our interests are going. I don't think we're going in the same direction.
No, it's not. No, that's you're absolutely right, and that is the major problem with the Democratic Party is that they want to present themselves aesthetically as though they're on our side. When they're campaigning, they want to act like they're on our side. They want to act like they're also invested in moving the country in a certain direction. But when it comes down to it, when it comes down to policy or when it comes down to like actual legislative agendas, they are not. They are, I would go so far as to say, antagonistic sometimes.
Yeah, there are some folks.
Like, there are definitely...
And the problem is that they get lifted up.
Yeah, but therein lies the problem because it is a liberal capitalist party.
We have convinced too many people that the tent is big enough for Joe Manchin, but it is not big enough for Zoran Mamdani.
Yes. The tent never expands on the left, and we have to always claw the party back and ironically enough, like create momentum at a time when the party's national recognition is at an all-time low. When people are just like, this sucks. You guys aren't doing anything.
Can I answer the question you didn't ask yet, just before we leave?
What?
Then why do we do it? Like, then why stay? Why stick around?
Yeah.
Why keep fighting for it?
Sure.
And I think that the reason is like...
I wasn't going to ask that.
I know you weren't. That's what I said.
Yeah.
Like, I asked the question that you were going to ask.
Because I know why you do. You have to. There's no other option.
It's true, but I want people to know that.
Okay,
because
go
I
ahead.
think that sometimes our people don't realize that. It's like, well, why do it? Why not just be independent? Like, I want the system to exist where we can have spaces that are ours. It don't exist right now.
Yeah.
I care enough about the values, the things that we're fighting for right now, that it is by any means necessary. People still have to be in the game. We still got to be in the game. And at the end of the day, what comes out of this, whether the party lives or doesn't, how it exists into the future is up to it, is up to us.
Yeah.
Whether it does or whether it does not, I still want people to be housed.
Yeah, also...
I still want us to stop dropping bombs on people.
And also, you're still going to be here. You know what I mean? Like, whether the Democrats exist or not, like, you still have the same issues. Someone has to address them.
But all of us do. So that's why I want us to, like, you can't opt out of the system, my friends.
Yeah.
And I know there's a lot of people who think that they're just, like, strategically and very wisely opting out. I'm like, baby, you are accounted for.
Yeah.
You are accounted for in this system, man. I got colleagues who talk about it. They count on you to think that you've opted out. They count on you to think that,
Exactly.
you are actually besting the system and not the system besting you. You're accounted for.
Yeah, always remember, if you can't maintain revolutionary optimism, you can also remind yourself of spite-based politics as well, because some of the worst forces of capital, some of the worst scumbags are relying on you not paying attention to what's going on and are excited at the prospect of being able to successfully disenfranchise you so that you just go, there's no hope. There's nothing I can do. And just think about those guys.
Do you have hope?
Of course. I mean, I always have hope because I don't know. I mean, I've been doing this for a long time and I've seen...
You're 34.
I've been a political commentator
No,
like a openly socialist political commentator.
We're the gerontocracy now. We've been doing this shit for a long time.
Yeah, I know I'm like relatively young in comparison to all these other people, but like, it's just I've seen so much failure, and I'm used to it, and my expectation is not that we're just gonna immediately change things, and I think that comes with time. You learn that like. No, you are actually marginally moving society in a better direction by just consistently pushing on these certain things. And I think some of the most like hopeful moments that I've had, or some of the most like galvanizing moments that I've had, is like I have been an anti-Zionist for like an openly anti-Zionist in my professional media career for 12 years, and for 12 years it was mostly looked at as like, what are you even talking about? Or looked at with disdain. There were so many things I was worried about actually saying, even though they were correct. Because I knew that the response from that would be, oh, you're going to get censored. You can't say that. That's unacceptable. And now, while the death toll is immeasurable, it's incalculable amounts of pain, but in spite of all of that, I've seen in my lifetime something I never thought would happen. And I think a lot of Palestinians I talk to have a similar attitude on this as well, where it's like they never thought that in such a comparatively short period of time, so many people became cognizant of this reality that like Israel was this unstoppable evil death force, basically. Like that was unheard of. So when I see that dramatic attitude shift in the broader consciousness of the West, from people who are basically conditioned not to care about this stuff at all, under every different circumstance, when I see that attitude shift, I can't help but hold out hope that we can actually make people aware of these issues, and we can actually mobilize people in this direction, and we can actually make some change.
I share the exact same anecdote.
Yeah.
From when I started, it was like our number one thing that we were like, will we be able to talk about this with the fullness that it deserves and actually not be just like immediately like ushered off the stage and silenced? And yeah, the answer became yes way quicker than I thought.
Yeah.
Way quicker than I thought.
Yeah, I think like I'm critical of NGOs sometimes in the role they play in advancing American interests, American imperial interests. But like, I still recognize that 2021 was, I think, a pivotal moment for pro-Palestinian advocacy, when Amnesty International, when the Human Rights Watch, and all these other organizations said, including B'Tselem, which is the Israeli human rights organization, said that Israel's an apartheid state. Israel was an apartheid state from the beginning, but they recognized it. And I think that expanded the permission boundary. Yeah. They expanded like what you could say. Because you could always fall back to, well, these guys are, these are important, verified institutions that people care about. They have influence, and they're saying it, so you can't come at me for saying this as well. And slowly but surely now... It
gives protection so that when someone goes out alone, they know that they're no longer going alone.
Yes. And then, obviously, in the last 2 years, the media environment is rapidly shifted as well. And a lot of the mainstream institutions that refused to accurately assess the situation or to speak on it, speak on the death and destruction with real terms, and consistently tried to contextualize this violence and why it had to happen and collateralize Palestinian lives, they were met with a lot of enmity.
People forced them to stop doing that.
Yeah, people were like, no, this is fucking bullshit.
People
like,
are not
lying.
unpowerful.
Yeah, exactly. So that's exactly what is exactly what gives me hope, is that we do have a lot of power. We do have the opportunity to be able to stop things before it gets worse. And the same goes for resisting against the Trump administration's encroachments on civil liberties. And they are responsive to that sort of thing. They are responsive to this sort of pushback. And I think that's the reason why we can't stop. And we have to maintain revolutionary optimism and stay the course.
A message.
Yeah. Summer Lee, thank you so much. You were incredible. This was great. Why don't you do more TV stuff? Yeah.
Nah, hey, I talk when I have something to say.
We got a lot of media people in this chat. I'm sure you'll be getting.
What's up?
I'm sure. What?
Chad was loving that.
Yeah, I'm sure there's gonna be hella people hitting you up after this. They're gonna be like, "Yo, come and."
I love talking. Like a lot of people, I don't want to talk when I don't have anything to say.
There is so
Not
much.
that I have lots of things to say.
First of all, you are a yapper.
Period.
Like me.
Period.
Okay? This is the first time I've had.
Definitely, like when I get my diagnoses,
You love yapping.
I'm gonna get my diagnosis.
And you got the gift of gab.
I do.
So you're.
That's why I'm a congressperson.
Yeah. No, but not many Congress people are like that.
No, but I mean, like,
Yeah.
everybody got the thing that got them here.
Yeah.
My power of talking got me here.
Yeah, you'd kill it on. Yeah, I mean, you are a weapon for the Democrats. I don't know if they realize it or not, but you are a weapon.
You should ask them.
Yeah.
No, I'm joking, but hey, it is what it is. But no, we're to fight. It is what it. Hey, whether somebody acknowledges our movement, whether they acknowledge what we are trying to build here,
Yeah.
we're going to build it anyways.
Yeah,
And that's what gives me hope.
absolutely.
It's ours to build.
It's also
what
a good
time
week.
to be alive.
It is also a good week to feel hope because I was like,
Yeah.
The Zoran stuff was huge. I'm not gonna lie. Like I never thought that it would happen.
We did it, Zoe. We're changing it.
Yeah.
It's not that we did it, Joe, anymore. We did it, Zoe.
We did it, Zoe.
We did it, Zoe.
It's right, because like I just, being surrounded by all these like canvas leads at the party, I was just like, man, this is it. This happened in spite of all of the endless amount of media coverage and how hyper scrutinized this campaign was, and you know this from your own personal experience, like. Any point of marginalization is just so cynically weaponized against you, no matter what.
Especially these days, it's getting worse.
Yeah, you just have to. Because people are.
But listen, as a black woman,
Yeah.
I have actually never seen the type of racism that I see when it is a Muslim candidate.
Yeah.
Is astounding.
It's insane.
And it's because there are permission like people have still, even though they are off the hinges right now, a lot of people were still socialized that like you can't just outwardly say that.
Yeah.
About black folks. They have never been socialized in the way to
Yeah.
not approach Muslims and Muslim candidates in the way that they are.
Yeah.
It's like Democrats, Republicans, Independents,
it's
people
also
were
because-
off the chains.
I think it's also because like white supremacy is such a fundamental part of American society. Because I think about this all the time. Like I always say, like there is a permission threshold of permissible bigotry.
Yeah.
Right. Misogyny. Like there's a misogyny, anti-blackness, anti-trans behavior, and it swings, right?
Mm-hmm.
But anti-blackness is such a foundational, such a foundational part of American culture that like it's become, it's been imprinted into our culture in a way where like you can get away with saying things that are basically the same as like saying the N-word, but without saying it ever. Because if you were to say that, everyone goes, "Oh, that's fucked up."
I was literally going to say that racists really think that the N-word just impacts us. It's like, I care less about you saying the N-word and more about you using the system to oppress me. That's actually what I'm trying to say.
That's something that I try
Neither
to...
here nor there. Don't say it to me.
Well, people also...
Don't say it to a black person either.
No,
but
white people think it's just a mean word. That's the problem.
That's-
They don't understand that like it's
yeah,
just...
our problem is actually the history behind it, right?
It's not like, oh, well, you can say cracker, but I can't say the N-word. It's like, well, there's just no...
You can also eat a cracker. Like, what are we talking about here?
There's no systematic oppression or continued oppression associated with like anti-whiteness on the virtue of whiteness. This is why it's not the same. But, it's very difficult to explain that to people.
But yeah.
All right, well, I don't want to take
Thanks
more
for
of your
coming.
time.
I hope that your
was
Capitol tour
amazing.
lived up. The Capitol.
Yes. No,
Come back.
this is dope. You guys have higher ceilings than I thought you would.
Cannon has higher ceilings than this.
Wait, really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Longworth is a cave. Don't go to Longworth.
Of course. Sitting or standing?
Let's do sitting and standing.
Okay, let's do both.
Let me move this over. Sure.
This is a comfy couch. It's more comfy than I thought it was going to be.
Lore, this is Nancy Pelosi's old couch.
No. No.
I didn't even mention it. This is Nancy Pelosi's old couch.
Okay.
You look dapper.
Oh, thank you. I dressed up for you. I dressed up for
Meanwhile, I
Congress.
wore jeans for you.
No, it's all good.
Also, I'm off the clock.
I never really wear suits or jackets or anything like that. So I was like, you know what? We're going to DC. We might as well this time
Do
around.
it.
Yeah. But yeah,
Do it
thank you
big.
so much for everything. Thank you so much for
guys.
opening.
It's been great. Yeah.
One more ask.
What's up?
Do you want to do it direct to camera?
Oh, these people want me to do it direct to camera.
We love a direct to camera.
We love
What do
direct to
you?
She
camera.
has more to say.
Well, do I?
Yeah. No, listen to them. They're
Yeah,
right.
yeah, no. They want me to do it about the shutdown.
About the shutdown. Yeah. If you want to just cameo, you're welcome.
You want to cameo?
Too. Yeah.
Hold on. I'm like, hey team, where you running from? Where you running from? Now y'all don't want to be in it.
Yeah, just like it's day 37 of the government shutdown. I'm here with Hasan showing around the Capitol.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I'm like,
I still have to turn over. Hey guys, it is day 37 of the shutdown. We are now in the longest shutdown ever, but spoiler alert, I'm actually here with Hasan Piker because I was giving him a tour of the Capitol.
Yeah.
But because it is in the shutdown, the Capitol was largely empty. There's not too much activity
Probably
going
better.
on.
Probably better that way. But they need to get back to work.
And that's what the hope is, right? We know that right now, right? Republicans are crushing people. They're crushing working class people, making folks choose between their paychecks, between eating, between SNAP benefits, between LIHEAP, right? Is cruel. And that is a false option. What we're arguing for is that, yeah, we absolutely can open this government right now. And we do not have to sacrifice people's health care or their food. So we want people to recognize that as we talk about this, we can have it all. And we have to reject any narrative that tells us that working people have to choose, that working people have to choose between one struggle or another. Our government is here to serve those needs. And this shutdown is fundamentally about that. So we just want you to stay tuned. We wanted to just come in with this update that we have broken a record, and it's not a good one.
Yeah.
That this
Get back
is now
here,
the
Mike
longest.
Johnson. People have to keep going to work even when they're not getting paid. How come you're not here?
And that's the message.
Okay. Where's the restroom? Right here?
Yep.
I'm gonna take my mic off real quick.
You should do that.
No,
Yeah.
I've done this at the DNC before, accidentally.
Somewhere somebody has, yeah, if you just go right into the other door, someone has mic'd up.
I got you.
Hours of mic'd up conversations with me before, and I'm afraid that they never really.
Oh, okay. Well, this is all live, so it's already released.
Spoiler alert! There's spoiler alert. No, I don't think anybody's ever been with a mic because you forget them. Like when you just have like the camera mics on.
Oh yeah, he's peed with the mic on, live in front of 30,000 people.
The beginning of the pandemic. This nice
Probably shouldn't have mentioned that.
Took a shower on Zoom in Pittsburgh Public Schools, y'all. She did have some shower.
How you feeling, Chad? You like that?
Everybody saw it, y'all. It's funny because she was completely naked. She took a shower. She took a shower. It was devastating and sad, guys. Devastating and sad. Terrible. That's great. But you know, she lives to die another day. She's still in the game. Good for her. I feel like I would have flipped one button.
Oh, I got to throw this mic on, Chad.
Change my name. Moved away. That's just me though. Where's 570? Where's 570 Eric go?
Not too bad. It's like, I don't know, like 8 pounds? 8 to 10 pounds?
Your backpack?
Yeah, with a stream backpack, yeah. I mean, after like the 4th hour, it's not too bad. Let's see. But yeah, it's always live. After this, he goes and does more news coverage for
Sounds fun.
4 more hours, 5 more hours.
I would not want to be on the camera all day. First of all,
Yeah,
I'm largely feral.
definitely.
As a congressperson goes, you know, it takes a lot for me to just not say the thing that's just sitting right there at the dome.
Yeah, definitely.
Not much you guys for doing it though.
Well, don't let me in there. It's him. I'm off after this.
What are you guys talking about?
You're crazy.
Oh yeah, I keep it going.
I told him about the piss mic.
Oh yeah, I pissed Mike myself at the DNC in front of like 80,000 people. It was crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, that was their reaction when I said it too. They didn't laugh.
Yeah.
Might be conspiracy. Who are you hitting next?
We're gonna go back. I'm gonna go back to home base and cover the news.
All right.
Usually we do that beforehand, but because of the time zone difference and your availabilities, we were like, we want to come in person, scope out the scene. Right. This is Nancy Pelosi's couch.
Yeah.
So
That's
like,
what they told me.
It's nice. It's comfy. More comfy than you would think.
She has a better office than this.
I would assume. well, actually, she still has an office. Yeah, I mean, I guess, yeah, technically. She's just retired. She's retiring.
I know.
Yeah. Very saddened by this information. But, you know, I think it's time for some young talent to come in. I don't think that's controversial to say.
Cool opportunities ahead.
Yeah.
All right, y'all. It has been real.
Oops.
We're going back to Pittsburgh.
Yes, we are.
All right. Thank you so much. This was amazing. This was amazing. Thank you guys. Thank you. Nice to meet you guys. Thank you for everything.
Hi, y'all. So nice to meet you. Thank you so much.
All right. Nice to meet you. All right.
Bye, y'all. Thank you so much.
Ooh. All right. You got the other one?
I got the other one, yeah.
What's up, man?
I'm Andrew. Do you guys want to get out?
What's up?
No.
Okay, so if you take
Nice to meet you.
down to the first floor,
Say hi.
Oh, hi.
go on the sides and
Oh, hell yeah.
once you exit, that'll take you to the side, and then you just walk up.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll figure it out.
Get you to Main Street.
Sounds good. Thank you so much.
Cool. All right. Well, thanks for saying what's up, man. Nice to meet you. Yeah. Yeah. Of course.
All right, thanks a lot, man.
All right. Nice to meet you, man. Which way we're going?
That way.
All right. Sure.
I think you have one more. I think you have one more.
Sorry, I'm her
Oh.
intern. I'm a fan, so I want to
Oh.
ask for a picture.
Yeah, of course. Let's do it.
Yeah. My sister's gonna freak out. She loves
Yeah.
you.
I'll
She's not
take.
even
Yeah.
into politics
I didn't know.
like
I
that.
didn't even know why. Yeah. I'll take photos with anybody, whoever wants it. Let's do it.
Can you check out my phone?
Wait, the home camera's dirty. I'm taking it out.
Okay, thank you. Can you say hi, Uspa, to your stream?
Hi, Asma.
Uspa.
Uspa. Hi, Uspa.
That's her name.
She's watching right now. Where are you guys from?
I'm from Maryland. We both go to UMD. So
No, but Uspa, what is it?
Oh, we're Kashmiri.
Oh, Kashmiri. Nice.
We're Kashmir.
Hell yeah.
Okay, can we take a picture?
All right. Yeah, of course.
Very cute.
Yeah.
I'm actually ADC's former chief.
Oh,
And so I've seen you talk to her all the time.
Yeah.
It's like, you know, it's been cool to see things you're doing now.
yeah. Hell yeah.
Do you mind?
No, of course not.
Thanks.
All right. Good? Do you want one? I can do one if you want. This guy.
So many pictures all day, man.
Come on. I
Go around
do.
tiptoes.
Like a tall dude.
I'll send it to Amber.
Appreciate you coming by.
I do this all day. What do you mean? It's all good.
Cool, man.
All right.
What? And you're West Coast?
Yeah.
Okay, well, if we're out there, we'll try to get you up again.
All right. Oh no, that'd be great. That'd be amazing.
Yeah.
All right. Have a good one, guys.
Bye, y'all.
That was fun.
That was sick.
Yeah. All right. We're gonna go back.
Chat really enjoyed that.
Oh yeah. They were locked in.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's amazing.
Yeah.
We go down here, right?
Yeah, to the first floor. Yeah, Summer's awesome.
Yeah.
Admittedly, I was not too familiar, but now I'm familiar.
Yeah. Capital Aura. I'm aura farming a little bit today with the fit.
Going down.
I think.
Some light. And then you just call it outside.
All right. We might be getting effed. Huh? Do you know which way to get out?
Yes, this way.
You don't know. You're
I
just-
do. And then you're gonna want to hook a right.
Hi.
We met last year at the DNC. I'm shy.
Hi.
I just wanted to say hi again and can I
Nice to
ask for
see you
another
again. Yeah, of course.
photo?
Let's do it.
Ready? Wait. Okay, do you want to do a heart again? Sorry.
Sure.
Yay! And my coworker Connor, he says hi.
Okay. Hi, Connor. You're on stream, so.
Oh, hi, Chad. Are you guys taking the public transportation? Are you?
No,
Ubering?
we're gonna Uber.
Oh, okay.
Well, we get a. Unfortunately, I have yet to taste the public transit here in DC, but while we're streaming, we can't. Sometimes we get like stream snipers and stuff. Yeah, sure. You want to take a photo?
Good to see you again.
All right.
A little selfie or something.
For sure.
Look how beautiful the fall foliage looks, Chad.
Thank you.
Nice to meet you, man.
Hey, good to meet you. Have a good day.
You too.
My LA brain cannot comprehend how pretty it is. I've been.
Dude, I didn't
swooning
know.
over.
I did not know the Capitol was dog friendly like that. It's
Yeah.
sick. That's pretty dope.
Yeah.
That's got to be some new age shit, right? What's up, man? Woke. I bet you Trump hates that.
That there's dogs.
Yeah. Well, he probably doesn't. He doesn't really go.
Look how pretty the leaves are. They don't got this shit in LA, man.
We don't. This is new for you.
This is so new for me.
You don't know what this is.
I've never been.
Fall in the East Coast is like
This is my first time.
pretty
seeing fall on
goated.
the
I
East
would say
Coast.
fall in New York City. Fall in the East Coast is pretty sick.
So pretty. Did
Probably
You get a car?
spring as well.
Did you get a car and do you know where it is?
I did, yeah. And it's over here.
Like, look at this. Look how red that is.
That's it's normal,
That's
man.
crazy.
It's pretty normal. Damn, look at that. Look at that dome.
It's cold.
Oh yeah, I'm not even feeling the breeze right now because I'm so
Layered up.
Yup. I think it's that. Yeah, that one up there. All right, I guess we're gonna cross.
Let's do it.
We got 9 seconds.
I'll take this.
No, let me, whatever.
It's a. Yeah, I should have let you go. No,
It's fine, it's fine, it's fine, it's fine. It's not a problem. Tarlan, where are you from?
I'm originally from Azerbaijan.
Oh, Azerbaijan, Azeri. I'm Turkish.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I lived over there for 10 years.
Yeah, you speak, I mean, do you speak Turkish?
Of course.
Türkçe konuşabiliyorsun yani. Anlıyorsun
Evet,
her
evet,
şeyi.
Evet.
Gerçi zaten Azerbaycan'da da.
Ben orada okudum.
Evet. Aa, nerede okudun?
Hacettepe.
Hacettepe. Yapma ya.
Evet.
Vay vay vay. Ben Ankara bebesiyim.
Aa, güzel. Ben seviyorum Ankara'yı ya. Ben 10 yıl yaşadım Türkiye'de.
Kaç senedir Amerika'dasın?
3.
Wow. Look at that. That's crazy. She was so dope.
Yeah, I loved her. She was great.
Yeah.
I'm gonna send you some
Why can't there be more?
summer
Why
leaves.
can't there be more Summer Lees in the Democratic Party? Why are we stuck?
With time, perhaps. If we're lucky.
I wish. Mr. Beast would launch his own theme park, Beastland, in Saudi Arabia.
Yeah, how do you feel about that?
Oh my god. Ugh. What do you say?
Yeah.
What can you say?
Are we surprised?
No, but it's the same as like with gambling, right? It's just you cannot overcome it. It's just too powerful. Money is too powerful of a
but to launch
factor.
poop in toilet.
What? But to launch poop? What?
That's the same thing as Mr. Beast launch theme park in.
Oh, yeah. True. You missed the Capitol train. There's a mini train in the Capitol that takes you to the Senate office buildings. That's cool. What is this? Check this out. Don't think this is important for us olds. RFK Jr. skedaddle. I don't see it. I don't understand what this video is, but I'll look at it later. We're gonna be back in home base in a second. Did you fart on the couch? No, I did not.
I'm gonna lie.
That's crazy. You think I would fart next to a congressperson? What are you, nuts?
Don't lie.
Looks like someone had a heart attack in the Oval Office this morning.
What the hell?
What? I can't. An old guy fainted during the speech.
Oh, that sucks. Hope he's okay.
I mean, Trump is electric, you know? He does have that kind of riz. Some pharma exec law. He's like, this is what happens when you take Tylenol, you see? One moment you're here, next moment you're gone. Don't take Tylenol, folks. Not just an old guy, Novo Nordisk CEO. Oh, Novo Nordisk. Oh, no.
Isn't that the guy who did that? Isn't that Ozempic?
Novo Nordisk? I don't know. Isn't it? I thought it was I thought it was a Vax developer. Maybe you're right.
That's the brand I see when I take my Ozempic.
You take Ozempic to get skinnier?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, it is. That's what they're saying. March is right. Well, you could say Ozempic is like a vaccine for being fat. So it's the fat vax.
Okay, I hide location.
Okay.
Go to the dark. Oh, shit. Oh my god.
Damn, and he just kept. That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, Chad didn't see that, but like some guy.
And he just
cut
kept
off
riding.
Uber driver. Wow.
Oh, hopefully it wasn't anything crazy. That's wild.
Is Chat still with us?
Dude went from we're on the right lane. Dude was on the left lane. And then hooked a fucking right turn while we were going straight.
Yeah, and then just completely cut off our driver.
Cut off, like bumped into the car, and then just drove off.
That was crazy. What the hell?
Freaky things are happening.
That's just DMV driving.
Oh my God, this photo is insane.
Oh, I saw.
Show this. That is insane. That is so Trump. That is that is one photo that defines this administration so perfectly. All right, hide it, hide it, hide it. Hide it. All right, thank you, sir. I hope the damage isn't significant. Let's boogie.
I feel bad about his car.
Yeah. Hello.
That is the second Uber car accident I've been in 2 days.
I know. That's crazy.
What the fuck is going on?
Dude, this is there's like hella conferences happening in every hotel in DC all the time.
Yeah.
And it's mad annoying because like this morning I'm leaving for this meeting, right? And my Uber is here and he's trying to pick me up.
And it's backed up?
No, and I guess like some high-ranking government official was coming in with like 8 different cop cars, like security details, and I had to run after the Uber because they were just like pushing him out.
Probably a figure it out.
I felt so risless and so auraless because it was like, what do you call it? It was like they straight up were like, you need to get out of here right now. We have a high-profile client coming in. I was like, okay, but I'm a high-profile client. No, I'm just kidding.
So you think?
Yeah.
You got no motion, twin.
I don't. I'm utterly devoid of motion. I am motionless.
How do we do this?
You just hold on. I'm gonna switch it over real quick.
Yeah. Then I'll set up the camera.
Wait, what the frick? Oh, I don't have internet.
Oh.
What the hell? Did you test the internet at all?
I did, yeah.
Was it good?
Yeah. I don't know if upload. But I guess it timed out or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that's weird that happened. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. One moment. Chat. Wait, what the fuck? Oh, what the hell? You say you tested it, no?
Yeah.
Shit, it don't look like 20 upload to me right now. It's not even down. Oh my God, the download is abysmal. No, I'm not. No, I swapped it to this. It's saying next slide. Maybe it'll get better. Hold on. You want to? Oh. Fuck. Is there a way to get better internet? Could be saturation since there's an event happening. No, hold on. No, you put the camera on. Just plug the camera in. It's fine. How do I call the main desk? Is it line 1? Why does It's great. Everything else is choppy. Yeah, hold on. It's already lowered to 4K automatically on this. Oh no, it's 5K. Hold on. Okay. No, it's 2000. We can turn the bag into a hotspot. Capital of fucking United States of America. Chat. Hold on. Audio is great. Visuals are bad. Yeah, 1 second. Yeah, just. And then go into router. Wait, hold on. What? Yeah. Here. Well, I'm gonna have to turn off the internet for a second. Well, I'm gonna have to disconnect for a second, and then the.
Go to
Yeah, I'm gonna do that. Chatter. I'm gonna hit the BRB screen for a second. Okay. We're good. We're good. We're back. I'm sad you didn't do the dance crab raid with Summer Lee because Shani died. Chatter, are you fucking insane? Do you want me to... My job is not to compromise politicians, okay? That's crazy. This mirror is like sussy. I'm gonna do like this. That fucking mirror shows everything. GTA 6 delayed another year. Server connection time not reconnecting. What the fuck's going on? No, the bag's working. Okay. What is it showing? Camera moving again? Yeah, March is moving it. You did bring up January 6th a lot, though. Yeah, I did. Ugh, bro, even the fucking download upload with the bag is ass. Like, it just keeps disconnecting from chat. At least the upload is good, though. The Macy's, do you have a playlist for me? What the fuck is happening with this fucking chat? I can't even see the chat. It's just not loading chat. Two-way mirror, touch it with your finger. Okay. All right, we're back. I got the internet back. Okay. I got the chat back. Okay, we got a lot to talk about. Oh, camera gone. Okay, we got a lot to talk about, folks. A lot's going on. And we're going to talk about it. It's the nation's capital. Why would you expect good internet there? I don't know. Because they have to do internet related things in the nation's capital. It's not that crazy. If you read this, say shit from a butt. You got to see Peter Rosenberg ripping Evangelos, calling him a bitch. You never blasted off, by the way? I know. I'll blast off right now. I'll blast off right now, right at this moment. Okay. Live from DC. We are libbed up. Live from DC. We're back. We're back. I was muted. Government shutdown. Blue wave. Nancy Pelosi retires. And what the fuck is happening? This shit is chopped as fuck. Langley sends his regards. Yeah. It's not. No. It literally keeps, the internet keeps like rate limiting me. I think it's not the Twitch side chatters. I'm getting rate limited. No. It kicked me off for some reason. It's not showing up. I can't believe you're related to this guy. Who is this guy?
This word could be confused with a similar word. The word is domiciled. It's an adjective, meaning having an established place of residence. Could be confused with a similar word, place of residence. Domiciled.
Domiciled. D-O-M-O-C-I-L-E.
He's brilliant. Early on. That's nephew. I mean, he was wrong, but he was wrong, but you know what counts? It's the attempt. Legendary clip.
This is where the thing happened.
Oh yeah, where they. Philip knows. He's our capital expert.
Yeah, that's what we saw.
So if you're thinking about how close they got, like for real, literally on the other side of this.
On the other side of that, there was a Secret Service. Bro should stick to streaming and leave spelling to us real spellers is crazy. Next slide, please. Wait, is it still stuttering? One guy. When am I not getting one, dude? All right, let's blast off. Live from DC, government shutdown heats up. Blue wave alive, Nancy Pelosi retires and more. For now, we're stable. We're as stable Ronaldo, dude. Okay. Yeah. Some little blips resulting in missed words, but nothing. Don't worry about it. It's fine for now. Have you checked for cameras in the grates of your doors yet? No. I'm gonna give him a show tonight. I don't even give a fuck. Whatever, dude. Let him fucking spy on me, I guess. Loved your interview with Sunny Lee. Sunny Lee? That's crazy. Isn't that like a Olympic athlete or some shit? You mean Summer Lee? Gaming in DC? No. I don't even know how I'm going to be able to stream from this goddamn hodl with the goddamn internet getting shut down. Yeah, I know Zoran's doing what I wanted Obama to do. I know. I saw. We're going to talk about that. All right, let me blast off. Bro, let me bring you some Zaza. You're in my city? No, I'm good, Chatter. Thank you. Do you miss New York City yet? Yes. GTA 6 got delayed? I don't care. It's expected. All right, do we have a blast off meme chatters or no? You need to take bitrate lessons from Jason? I mean, I need to just have any bitrate right now. That's what we're looking for. It's because Rockstar fired union workers? Wait, what? All right, guys, give me a fucking meme, please. Okay, this one's good. Okay, this is good. We got a meme. We got a meme. I'll just use this one. Hold on. Oh my God, I'm not doing all right now. I think all the running around is catching up with me. All the traveling. It's kind of cooking my ass a little bit. Here it is. Log out of hotel Wi-Fi. Device forget. No, I'm using hotel Wi-Fi right now. It's working now. The hotel Wi-Fi. There it is. You didn't even go to China yet? Yeah, I know. But China's different. China will revitalize me. China is life. Is China right after this DC trip? Video of the guy who fainted in the Oval. All right, we'll do that. 3 hours in to the broadcast because I did not blast off. Okay. What is E? Did I accidentally? Is it actually effing? What the fuck's going on? It's not showing up on my end. Is it actually stuttering? Will said your passports aren't clear yet? No, mine is clear. Mine got cleared. I have it back. You cut out as you were starting to say yeah, so everyone just said E. Okay. All right, dude. We're starting off with the DC sandwich thrower found not guilty.
Not guilty verdict in the case of the so-called D.C. sandwich guy. Sean Dunn had been accused of throwing a sandwich at a Border Patrol agent during the federal law enforcement surge here in Washington.
My goat.
Over the summer. The moment went viral, as you remember, but the officer wasn't hurt, and jurors now say the federal charges didn't even meet the moment.
Oh, wow. You mean to tell me that they tried to make like a political statement off of one of the dumbest things? Like one of the silliest moments of all time? No, he said visas aren't cleared. Mine is. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Anyway, this is this was so stupid. I can't believe that this was even a thing.
Dunn had this to say after the verdict.
Opened their hearts and homes to me. I am eternally grateful. And I am so happy that justice prevails in spite of everything happening. And that night, I believe that I was protecting the rights of immigrants.
Joining me now, Washington managing editor Catherine Falters, also our legal contributor, Shauna Lloyd. So, Catherine, what more do we know?
Well, we knew that Sean Dunn obviously was in court. The jury was deliberating through yesterday and into
assault with a deadly weapon. That's right. The audacity, bro. The dude was like geared up the wazoo, and he gets hit with a fucking deli meat filled sandwich. And then the administration tried to be like, this is the worst crime that's ever taken place in the history of crimes. It's like, I got no fucking respect for a lot of people already because I feel like they're not worthy of respect. But I lost what remains of the respect that I had, albeit marginal for many, who looked at that situation and were like, this is a crime. It's assault. Fuck around and find out. It's like, bro, you are a deeply unserious motherfucker. Okay? You are a deeply unserious motherfucker. If you looked at that situation and were like, oh, well, someone has to deal with these serious criminals. It's like, what the fuck are we doing, man? What are we doing? What are we doing? Actually, what are we doing? Are we being for real? Not everything deserves. I don't know. I just could have been fentanyl in that sandwich. It's like, it's crazy. Just watch the video. I have.
Day, and they found him not guilty. Now, not guilty of course, causing any bodily harm to the officer, that agent who he threw the sandwich at. Now, we heard testimony from that agent, from that officer, just yesterday or the day before, where he took the stand describing the incident of the sandwich hitting him. He said the sandwich hit him and exploded on him, and that he felt the impact of the sandwich, but that it didn't hurt him. Now, we do know that throughout the course of jury.
Are you serious? Like, you went to a court and you straight up were like, a sandwich exploded on my chest and I felt the explosive impact of a delicious deli sandwich. This is one of those moments where, like, we shouldn't waste anybody's time, you know? You are just better off not saying that and maintaining what remains of your dignity. But I guess if you're a fucking ICE agent, it doesn't matter. You ain't got none of that. Wait, hold on. Kinetically charged projectile. The kinetically charged projectile that is a sandwich that is also known as a sandwich was able to enter my vicinity.
Deliberations, they did ask for the definition of bodily harm. What does that exactly mean? That's what the jury was considering here. Did that sandwich that hit the officer physically hurt the officer. We heard the officer's testimony. He said it didn't hurt him, so that obviously factored in to their decision here today. You saw him speak there afterwards, obviously in court. He said he's relieved and looked forward to moving on with his life.
I'm not going to lie. It's very hard to do this entire segment with a straight face. Shauna, what do you make of the jury's decision here?
The jury's decision is legally sound because the charge we're talking about requires the officer.
You got the local news. You got the local news laughing at you. Okay? Normally, local news would never dare talk about assault with a deadly weapon against a fucking member of law enforcement. And you even got the local news laughing at your dumbass.
To believe that they were in imminent harm or that the ability to harm him was there. And when we talk about this injury, you know, when we look at a sandwich, he was able to see the sandwich, they're in close proximity, it's wrapped. Hitting at someone with a sandwich isn't causing an injury, nor could you believe that you were going to be injured. So the verdict is very consistent. And this is why we have a grand jury process, right? The grand jury even rejected charges associated with this because I think it just does not meet the criminal standard.
Okay, it turns out you can't indict a ham sandwich. I thought you could indict a ham sandwich, right? It turns out you literally can't. This is the moment.
I do agree with you on that. Shauna, Catherine, thank you both.
We have some breaking news now. Former House Speaker Nancy Pelosi says she will not seek re-election. In a video posted on social media, Pelosi's thanking the people of San Francisco and urging them to keep fighting to make the country a better place.
I will not be seeking re-election to Congress.
No!
With a grateful heart, I look forward to my final year of service
Nancy, no!
as your proud representative. As we go forward, my message to the city...
My Pelosi is quaking. This morning I woke up and my Pelosi was quaking, and I knew there was a disturbance in the forest.
I love is this. San Francisco, know your power. We have made history, we have made progress. We have always led the way. And now we must continue to do so by remaining full participants in our democracy and fighting for the American ideals we hold dear.
ABC's Jay O'Brien's on Capitol Hill.
Bro, she's so old. She got black and white footage at the beginning of her career. Like, what the fuck?
With more. Jay, why make this announcement now?
Yeah, Diane, Nancy Pelosi saying she won't run for re-election because of, in part, or at least it made today, because it comes after Election Day. Nancy Pelosi was integral in Prop 50 in California. That was that redistricting effort in that state that was successful, redrawing the state's congressional maps to try to get 5 additional Democratic seats. And Nancy Pelosi's office signaled that she would release a decision about what would be next for her after Election Day. And now that this video comes out, it is the turning of a very significant page here on Capitol Hill. Someone who had an iron grip on the Democratic caucus when she was Speaker of the House. Someone who's been in caucus rather...
How is she going to keep doing insider trading if she's no longer inside? If Paul Pelosi's portfolio dips the moment that she's out of Congress, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind, bro. Straight up. Just openly being like, yeah, we were doing it the whole time.
In Congress since the late 1980s. She was the first female Speaker of the House, known for, as she said in that video there, reminding Democrats time and time again, women in Congress, to know their strength. They can get things done. Nancy Pelosi is seen as someone who was able to bend the Democrats to her will and get things done.
It happens. It happens. It F's a little bit, and then we're back. It F'd a little bit, but we're back.
Done up here on Capitol Hill.
Dude, I am so hungry. I've been up since like, I guess technically, oh, that's the reason why I'm so tired. I've been up since 5 a.m. And it's been fucking 12 hours and 45 minutes since I've had any food.
We don't know what will happen now with this seat. We don't know who is next in line for it. There's speculation up here on the Hill, but we're already starting to see some reaction trickling in from Democrats because there were some who expected this announcement, remarking so consistently, Diane, on Nancy Pelosi's strength.
Jay, Pelosi stepped down as minority leader 3 years ago, saying it was time for a new generation to lead. What does her retirement now mean for the Democratic Party?
Well, it is a new chapter in the Democratic Party, and it's just another signifier of that. When she turned over the reins to Hakeem Jeffries, now the top Democrat in the House, that was one of the first steps in the direction of a new era of Democratic leadership and a leaving of the decades, really, of Pelosi era of Democratic leadership, where you had an iron grip on the caucus, where Democrats were known for their unity, and their unity was their strength, et cetera, et cetera. Now it's a much different Democratic caucus with Hakeem Jeffries at the reins. But Nancy Pelosi, someone who was so frequently known for being a standard bearer for the Democratic caucus in the House, in her dealings with President Trump in the first term. Remember some of their fiery interactions in the Oval Office. Remember that moment where she ripped up President Trump's State of the Union in the first term. She was someone who could galvanize Democrats with her ability to stand firm in opposition to President Trump. But again, she was someone who was able to galvanize Democrats with her strength as well. We were just talking up here on the Hill about a quintessential Nancy Pelosi story that's probably less than a year.
She literally left us with Hakeem Jeffries, by the way. It's so cooked. Thank you, Nancy. All the glaze in the fucking world. And she just cooked our asses.
Year old, where she was on a diplomatic trip overseas and she fell and shattered her hip. And still, while wearing stiletto heels, as she so typically wore and still wears, she stood up, she gripped the arm of a fellow lawmaker, she steadied herself, she posed for a group photo, and then she went to the hospital for them to treat her for a broken hip. It is that strength that...
Oh, sick. Sick. Wow, what a story of perseverance, dude. Overcoming great odds. Yeah, man, my grandma did that too. I don't think she should be one of the most powerful women in the country, you know? A position that requires dynamism. And even my grandma, especially in that moment of being reminded of her own mortality, would probably not call in to ensure that an 80-year-old cancer patient, Jerry Connolly, becomes the fucking oversight committee head, only to die shortly thereafter. Because that's what she did. She literally made phone calls from the hospital bed being like, hey, do not mistake this reminder of my personal mortality with any sort of interest in breaking the current gerontocratic seniority process that we have. I am more I am more confident than ever before that we must have even older people in key positions of power in the Democratic Party. That's what she said.
Democrats so often rallied around, and now this is a new era.
Are you that supports Hitler? No. We can't take you anywhere. What happened?
You can still get paddled in the United States.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like
They just have
I feel like maybe like 15 states or something.
They just have that as a carve out. They're like, we can't let go of this. This is so good. It's such a good educational.
People don't even know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. Sometimes kids have bad vibes. You know what I mean? So, I'm kidding.
Not the kids are low vibrational.
I'm kidding. It's fine. Every now and then it drops. Nancy Pelosi was much more competent as a whip than, you know, Hakeem Jeffries is. Low bar, I know. Also, what is this? Chat, what the fuck is this? It's like a fruit, I think, but I don't know what kind of food this is. The Congressional Budget Office hacked, according to Washington Post. A lychee? Anyway.
The Democratic Party, and it's the closing of this chapter with her deciding that she will not run for re-election come November 2026.
All right, Jay O'Brien, thank you.
Because we're going to have the lowest prices anywhere in the world.
Oh, of course, Donald Trump has some choice words for Nancy Pelosi.
And your drug prices will go down 600, 700, 800%. And I'll be given no credit for it because I never get credit for anything. But nobody else could have done this. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your name.
Nancy Pelosi. I think she's an evil woman. I'm glad she's retiring. I think she did the country a great service by retiring. I think she was a tremendous liability for the country. I think she was an evil woman who did a poor job, who cost the country a lot in damages and in reputation. I thought she was terrible. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
He's gonna miss her? Nah, he hates her.
We estimate by tens of billions of
Yeah, speaking of Nancy Pelosi, earlier in her career, Nancy Pelosi actually advocated for single-payer health care. That was until she realized how much money she could make being corrupt and serving corporate interests. She will retire as just another corrupt politician who used the government to enrich herself. Or more accurately, until she realized it meant kicking union members out of their better healthcare plans and shutting down the Veterans Administration and appending Medicare. I love this fucking argument so much. Oh, well, how will unions have an upper hand? Like, how will we get people to join unions if everybody has health care? I don't know. Maybe they get to advocate for different benefits instead. There's still plenty of benefits that they could demand. Now the health care is taken care of. It's like saying we shouldn't have OSHA regulations because that way unions can collectively bargain for additional safety measures. We shouldn't have the fucking 5-day work week. That way unions can continue maintaining the 5-day work week and then non-unionized employees can work for 7 days a week. Okay.
dollars a year, and most importantly, higher productivity. Today is about freeing Americans from the weight literally and figuratively, that holds us back. It's about unlocking the potential of every citizen to live fully, to contribute fully, and to find joy in their health. We cannot reach our full potential as a nation if we do not reach our full potential as individuals. And we cannot reach our full potential as individuals if we are not healthy. Thanks to Nova and Lily for showing up so constructively over the last several months to make this possible. In particular, thanks to you, Mr. President, for again demonstrating that you fight for every American, this time for potential. It's now my sincere pleasure to first introduce Dave Ricks from Lilly and then Mike Dustar from Nova.
Great. Thank you, Chris. It's truly an honor to be here today for this historic step forward to expand access to a class of medications that can fundamentally change the arc of chronic disease in our country. Of course, these are the incretin or GLP-1 agonists that we've been speaking about. For nearly 150 years, has been investing in America. We've been advancing science.
I paused. Don't worry. I paused. I'm waiting. The F is over. We're back. We're back. Tom Cott's chewing on the internet cables right now. I know. We're back.
Science and creating high-value jobs. But today, we... Oh, you okay? Gordon, you okay? Yeah.
They put, dude. This is what happens when he stands near JD Vance, brother. That's what happened. Wait, replay it. I missed it.
For nearly 150
This
years,
guy, look.
My company, Eli Lilly, has been investing in America. We've been advancing science and creating high-value jobs. But today, we... Oh, you okay? Gordon, you okay? Yeah.
RFK dipped? Wait, what? Where is RFK?
That we've been speaking about.
Why are you guys saying RFK dipped? RFK's right here.
That can fundamentally America. We've been advancing... Oh, you okay? Gordon, you okay?
Oz rushes towards him. Where does RFK go? Do you guys have a better angle? I need to see his motion. Why did he run away? Is he the one responsible? What the fuck?
Creating high-value jobs. But today, we... Oh, you okay? Gordon, you okay?
What the fuck? Dude, it's an admin full of sickos, dude. That's so funny. It's definitely the opposite. It's definitely the opposite response that you would expect of someone. Like, it's just like a not human thing to do. Why did he just go the... Bro, he walked away like he did it. He walked away like he was responsible, bro. Look at this.
You okay? Gordon, you okay? Yeah.
I mean, it's funny, but he probably was looking for help. I'm assuming he was looking for help. He probably ran over to get help, but to make sure that the help didn't bring Tylenol. You know what I mean? Because, like, if someone else went to get help, they might have accidentally brought Tylenol. Newsmax's immediate response to the medical emergency at the Oval Office, President Trump, we want to be clear, is okay.
So you're looking live right now. President Trump, we want to be clear, is okay. We know that Dr. Oz, there was some sort of medical emergency. The president in the Oval Office announcing this historic agreement draft.
None of the important people in the room are in any danger. Don't worry. This is the best. This actually is the best photo. This is the photo I was talking about. This is a defining photo of this administration. I love that. Just a dude dying. Literally within reaching distance. And the president's like, what are you gonna do?
Mr. President, given these modifications that are being made to air travel, the other disruptions with the government shutdown, do you think it's time for Republicans in Congress to change their negotiating position at all?
In what way?
To start making concessions to Democrats?
Well, I think it's time for them to end the filibuster and just put everybody back to work. Vote in voter ID, vote in no mail-in voting except for military, faraway military, and people that are very sick. I'd like to see one-day voting. I'd like to see not 65 days of voting from all over the place. No, I'd like to clean up the elections. The border, we've done a great job. We have a great, strong border now. But I'd like to see new rules on immigration that can be fair and good, you know, but rules that you'll never get, rules that they're never going to get. There's so many things we could put in, including tax cuts that we could get, and we could do it all ourselves. Yeah, but to do that, you have to end the filibuster. The filibuster.
I'm gonna be honest with you. Fuck it, why not? Controversial opinion. I've given up on the Democrats doing this ever. So I'm glad that the Republicans are doing it. Let them do it. Guess what? Guess what? Right now, you're going to say, oh, but the filibuster could be used as a tool to stop their legislative agenda. Brother, they are not even using the congressional powers at all. Fox News, Zoran puppet turns on him. What do you mean? He's currently doing whatever he wants to without even using Congress. The only time the Democrats used the filibuster was for Cory Booker to pee in a diaper. Right now, whatever Trump wants in terms of his legislative agenda, whatever Trump wants in terms of his legislative agenda, he already pushes through the executive office. So at the very least, if the filibuster is gone, then that changes the dynamic of Congress altogether. That's it. the Senate would just be a smaller house. The filibuster currently is a conservative tool that Republicans use to undermine the agenda of the Democrats, because the Democrats need to build. The Democrats need to pass legislation. They need to fund things. And the Republicans will use the filibuster as a tool, which, by the way, they don't even fucking use. They don't even actually use the filibuster in the way that they're supposed to. You only saying this because it won't affect you? Sick of you? Wait, what? Wait, what does that mean? Chatter, what do you think the filibuster is, ma'am? Bro, that's so funny. He just said, oh, yeah. Yeah, you would. You would want the filibuster to be abolished. You fucking asshole. Like, only because it doesn't affect you. The way the filibuster is supposed to work is that it's a process method to basically stop a bill from being passed with a simple majority in the Senate. Because the only way to override the filibuster is a vote that requires more than just a simple majority. Okay? And normally, the only way that you're supposed to do it historically is by standing on the floor of the Senate and delivering a speech. Okay? Uninterrupted. Stop eating, bro. Stop eating, holy stow. No, I will not stop eating. I'm going to continue eating, chatter. I'm hungry. My food's not even here yet. I'm just snacking right now. I'm doing the snack segment. But after the snack segment is over, you will see me eating like actual food as well. But in any case, Uncle Sam's talking about nuking the filibuster. I would need this guy to explain. I need this guy to explain what he means when he said, you only saying this because it won't affect you. Sick of you. Like, he needs to explain to me why. He's Mr. Advocate for the filibuster.
Okay, but let's just be clear here.
Oh.
So first off, there's a couple things. Trump just admitted that it's Republicans who are standing in the way of any type of legislation going forward, right? They have the ability to get rid of the filibuster. They can do this. And then he says, we're going to pass our agenda. What is our agenda? Nothing, except for trying to ensure that we can win the midterms.
Exactly.
I mean, literally nothing. This is also why it would be good for the Republicans to get rid of the filibuster, because Democrats will never do it on their own. They're too cowardly.
Yep.
They're too cowardly. They're too cowardly. And Republicans are afraid of getting rid of the filibuster, too, because once you get rid of the filibuster, you actually, as a political party, have to own your decisions. You have to own them.
And the Republicans don't want to get rid of the filibuster because it benefits them disproportionately. Yeah. We've said this before. You know, under Biden, there were at one point 50 Democratic senators and 50 Republican senators. And the 50 Democratic senators represented 40 million more people than the 50 Republican senators, because Montana has the same number of senators as California does. So it is undemocratic in the construction of the institution. And then you put on another layer of undemocracy of the filibuster needing a 60 vote threshold for most legislation. Yeah.
The first thing you're talking about, that Montana and California have the exact same amount of representation in the Senate, is constitutional. The filibuster is just habit.
Yeah.
That's basically.
It's true. It's not a constitutional. There's no constitutional provision or anything, no constitutional amendment. It's just like something that the Senate decided to do and has continued to do. Okay. Oh, so just following Unk's talking points? What do you mean? Unk and I agree on this issue. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, God, hold on. Oh, do I call the front desk?
Right.
It's
And they're
just
looking at a guy with historic unpopularity right now, telling them to give up their major strategic advantage in the Senate because he wants to ram his bill through and doesn't want to have to negotiate with Democrats to save their own ass, by the way. He's worried about the midterms because...
That's it.
That's it.
He doesn't care about anything else.
But rigging it, though, or intimidating his way because he doesn't want to cave. But the problem for him is that if these ACA subsidies, they let them expire... every Republican is going to be up for re-election in the fall in 2026 in the House. They could get wiped out over that. So, I mean, he's putting them in a horrible position, which is actually good. Yeah.
And I think that, you won't see Democrats saying, well, he just admitted that the Republicans, if they don't pass any legislation, it's a function of the Republicans. They have the ability to get rid of the filibuster. And let's be clear, they've done it 3 times already this year.
Yeah. Is there anything stopping them from eliminating the filibuster only to reinstitute it after? Yeah, it's when the Democrats come back into power and they do it on their own because they love hurting their own agenda. What is the purpose of the filibuster? It's just a process method to stop bills from being passed. Technically, the way the filibusters used to work is in the Senate, you can just stop a bill from being passed by taking up space, going to the floor of the Senate and speaking, okay, uninterrupted. And for as long as you could go uninterrupted, you could stop the passage of this bill, okay, by yapping. And the only way to overcome this filibuster was with not a simple majority vote, but instead a supermajority vote. Okay? And historically, people have done funny things, silly things, whatever, right? However, because our gerontocracy has gotten even older than ever before, somewhere along the way, we realized nobody even wants to stand up. So the mere threat of a filibuster was all that was necessary, which is why most of these bills that could be passed with a simple majority do not get passed with a simple majority because everyone threatens that they will filibuster. Now you can just threaten to filibuster it, and like people basically operate as though you need a supermajority to pass bills in Congress. Because you need a supermajority to stop a filibuster in Congress. That's it. Okay?
They did it to roll back cafe standards, I think it was, in California. There was 2 other times that they literally nuked the filibuster. And they could do it here. And if they do, though, that means Democrats have a license now to do it.
Yeah.
And Chuck Schumer's very afraid of that. There are Democrats who are afraid of that because you don't want like you need a built-in excuse. That's why Cuomo created the IDC, is because he needed a cover as to why he wasn't signing off on progressive legislation because it would interfere with the donors. Let's get rid of the filibuster. I am with Donald Trump on this. That's the thing. I don't have Trump derangement syndrome. I agree with Donald Trump. Let's get rid of the filibuster and allow the Republicans to do what they're...
Yes. And a part of the reason why Sam is saying this, and I agree with him on this, is because Republicans already get their fucking agenda across anyway. Like, They're currently passing everything through the executive mandate. Like, it's insane because Republicans don't necessarily need the great deliberative body to, especially when they're in power, they don't need the great deliberative body of the Senate to enact out their agenda. Their agenda is deregulation. Their agenda is tax cuts. They already passed the tax cuts. They did that with simple majority through the funding mechanism, so it doesn't matter, right? So for that reason, they low-key are doing whatever the fuck they want to do without the filibuster. So the filibuster in and of itself is only going to be a hurdle for the Democrats down the line if they ever get back into power. Unless, of course, these very same Democrats are trying not to enact a legislative agenda, and they can use the filibuster to claim that they have another hurdle. Okay? Can't rewind. You can't rewind if you're not subscribed. If you're subscribed to the Piker Broadcasting Service, you can rewind. But if you don't subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, you can't. You all right, boss? Why are people saying, am I all right? Yes, I'm all right. What the fuck?
Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, I agree with Uncle Sam on that.
And they'll do it too. They'll immediately do it. You know, what they're gonna do is, what the Democrats will do is they're gonna make Puerto Rico a state. They're gonna make DC a state. They're going to pack the court. They're gonna end up with more electoral votes. They're gonna end up with 4 senators because of the 2 states. And they're gonna do this 100%. They would have done it except Manchin and Sinema got in their way. They would have done it. So if they're going to do it, I would do it. I would do it before them.
And you think
It's a
that
little
the
like
longer
Israel.
this, the
It's a
longer
little
this-
like Israel. Israel attacked first. That attack was very, very powerful. I
What?
was very much in charge of that.
What
When
the
Israel
fuck?
attacked Iran first, that was a great day for Israel because that attack did more damage than the rest of them put together. What I'd like to see is voter ID. Who wouldn't approve voter ID? The Democrats. Why wouldn't they approve it? Because they cheat. There's only one reason not to. We don't have voter identification. And we should have it. If we got rid of the filibuster, in one day you'd have voter identification. The only reason they don't want it is because they cheat.
Mr. President.
Bro, sundowning Biden style. I don't understand what Israel has to do with any of this, but
A federal judge
he wants to
has ordered
preemptively
President
strike the
Trump to
Democrats, I
fully
think.
Fund SNAP benefits for November by tomorrow. Judge John McCall criticized the Trump administration for making partial payments, saying, quote, people have gone without for too long. Not making payments to them for even another day is simply unacceptable. So for more on this, I want to bring in ABC News Washington, D.C. Bureau Managing Editor Catherine Falders, who has been covering this. And Catherine, it's really notable just how much of a rebuke Judge McConnell made here.
Yeah, it really is. It was quite striking. Of course, he probably went, Alex, as far as I've seen any federal judge go, at least in the past few months, over a direct rebuke to the president himself, saying that he believed that Trump expressed this intent to defy a court order. Now, remember, of course, this all comes because McConnell, the judge, had ordered the Trump administration to make these payments. They said they could partially fund these payments. Basically, what happened here is the judge said he was not satisfied with the partial payments that the administration said they could make, and then the obstacles that the administration said that were getting in the way of paying it, meaning they couldn't do it for 2 or 3 weeks or maybe even months. Now, what was so striking to me about this is the judge said the Trump administration ignored his order, of course, to restart the SNAP payments quickly, but the judge attributed that to the president attempting to disrupt the payments for called political reasons here. So very unhappy with the way that this was handled. Now, I will say we haven't heard from anybody in the Trump administration yet on this. I could imagine that the Department of Justice may be preparing papers to appeal this ruling. We'll have to go out tomorrow, and that people's cards will be reloaded. I can't imagine that it would happen that quickly. We're at close of business today, but we'll just have to see what happens here next.
Well, and one of the things that we've heard from, in a lot of these food pantries where that service SNAP beneficiaries is, even if the faucet's cut back on, there's likely going to be some confusion and some time there. But Catherine, listen, this judge was one of the ones that blocked that another Trump 2.0 executive action earlier this year. He had recently spoken out publicly about 6 credible death threats directed at him in the wake of that. Listen, this is pretty rare seeing a judge speak publicly like this. What more do we know? And is it a surprise that he made this ruling?
Look,
it's so insane that this is how we operate. This is just what our politics is now. Oh, you went up against my God as a judge? Well, here's some death threats. Very cool. There's a good chance SCOTUS will rule against him on the tariffs. Is there any chance he could finally be impeached and removed if he openly defies them? I feel like just defying a federal judge on SNAP won't be enough. Brother, the sky is the limit. Are court orders anything? Yes, you go to prison. You can be held in contempt of court and go to jail.
I think that on the one hand, right, he has spoken publicly about those death threats, and in the past, obviously, you talk about that other ruling. He's ruled against the Trump administration before. I would think that the judge is separating that and those comments from how he was thinking in ruling as it relates to what was before him in the court the past week or so. Now,
don't worry, I'll arrest
that's on
him.
the front of his mind. I think that the Trump administration, whenever they make a comment about the judge or what, who knows, Trump hasn't said anything about the judge yet, but you know how he feels about judges who rule against him. And I'm sure he's aware potentially of the comments that this judge has made. So that could come up in that way. But I'm not totally surprised by the ruling, not so much because of the comments that the judge has made in the past about these death threats, but because of what on his social media account earlier this week about basically saying that SNAP payments wouldn't go out until the Democrats reopen the government, something that the White House press secretary tried to walk back, but Trump himself has not really clarified.
Yeah,
I'll arrest him.
Catherine Falders, thank you.
Airports across the country are bracing for even more flight cancellations and delays
Oh,
after the FAA announced.
I had this experience this morning, by the way. I had the FAA experience, chatters. I flew in from LaGuardia, which is, of course, a smaller airport than JFK. And while we were sitting on the fucking tarmac, I got cooked. We got 40-minute delay. You totally forgot your personal news today? Yeah, I don't care about personal news right now. The problem is, I don't even know how the fuck I'm going to get back to LA. And then I don't even know how the fuck I'm going to get to China too. So we shall see. 40-minute delay means Steam Deck time? No, for me it wasn't Steam Deck time. 40-minute delay meant sleeping. Because it was early as hell in the morning. But yeah, I know you're reading this. What is your moral or ethical justification for not being vegan? I know you're reading this shit, lol. Yeah, it's delicious. The food I eat.
And will cut 10% of flights at dozens of major airports.
Our sole role is to make sure that we keep this airspace as safe as possible.
Experts say airlines would be forced to cancel thousands of flights nationwide in the coming days.
What will this mean practically for air travel? Is this going to lead to more flight delays, more cancellations?
Well, I think it's going to lead to more cancellations. We're going to work with the airlines to do this in a systematic way.
ABC News obtaining the list of the 40 airports that will be impacted. From the nation's busiest airport, Atlanta, Hartsfield, Jackson, to LAX, Dallas, JFK, Miami, Detroit, and DCA here in Washington. Air traffic controllers have been forced to work without pay during the government shutdown, leading to staffing shortages, delays, and ground stops. More than 60,000 TSA workers also missing their paychecks, creating long lines and wait times at security checkpoints.
We're petrified. We are concerned.
At Dulles International Airport, FAA radar technician and union rep Cleverson Schmidt says the strain has reached a breaking point.
So you were already short-staffed.
Correct.
And how much worse has the shutdown made it?
It's exponentially made it worse because we're exhausted now.
And how much does that compromise air safety?
Every day it goes up. That compromise goes up every single day.
Sources say the FAA will start cutting 4% of flights starting tomorrow and ramp up throughout the weekend. The CEO of Frontier Airlines now encouraging passengers to buy backup tickets on separate airlines if they're flying in the next 10 days. Experts warning of massive headaches for travelers.
I'm sorry, what do you mean? Just fucking cancel the flight. Like what? Oh, you want to get back? You want to get back home? Just buy multiple tickets? That's crazy. No, dude, it's up to you to fucking limit the number of flights that you are making available. Like what? What do you mean? Buy backup tickets? What the fuck? I hate this country, bro. I swear to God. He said, hey, you want to fly back home? Sorry, gotta buy 2 tickets now instead of 1. Yeah, airlines already do overcapacity sales too in order to fucking max out on their profits.
This is going to be an unimaginable, unprecedented, unwelcome, unpleasant level of chaos. If you don't have to fly starting on Friday, please don't. Stay home.
So if you are traveling in the next few days, here is what you can expect. More delays and more cancellations. These restrictions begin tomorrow. They're going to ramp up over the course of the weekend and into next week. The transportation secretary even saying he may be forced to close parts of the U.S. airspace as this government shutdown continues. Now, some airlines like United are offering customers full refunds if they decide they do not want to travel, even if their flights are not impacted. But if you do decide to keep your flights, you are going to want to show up to the airport extra early. You're going to want to keep checking to make sure that your flight is still scheduled to take off, Michael.
Yeah, this is affecting so many people, Rachel. And Rachel, we're now learning that a government program that helps millions with energy assistance is being suspended.
Yeah, and this is definitely a gut punch, Michael, to so many across the country because millions of low-income Americans are already worried about whether they're going to receive their SNAP benefits, that federal food assistance program. And now the Trump administration announcing that it is halting funding due to the government shutdown for an energy program that helps low-income Americans, about 6 million of them, pay their heating bills. Of course, this comes as we are approaching winter and the colder months and as this shutdown drags into day 37, Michael.
All right, Rachel, thank you all, as always, for your great reporting. I appreciate you.
Rayuta de Sol Spanish Immersion Early Learning Center had just opened for the day. Parents were dropped.
What the fuck is wrong with your country? How can the government just choose to shut down? What the fuck? It's not a real country. What do I say to that? I mean, you're right. It's a fucking clown show, dude. I don't know. Every day that I watch this administration move the way that it does is another day where I'm coming closer and closer to this thing that I otherwise would have considered a conspiracy theory before, but now I think it is the truth. They want riots. I think they want riots. They want riots so they can violently put the riots down, so they can do martial law. That's what I think. Summer Lee tweeted out the video of you.
I still have to turn over. Hey guys, it is day 37 of the shutdown. We are now on the longest shutdown ever, but spoiler alert, I'm actually here with Hasan Piker.
I look like such a fucking clown ass dude. I genuinely think we're trying to do a riot. Like the admin is trying to push and push and push and push until something takes place, you know? Until people say enough is enough and there's mass instability, and then they violently put down said mass instability, and then they use that as a justification for martial law, all of that good stuff.
Off their kids when eyewitnesses say federal immigration agents chased a woman who cares for infants inside the school, then forcibly took her out.
For someone to
what the fuck is this shit, dude? I mean, this is the same stuff.
Children is just not right.
Elected officials say the agent showed no warrant and ignored the teacher when she told them she had work papers.
They didn't just walk in chasing one person. They went into rooms asking and looking for teachers, while children were present. This is an agency that has gone.
Department of Homeland Security said officers attempted to conduct a targeted traffic stop, but the male driver and female passenger ran into a daycare and attempted to barricade themselves inside. ICE said the teacher, Diana Galliano, entered the country illegally in 2023 and last month tried to smuggle in her children. Congressman Mike Quigley says Galliano has a work permit and legal documentation.
No parent should ever have to explain to their child why their teacher was dragged away by armed officers. And no teacher should fear that showing up to work to care for and educate kids could result in their arrest.
The community demanding the woman's release.
For this to be a reality of all the parents standing here is insane. It is surreal. It is a nightmare.
All of this occurred as a federal judge in Chicago is considering whether to put restrictions on certain tactics of immigration agents. And in this teachers community, there is real worry, guys, about where these ICE agents may go next.
Understandable.
Yeah.
Okay, Aaron, thanks very much.
And will become 5. Yeah.
Mr. President, Zoran Mandami, you said that, you called him a communist. You said that if he won, you would.
Yeah, they're all moving the fucking military bases, bro.
White House.
All the Trump administration officials are moving to military bases. I genuinely think they want riots. But what's really interesting is, like, they've also been so disrespectful to the military as well. So I don't even know how they're going to be actually safe. Because, like, the American military is very diverse, right? Sure, they have to follow orders. That's the whole point. But the military is still comprised of the regular demographics of the country. So they're diverse. They got undocumented migrant family members. I don't know why the administration just assumes that they're going to follow along no matter what. And on top of that, they're pissing off the fucking I had to fix the ingest, sorry. Yes, it effed, I know. I had to fix the ingest.
Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy Stephen Miller and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem now live on military bases. They are among at least 6 senior Trump administration appointees to do so.
In the case of Stephen Miller in Northern Virginia, there was a protest group that was putting out flyers with his address, chalking his sidewalks. And then Kristi Noem moved around the same time, but she moved out of her apartment in Southeast because there were pictures run in the Daily Mail basically showing the building she was living in, and that made her uncomfortable. Activists regularly protest outside their houses and regularly do things to make them uncomfortable. Officials can be made to be uncomfortable. What I think the shift here is that people are pulling this escape hatch. You know, there wasn't a lot of examples in the last couple of administrations of officials who, when they face protests like this, deciding to leave their home.
White House Deputy Chief of Staff for Policy Stephen Miller and Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem now live on military bases. They are among at least 6.
Like, what? That's weird. Very strange for a politician to say. As Governor Kathy steps up to speak, a few in the crowd chant, "Tax the rich." I hear you, she responds, but I'm the type of person, the more you push me, the more I'm not going to do what you want. Wait, what? Kathy Hochul says, I'm not going to do it because you asked of me to do it. I don't know if she knows this, but that's the opposite of how the democratic process works. She knows she's elected, right? Is she all right? She said, I have an avoidant personality. Do you think you get to keep the job? Like, I don't understand. Very strange.
Drastic action against New York City. What kind of actions are you looking at, and will the ICE deportations continue?
Well, I think you have to look. If he is a communist, you know there's not going to be a lot of activity. So you wouldn't need bridges and tunnels and all the different things that were being planned for New York, I think. And look, I hope New York does well. That's all I can say. I love New York. I grew up in New York. I did well in New York.
What are you saying? I have seen the National Guard in DC, yes. Brother, what does that even mean? Like, I mean, I know what he's trying to say. He's trying to say the guy's a communist, and therefore I'm going to shut down all of the existing infrastructure projects that we were funding, where there was budget allocation for, by the way. Not that, like, Trump is personally funding it. He's not a god. He's not a king. He's saying he's going to stop the previously allocated funds that are supposed to go to building roads and bridges in New York State, specifically in New York City. He's saying he's going to try and stop it.
Did well, and I hope New York does well. That's what.
And the ICE raids, will they continue?
ICE raids? Well, you want to get criminals out. If they're criminals, we want to get them out. Ideally, we wouldn't have to do them because he'll send the criminals out himself. But that seems to be unlikely. No, we have to get criminals out. You know, millions of people were let into our country from prisons and from mental institutions and drug dealers, a lot of drug dealers and murderers, 11,888 murderers. 50% of them committed more than one murder. We want to get them out. So whether they're in New York or anywhere else, we want to get them out. We've created a great place in Washington. All of you know, you see the difference between what it was now and what it was a year ago under Biden. It was a death trap, and now it's people walk down the street, they have dinner, the restaurants are booming. Washington, D.C. is great. I will tell you, Memphis is doing really well too. You're hearing those reports. It's companies were going to move out. They're not going to move out anymore. We've done a great job, and we've only been there for 4 weeks. So we've done a great job with that. But they have killers in New York. We want to get them out. If they have murderers, if they have people from jails that they allowed out of their jails in order to save a lot of money, we want them out of here. We want to put them back in their jails, not our.
After what happened during the election, some Dems are saying.
Incredible. How long do you think this shutdown will last? I am hearing whispers that there are some there are some on the Dem side that might cave. Unexpected ones, too. I got insider info. I think Cuck's had enough. He doesn't want to fight it anymore, I think. And we shall see. So should we all die? I think it is a terrifying precedent to set that you literally did this whole thing and you got no assurances and then you cave without any assurances. So then what was the point? What was the point then? You're basically training the entire country to know that you got nothing. You got no emotion. You got no bitches. You got no smoke. Your smoke's not loud. Okay? Your bitches are not bad. You have been found devoid of motion. Like, I'm telling you, it's just, I mean, all jokes aside, it's just, like, what was the reason for this fucking back and forth? Holy shit. Hold on. I think Marge is at the door.
They have the momentum, and that Tuesday's election shows voters have turned on President Trump. So what might this mean for next year's midterms? Because a lot of people are shifting to that now. CNN's Harry Enton here with us. I need to make sure I give you your due, Chief Data Correspondent Harry Enton. What did Tuesday's elections tell you about how important Trump will be for down ballot Republicans?
Yeah, I think there are a lot of Republicans who saw those polls that, showed Donald Trump low nationally, and they didn't necessarily believe him. But for Democrats, those polls are real, and they are spectacular. And the reason I say that is because take a look here. Voted for the Democratic nominee among Trump disapprovers. I got 2017, Trump's first term, and 2025 in New Jersey.
What the heliante? I don't know what happened. I just lost my internet for a little bit. But I'm back. I think is one of the dumbest moments to actually capitulate to the Republicans. Like, I can't think of a mathematically worse moment to do it. Like, one, people do actually find the Republicans accountable for the shutdown for once. So that's number one. Number two, what was this all for if the Republicans could just learn the lesson that, oh, we can just like kill the poor and the Democrats can't do anything about it? And lastly, you're doing this right after the voters actually rewarded you for taking action against the Republicans. They blame the Republicans for the shutdown. If you just fucking stop it without any concessions, then they're going to blame you for it. They're going to be like, oh, you fucking idiot. So you did actually shut down the government. The only way they're going to potentially make sure, dude, can you imagine? They're actually trying to end the shutdown, the Democrats are, to protect the filibuster. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, I shouldn't have said that. Oh no. Donald Trump says he's going to abolish the filibuster. Democrats come in hot and say, oh, all right, we're done with the shutdown. No more shutdown. And then they say, oh, it's because people were suffering too much. But actually, it's because they want to keep the filibuster. No, that's too evil. That's too evil. But could you imagine? Could you imagine going along with the shutdown for 37 days only to turn around and be like, actually, you don't have to give us anything. We'll just drop it. Please don't take away the filibuster from us, Mr. President. And the timing of it couldn't be worse. It's like right after a major wave of Democrat swings. Like, the population very clearly, correctly holds the administration, the Trump administration, accountable for the shutdown. And they want the Democrats to fight back. And the Republicans are openly like, fight back. Well, I guess we're gonna starve people next. And the Democrats can't even message that. Like, I just don't understand. I don't understand, man.
Approval ratings, this says, nah, they're going to be like impalas getting chased down in the African desert by a big lion. Look at this. 93% of Trump disapprovers voted for the Democratic nominee in New Jersey, and 92% voted for them in the great Commonwealth of Virginia. The bottom line is this. What those results on Tuesday night showed us is that Donald Trump is absolutely a drag on Republican candidates in New Jersey and Virginia, likely nationwide. If you are in a state where Donald Trump is underwater, you are in big, big trouble.
What does this mean nationally, though? Because that is what people are really going to be concentrating on now when we look forward to 2026 in the midterm.
Yeah, okay. So the big question is, what does it mean nationally, as you said, Sarah? Well, I mean, at this particular point, Donald Trump is at term 2 lows nationally in terms of his net approval rating. Look at this. These are polls that are out this week. Look at the CNN. He was 26 points underwater. CBS, 18 points underwater. ABC, 18 points underwater. The NBC Hart Public Opinion Strategies poll, he was 12 points underwater. My goodness gracious, he's down there with the Titanic, and this is what is turning in for the Republican Party. That result on Tuesday night was a Titanic proportion, just absolutely awful result. New Jersey, Virginia, Pennsylvania, in terms of those judgeships, those Supreme Court judgeships, essentially, you know,
You know what we need right now? We need to offer a lifeline to Trump by taking ownership over this shutdown in an effort to bring about bipartisanship, in an effort to restore order and compromise for the sake of compromising, and to protect the filibuster. We should end the shutdown. Yeah. Democrats have it far too good.
Those judges, all the Democratic line candidates won. Democrats won their first statewide races that weren't federal in Georgia for the first time in a generation. What we are talking about at this particular point is Donald Trump is absolutely a drag. I spoke about it on Monday. That's what we thought was going to happen, and that is exactly what did happen. Donald Trump at this point is an absolute drag on these Republican candidates. We saw it on Tuesday night, and nationally I expect that result to hold, because at this point Donald Trump is at his term 2 lows.
You're talking about the Titanic. Democrats, before this, right, were on the Titanic. Their approval ratings lower than Republicans. What does that all mean?
Okay, what does that all mean, right? I think there are a lot of Republicans saying, okay, Donald Trump ain't that popular, but the Democrats aren't popular either. And those Democratic low favorable ratings, those will save us. Well, we had a test of that on Tuesday night. So what do we see here? Okay, vote for the Democratic nominee. View neither party favorably. Here's the margin.
Is it confirmed? Semaphore saying 2 hours ago they're holding the line. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see. Maybe they're just rumors. That's the reason why I didn't say it. The reason why I'm not naming names is because I don't have anything beyond rumors. News. Dems are inclined to keep their shutdown fight going, according to multiple people familiar. Republicans are weighing a funding vote tomorrow, but Democrats are leaning towards blocking it at this point without more reassurance on ACA and federal workers. Dems don't think ours have moved at all since Tuesday's election. Ours say they can guarantee an ACA vote, not an outcome. It makes a lot of sense for us to come together on a joint strategy than have division in the caucus, says Senator Murphy. What's really interesting is that Bernie Sanders is one of the boldest names in this fight. He has straight up said, no, not just the bill. Like, you're going to pass it? And Trump is going to give assurances that he will not veto the funding. Let him call you a liar? Okay, guys, shut the fuck up. We're not doing that.
Thanks very much for joining me. I think there's a lot of confusion out there regarding the government shutdown. How did it happen? Why is it continuing? How do we resolve it? I think these are the questions.
Why are you inside and not outside? Are you a little bitch because of the cold? I was outside all day. I'm inside because I'm streaming. More like a big bitch? Wait, what? Why?
At this in New Jersey, if you viewed neither party favorable in New Jersey, Mikey Sherrill won that vote by 66 points. How about in Virginia? Abigail Spanberger won that vote by 56 points. It doesn't necessarily matter, it turns out, that the Democrats are viewed that unfavorably, because amongst those who like neither party, the Democrats ran away with it. You know, I started off with a running analogy, talking about the African desert. These folks are like Usain Bolt. Despite the fact that Donald Trump is, despite the fact that Democrats are viewed unfavorably, Democrats are like Usain Bolt because Donald Trump is like rocket fuel and they're able to run away from the pack. And I think Usain Bolt would leave both of us in the dust.
You are also like rocket fuel, and you can just run on out of here after that good segment. See you, Harry.
See ya.
I don't think it was good for Republicans. I don't think it was good. I'm not sure it was good for anybody. But we had an interesting evening, and we learned a lot. I thought we'd have a discussion after the press leaves about what last night represented and what we should do about it, and also about the shutdown and how that relates to last night.
Our panel is back. David Chalian, I don't remember ever hearing Donald Trump even come close to eating crow. I'm not saying he ate crow, but he came closer than I've ever heard in that soundbite.
Or at least he...
Yeah. It's just, things are working, man. Things are working. Dare I say, too good. And you can't have that. I really hope they stay the course. I'd call my senator, but he's fucking John Fetterman. Oh, God. I'm sorry, dude. That's so ass. Love that guy. Great analysis. I mean, things are looking so good that fucking Dana Fash is like shitting on Trump.
The Republican senators he was talking to should be eating some crow. If he was not willing to step up to eat any, he clearly realized his party does have a problem here on the shutdown. And he was tying that, you know, in the days before the election, he's been urging them to change the filibuster rules. And he's been seeing this shutdown as a real political problem. There is no doubt that that was an overlay of what happened. But so too has been the last 10 months of Trump's second term. That also is a major overlay of what was happening, and voters were responding. And you know, we ask, Dan, and we say, like, was Trump a factor in your vote in New Jersey and Virginia? Now, for roughly half of voters in those states, they say no, he wasn't a factor. But when he was a factor, it was 2-1 in opposition. He drove a lot of the Democratic turnout that we saw yesterday.
Yeah, Dan, I mean, your point about the way the president is accepting or deflecting blame, I think one of the biggest differences between Trump and other presidents is that he is more than happy to blame his own party as long as it's not him, right? It's not, that's why what he said about the shutdown was so remarkable, where, you know, Democrats had a great night. If anything, they've been, you know, handed the opportunity to dig in farther on that. They've been essentially told, you know, keep fighting. The president could, you know, have dug in as well. But what I was hearing from sources, Republicans were like, this is going to mean that people are going to start to give. They're going to start to figure out a way out of this.
Okay, so maybe the right way to say it is that he didn't eat crow, but he served it to them for breakfast. Zolan, nice to see you.
Nice to see you as well.
This isn't just about the governor's races or the mayor's race in New York or even Prop 50 in California. This went so wide and so deep, way down ballots. Virginia, the blue wave went to the State House. In Georgia, 2 seats on the Georgia Public Service Commission were flipped. 3 Pennsylvania Supreme Court justices were retained. In Connecticut, Democrats scored big municipal races, and they flipped Republican seats.
Right. It was down ballot. And in those big races we were talking about, particularly for the mayoral race in New York, you also saw a record turnout that we haven't seen in decades. This was especially somewhat surprising to me, just when I look at the conversations that I had with voters during the last presidential cycle, particularly younger voters. You would pick up on a certain almost malaise, like a sense of almost people giving up on the democratic system, giving up or questioning whether their vote actually amounted to something. Now, I mean, look, in many cases, like the tough part now begins for these people that have run these campaigns. But I think you can still have a takeaway of whether it was the frustration with Donald Trump, the broad coalition building or a focused message on affordability rather than the existential topics that people may not be able to digest, people resonated and they went to the ballot box. They were actually moved and motivated to cast their vote. And that was something that, based off the last election, I think particularly for the Democratic Party, was a concern.
I'm glad you mentioned young voters, and I want to drill down even more on the demographic and talk about male voters, ages 18 to 29, and look at the way that...
Yeah. Mamdani cooked. Mamdani cooked. Oh, yeah. Speaking of cooking, here's our boy Ested on CNN talking about voter resentment of Den's leftward turn.
Don't like him.
That's right.
Just one point on the question of being able to paint Democrats as too far left, which Republicans have done successfully. I mean, it's the reason Donald Trump is in office, but those issues specifically, at least in my reporting, when I was talking to people, were almost always on kind of like cultural issues, right? This was almost always about trans women in sports, for example, or kind of backlash against DEI or wokeness or things like that. That's not really Zohran Mamdani. That's not really Bernie Sanders. That world is willing to have the...
Yes. Oh my God, I'm glad that someone is saying this. Now, the thing is, on the cultural front, this doesn't mean that the Democrats need to retreat, okay? But they need to serve some steak. You can't just serve vegetables. You got to give the people steak, okay? And the problem is the Democrats are perceived as like an annoying, woke, scold, boring, entitled, smug, woke party because they have so cynically at times just weaponized the identity lines over and over again without offering any kind of broad class first policies. They have not centered working class issues in a way that is definable, in a way that is easy to digest, with tangible policy prescriptions. Being socially to the left of the broader electorate is fine. It's normal and even good, honestly, as long as you have something that you're offering the people. If you're offering them nothing and you're just also calling everybody racist, then people are gonna be like, all right, fuck you. Even if they are objectively racist.
About left, right, center, because they think that puts them back on economic terms, which is a better place to be than the kind of cultural forward issues. The part of the Democratic Party that became most obsessed with representation, most clearly talking about identity politics, was not the left. The biggest part of that shift in 2020 was a center, more establishment part of the Democratic Party, and
the educated voters,
yes, the college educated, and that's the part that Trump. That's the part that Trump backlashed against. So I'm saying I would not say it's fair to put on Mamdani or Sanders just the party has gone too far left, and if they embrace that, that means Republicans get to win because
Mamdani was uncompromising. Zohran Mamdani was uncompromising on trans issues. There was never a moment where he was like, yeah, we got to throw trans people on under the bus. Now, you could say, oh, well, he's in New York. He can get away with it. And sure, there is some truth to that. But that only becomes an issue if you let it be an issue. That only becomes an issue if you don't have other policies. There was never even a moment that neither Cuomo nor Curtis Lewa brought up the trans stuff. There was never even a moment where Fox News brought up the trans stuff. Why? Well, I'll tell you why. Because he had a laundry list of things that he wanted to accomplish, and that forced the conversation around those issues. And when those issues are universal, and those issues are helpful for the largest number of voters, you don't want to look like you're the guy saying, no, people don't deserve fast and free buses. Over the last 50 years on social and economic policy, America's moved right. Even Eisenhower and Nixon, for example, supported national health insurance. The leftward turn claims depend on a sleight of hand of focusing on culture and ignoring social and economic issues. A lack of this historical perspective enables, as reclined in New York Times, to cite a bunch of noisy polling data relying on imprecise phrases to argue that Democrats need to move to the right. The Klein and Iglesias, Silver and Barrow and Weigel click will now just repeat this data. The Abundists. I don't know why he said Weigel. Does he mean Dave? I feel like he doesn't do analysis. He's just a straight reporter. He just kind of caught a stray there. Maybe he means a different Weigel. One worry I have about Democrats right now is that they do not want to confront how much of the country disagrees with them. Polls show that the percentage of voters saying the Democratic Party is too liberal increased sharply between 2012 and 2024. The percentage of voters saying the Republican Party is too conservative fell during that same period. Even the violence and corruption of Trump's second administration have not fully closed the gap. A September poll from the Washington Post and Ipsos found that 54% of voters thought the Democratic Party was too liberal and 49% of the Republican Party was too conservative. I hate those polls. They're so stupid. Here's Klein, here's Weigel. All these guys really believe this, and it's a facile and misleading characterization of what has happened over the last 15 years, or 30 years, or 50 years, for that matter. Exclusive. Left-wing ideas have wrecked Democrats' brand, new report warns. Wait, what? No, I don't think Dave Weigel is, I mean, this is just reporting. Maybe I'm wrong, but I think he's just reporting on the new, maybe because it's an exclusive, it's like a little sus, maybe that's the reason, but this is the welcome pack shit. He was just reporting on the welcome pack shit. But maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. He's reporting on the third way report, Lamount. No, I know. Yeah, I don't like the welcome pack. It's not a Heritage Foundation report, but it is like funded by billionaires. In any case, Ested is 100% correct. The reason why people go, oh, the Democrats are so woke, is not because the Democrats are actually fucking woke. They're not. They're nowhere near as woke as they could be. The reason why they say that is because they're absent of any sort of, they don't have any sort of like economic policy that people respond to. So the only thing that they get defined by is whatever the fuck the Republicans say they're riding for. And they can just be like, you're the party that wants, you know, young children to be transgendered or whatever. Okay. And then the Democrats are like, oh no, we hate transgender people. And then everybody goes, what the fuck? No, you're the trans party. Of course. Of course you're the trans party. What do you mean? Another part of the reason why, of course, people think Kamala Harris or thought Kamala Harris was too liberal is because she's black. She's a black woman. That's a lock, no matter what happens. And instead of just her centering everything on like hardline economic improvements, she just did the moderation stuff almost as a defense against people calling her too liberal. And it fucked her up. Zoran is a brown man. And he didn't, he just leaned into it. He was like, I'm socialist. You know what I mean? Oh, this piece of trash law, ban me, please? No, I will not be banning you, sir. No, don't ban him. Unban him. You have to stay in the chat.
They came out, according to our exit poll, David. Mikey Sherrill.
For later, don't scroll
57%.
replies.
Spamberger in New Jersey. Excuse me, Spamberger in Virginia. It was a long night. 56%. Mamdani 68%, and then compare it to 2024 nationwide. 58% for Donald Trump.
Yeah, and again, you know, nationwide is not these bluer places, right? So there's some of that, but I mean, Mamdani courted this cohort of young men. I think he won them by 40 points against Andrew Cuomo. Again, inside that very blue territory, but it is still revealing. This is young men, Latinos. These are demographic groups that Donald Trump made gains in and powered him to really. I mean, New Jersey was a place where he had narrowed his loss to just 6 points last year because of Latinos, young men, and the like that he made gains with. And you just saw that.
They just showed a picture of you and then a Twitter post of yours on NBC TV Law. They're just talking about concerns about how Zoran will handle anti-Semitism. Help. I love seeing you on my TV. NBC. I don't understand this. Like, are these guys all fake? Are they being fake? NBC's done a fucking profile on me. Are they all turning up? Are they all switching up on me? They're all like, yeah, no, actually, although at the heart, at the absolute peak of everybody calling me a fucking terrorist, at the peak of everybody calling me a terrorist, these guys were literally out there doing profiles on me, positive profiles on me. I don't know. It's not loading the Hannity video. Only to now, after Zoran's victory, turn around and be like, actually, this guy that we glazed up, this guy that we glazed up, he was a dangerous anti-Semitic terrorist. Doing a profile on you does not mean they like you. Yeah, but they didn't have to do a fucking positive profile on me at all. Especially during the heat, like the peak of the Hasan is an anti-Semitic terrorist statements flying off all over. Why did you erase part of the HTML? It's because it was a timestamp. NBC is not CBS, chatters.
Those gains were not permanent with Donald Trump not on the ballot and after 10 months of this term. That was given back to the Democratic Party.
And in terms of the 10 months of this term, one of the factors that could be a good data point that is instructive is the question of Trump's immigration enforcement, whether it has gone too far. This is a question asked of Latino voters. 76% of Latino voters said yes in Virginia, 59% in New Jersey.
Yeah, and I think this is really telling.
Bro, is this a joke? It's getting worse. It's getting worse.
More than 1 million New Yorkers voted for Mamdani, and about 10% of them were his own campaign volunteers. Ali Bauman looks at how the candidate was able to mobilize first-time voters.
In his victory speech Tuesday night, Zoran Mamdani thanked the army of volunteers who helped secure his win.
And it's for all of you. The more than...
What's good? Oh, you got it? Hello. Okay, we're back. We're good. So there was a minor issue there. I am now officially connected via Ethernet cable. Shouts out the March. Hopefully there won't be any more access issues. The reason why the internet shut off is because it turns out I wasn't using my wireless. I wasn't even using my Wi-Fi. I was actually connected to the Ethernet with my bag, with my IRL streaming equipment, but it turns out that wasn't the case. It turns out that I was using the IRL streaming backpack to connect to the Ethernet. So when I unplugged the Ethernet cable so I could plug the other long Ethernet cable, it destroyed everything. It bricked everything. Anyway, whatever. We're back. Just know I didn't go anywhere. I'm not dead. And I think hopefully there won't be any drops any longer.
100,000 volunteers who built this campaign into an unstoppable force.
Among them, 16-year-old Aki Benjamin. Not even old enough to vote, Aki joined a group of 100 high schoolers canvassing for the candidate.
It was really an amazing sense of community and unity around issues that I feel like isn't so much out there.
Mamdani won every borough except Staten Island and fared well with most racial and ethnic groups. The 34-year-old immigrant candidate reached out to those he said had been forgotten by politics and mobilized large numbers of South Asian and Muslim voters.
I would have never predicted, if you asked me when I was a kid, that a few years later you'll see the first Indian Muslim to be the mayor of the city of New York.
Mamdani's strongest showing, though, may have been the youth vote. Election data shows he held the biggest lead in precincts where the median age of registered voters is 45 years and younger.
I think the community has been the strongest thing that this campaign has built.
Kathleen Haran is co-founder of Hot Girls for Zoran, which gathered hundreds of volunteers, mostly women under 40, and put out T-shirts that became statement pieces.
It became kind of a cool thing for young people to volunteer for Mamdani.
Tom Allen is publisher of City and State New York.
I think it was a way for people to meet people and network and feel part of something.
Haran hopes her efforts retains the interest of these new young voters beyond the campaign.
Because, now we need to start looking at what he's doing. It's time to hold him accountable for everything that he has promised to do.
Ali Bauman, CBS News, New York.
Ben Shapiro is here, host of the Ben Shapiro Show. Ben, great to have you on set. Good to see you.
Thanks so much for having me. I appreciate it.
Great to see you. What's your overall takeaway as you look at this, and particularly with a view to what we have seen as anti-Semitism and the anti-Semitic problem in New York City?
I mean, I think that many of the things that people are seeing as sort of a bug of the Mamdani campaign, how could he be elected while saying all these anti-Semitic things? That's a feature. The progressive left, the wild progressive left that was tapped in the primaries and then spurred him to victory in the general. That progressive left is very, very fond of anti-Semitism. They're totally fine with not only anti-Israel feeling, but obviously with a candidate for mayor who said to you on the show that he obviously doesn't really care whether Hamas disarms. Like that was something that he didn't mind talking about, which is kind of an incredible thing.
When you break this vote down, not just in New York City, in Virginia and New Jersey as well, we see this young vote, massive young vote, supporting Democrats. And when we came out of 2024, the message was really that there was this resurgence of sort of young conservatives out there. So what's going on?
So I think what the polling is showing is that young people in particular are just unsettled. And what that means is that if they don't get what they want from one party, then they're going to swivel and they will turn and they will vote for the other party. So Joe Biden was very unpopular. The inflation had really eaten away at people's livelihoods. And so people turned in favor of President Trump. I think that there are some warning signs here for young voters for 2026, even 2028, depending on the performance of the Trump administration. But one of the things that you're seeing with Mamdani, one of the things that you're seeing with I think, a lot of politics.
Chairstream, baby, you already know. Stop booing.
These days is if you just say the problem but don't offer a solution, that might be enough. If you just say affordability, 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 and then your solutions are absolutely ridiculous, like tried and true failures, people don't care about the solutions. They just care that you empathize with the problem. The problem is that if you never solve it, then you are going to continue to see this kind of pendulum swing for young people from right to left and then back to right and then back to left.
It's like a generation of people this is a big generalization, but who want to hear that they're seen.
Yes, yes. And also who have been
as
told.
As long as you feel seen, it's okay.
I think that's right. And I think they've.
That's so, oh, wow. I love when Republicans go back to their roots, right? These are like the OG Republican takes. Oh, well, young people actually just want to simply be seen. They're so stupid. They're so stupid and dumb. They don't know any better. They don't know what's good for them. Like, that kind of politics is the OG. Is the OG right-wing politics, okay? They just want unicorns. They just want all the things to be free. Like, it's so stupid. It's like, no, man. They just want someone to address how expensive things are. That's it. That's it. That's all this is, you know? It's so stupid. But it's cool that, like, the left flank of the Democrats forced the Republican commentariat to sound like fucking the original annoying establishment Democrats, but now on the right-wing flank.
Been so told by their politicians, only I can solve the problem. So I see your problem, and it's not solvable by you. It's only solvable by me. And then, inevitably, it's not solvable by politicians, and then people get dissatisfied, so they turn to, the other politician. And, I'm sort of waiting for more candidates to arise who say, actually, most of the problems in your own life are solvable by you, actually, and you should take more action.
This is awesome. Yes. Yes. Let's go. Individual responsibility. Individual responsibility. Individual responsibility, baby. That's it. That's the OG. That's the OG right-wing message. Oh, get your bootstraps. Get your bootstraps. Like, this is something that Donald Trump has never done. Have you ever heard Donald Trump say, that's right, we're going to bring back the bootstraps. We're going to make you work again. Good things are not possible. This is horrible.
In your own life to make it better.
I'm curious what you think about Mamdani and his rhetoric and the speech last night, which the beginning of it was a lot of thank yous and hope for the future. And then all of a sudden it kind of took this pretty dramatic turn. And that did not go unnoticed by Van Jones. Watch.
The Mamdani that we saw on the campaign trail, who was a lot more calm, who was a lot warmer.
Can't say bootstraps, you were busy blaming others for the problem. Yeah. Exactly. But every moment that you're falsely blaming immigrants is a moment where you're not saying the working poor are too poor and too lazy. Ben Shapiro is going back to the OG Country Club Republican narrative, which is the working poor are poor and lazy.
Who was a lot more embracing, was not present in that speech. His tone was sharp. I think he was using the microphone in a way that he was almost yelling. And that's not the Mamdani that we've seen on TikTok and the great interviews and stuff like that. So I felt like it was a little bit of a character switch here.
Sharp, and that he noted kind of a bit of a character switch. What do you think happened now that Mamdani is relieved from the burden of the campaign?
I think that he is saying all the quiet parts out loud now. I mean, he was largely through the campaign, but you could kind of gloss it with the smarmy smile and all of that. But now he's just saying everything out loud. I mean, the line in that speech where he said,
it's fucking awesome. Rosenberg, Cook, Van On, take.
I got a button for all of the big billionaires and gazillionaires this morning. Congratulations, you played yourself. You could have used that money on something more productive than a losing lab.
Oh, shit. Dude, that's actually cool as fuck. Brother, this is cool as hell. You got Charlemagne the guy, you got Rose, like, you got the commentariat. That's Ebro? No, I know. I think Rosenberg speaks on this, I assume, later. Yeah, he does.
Congratulations, you play.
But this is the fucking hip hop podcast vanguard, dude. This is New York. This is New York royalty for radio.
Here's this morning. Congratulations, you played yourself. You could have used that money on something more productive than losing last night.
Oh, boy. I'd like to talk to Van Jones today. I want to talk to him.
Why? What happened?
He's a certifiable bitch, Van Jones. I can't take this dude anymore. No, I'm tired of it. I can't take it. He does this all the time. Last night was after Mamdani's speech, where I'm sitting there in bed trying not to wake up my wife, clapping on my phone like, oh my God, this is Obama in 04 at the convention. They found someone. This guy's got it. He went for it. That was a very disappointing speech. That was an opportunity lost by Van Jones. I mean, by Mamdani. He had an opportunity to bring people together, and he decided to go the other direction. He was not a unifier like he said he would be. I'm very disappointed. Van Jones.
Also, look at this. Any moment that you are on camera on CNN where they do a side-by-side and that dipshit Scott Jennings has a shit-eating grin, you should immediately reverse your commentary. You should turn around, and if you see him smiling like that, going, yeah, this is going to be used up by all the Fox News right-wing broadcasters tomorrow, you should just, stop saying what you're saying, mid-sentence, go, guys, I think I just stroked out. Everything I just said leading up into this moment, that wasn't me. That was the brainworm talking. That wasn't me. That was a stroke. I meant the exact opposite of that. Okay?
I'm very disappointed. Van Jones specifically referenced and Axelrod echoed the tone of his voice. He didn't have the soft, friendly tone he has. He had a loud voice.
Oh, man, shut your ass up. He was on the microphone getting the crowd hype. Hit them with the button. Van Jones, you get the bag from Bezos and APAC, bro. We know where you get the bag from. And CNN has new.
What the fuck is going on, bro? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? What is happening? What the fuck is, is woke here? Is woke back? Is dark woke back? He said you got the bag from Jeff Bezos and APAC. Do you know maybe like 2 years ago how little, like the total number of people that could say that about Van Jones as a line of attack 2 years prior to today is a handful of people in the media. Okay, no disrespect to these guys. No disrespect to these guys, but like the 100 million from Jeff Bezos, even people in this community probably didn't know about that. And 2 years ago, they never would have even been like, you got the bag from APAC as a line of attack. Wow. Wow. A second woke has hit the towers? Bro, this is woke 2. This is woke 2.0. Oh my God. Like, shitting on Van Jones for his dumbass commentary aside, which is great on its own, but then to tie that up with, you got the bag from APAC and Jeff Bezos? Oh, I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. My work here is done. I don't need to do anything, okay? My job is done. What more can I fucking say? What more can I say? Ebro's got me. Oh, wow. What a time to be alive, man. What a time to fucking be alive. Ooh, goddamn.
Leadership, so they trying to keep that platform. They don't want to get ran out of it.
I know.
Never thought you'd retire in Washington, D.C. of all places, did you? Oh, speaking of, my job here is done. I'll let Joe Scarborough take it from here. Okay, guys? Because it turns out ADL's Jonathan Greenblatt riles up Morning Joe after announcing the Mamdani monitor and says his victory could endanger Jewish New Yorkers, which is fucking insane. Been telling y'all most celebrities are your class enemies. 50 Cent, RIP New York City. Mark Lamont Hill reposting ADOS Advocacy Foundation CEO. Oh my God. This is who ran Cuomo's campaign. Is she responsible for the Hasan obsession? Yes. This is Bella Cuomo. I believe this is Andrew Cuomo's niece, right?
Andrew Cuomo's niece?
Yes.
Wow, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. You know, we ran a great campaign, and no matter how it goes, we're winners.
Right. And so you're hoping for the...
See now, I'm not saying nothing. I'm not. That's it. I'm just saying I'm not saying nothing. That's a Nepo baby right there, though.
Obviously, I'm hoping for the best, but I feel good about what we did and the message that we put out. And, you know, if you feel good about what you did, then you feel good about what you did.
How is candidate Andrew as an uncle?
He's a great uncle. I mean, we've definitely gotten closer. I actually had a really great time working for him. And yeah, it was stressful, but it was also fun, and we had a good work culture.
Bro, that's crazy. Yes, bro, she's bad. She's fucking bad, okay? Yes, it's the elephant in the room. Yes, we got it. There's no reason to be creepy, okay? Stop being weird. Because aside from that aspect, did we pick the wrong team? Okay, Marge, you are not helping. You are not helping. Okay? Because sure, she's bad. Except, you know what else? She's a bad campaign manager. Okay? Like a really bad campaign manager. Not even a baddie. I mean, a bad campaign manager. Okay? Straight up. It's crazy. The way she's talking about it, like, oh yeah, we had such a good time. We had such a good time running the fucking campaign. So no, I'm not going to lean into misogyny. And I'm going to say it like it is. Okay? Her attractive looks have nothing to do with this. She was a horrible campaign manager if she actually did run the campaign. And why in the ever-loving fuck was just the campaign for the last like month was just like, hey, we've run out of options. Let's just fucking keep saying Zohran Mamdani is a Mohammedan surrounded by terrorists who love to do 9/11 and want to do 9/11 11 more times. That was a horrible campaign. It was just bad in general. It was like, it was bad vibes. It was bad for discourse. It made things way more toxic. This is the reaction of someone who lives a comfortable life and the results of the election are inconsequential to her comfortable Nepo baby lifestyle. If Zohran lost, a lot of New Yorkers couldn't react like, oh, well, it was fun.
Really liked everyone on the team, and that's all you can ask.
Let's say he doesn't win. What do you think he'll do?
You know, he does like consulting and stuff. He does fine, but this is what he loves and this is what he was meant to do. So you got to try to do what.
Oh my God, what are we doing? So you're saying she definitely knows who you are? I mean, I don't know if she was the one directing the Hasan did 9/11 attacks, but
You love to do, you know? All right, good luck.
but like this energy right here is kind of shows like exactly the vibes of the fucking campaign. It's just like, yeah, we gave it our all. And then you look at their work and it's just AI slop being like, black people love stealing from CVS. That was you giving your all? You should have done half measures then, you know? Like, what the fuck? But it's all this like, who cares? If we win, we win. If we lose, we lose. What matters is we had fun. Meanwhile, on the other side, you have like people fucking white knuckling through this goddamn process, fighting, knocking on fucking doors every dang day of the week, canvassing every single fucking day. Correction, Idris Elba loves stealing from CBS. Yes, that's true. I am Jewish, says Duty Boy. Cool. Mazel tov, chatter. Like, they just... I think I understand why Mike keeps saying Cuomo ran a good campaign now. Wait, Mike kept saying Cuomo ran a good campaign? He ran a dog shit ass campaign. There's no way. Which Mike? Michael from Pennsylvania? There is no shot Michael from Pennsylvania said he ran a good campaign. No, he said the machine campaign was good in terms of turnout. It was still high as fuck for Cuomo. Yeah, dude, when you got... Dude. I think a lot of people fail to comprehend that the average voter hears the name Cuomo and doesn't think about it beyond that. Okay? And then also on top of that, they pumped so much. They paid so many fucking canvassers to constantly send out flyers. Like, eventually you're going to reach a lot of people that way. Mike did say he ran a good campaign. He had numbers good enough to win in any other year. He said Cuomo was a strong candidate, not the campaign. Bro, can we grade on a curve with finance? Yeah, it is true that there's something very shitty about the reality that we spoke about with Summer Lee earlier, which is that at the end of the day, money speaks. Okay? Because if you look at politics, if you look at the race in general on the basis of policy and who is going to do better for New Yorkers, Andrew Cuomo was dog shit. Like, he barely spoke on what he would even do for New York and just focused on the negative the entire time. The issue is money speaks. And he was still capable of earning endorsements, key endorsements from the Republicans in state politics and city politics to drive turnout alongside the unimaginable amount of fucking ads. In a normal universe, Andrew Cuomo should get like 10 votes. Andrew Cuomo should have gotten less votes than Curtis Sliwa. Curtis Sliwa ran a better, like had better messaging overall than fucking Andrew Cuomo did. Curtis Sliwa seemed like he wanted to be in New York and wasn't just running because he was like, ugh, this is beneath me, but I should just be given this position, but I guess I'll run. That was the attitude from the Cuomo campaign. But it's very obvious that if you have unlimited funds, you can just pump it. And people are very malleable. But remember, it's still winnable. Okay? It's still winnable, and Zoran proved it. Yeah, Zoran was outspent 7-1. Cuomo had both party establishment behind him. I mean, some in the Democrats. But definitely the Republican establishment was behind him, yes.
It happened.
I'll pray for you, Zoran, and I hope no one tries to hurt you. Is a wild way to begin this video. What the fuck?
Mr. Mamdani has won the mayor election. Listen, I'm not one of these people who's going to come on and cry or bash anyone. Democracy lives another day. And I know this might sound crazy, but the first thing I'm going to do is be a Jew. And as a Jew, I'm going to pray for Zoran. I'm going to pray for the safety of his family. And I really hope that no one tries to hurt him. And
what the fuck? What the fuck is going on? Am I reading too much into this? Am I reading too much into this? Am I being crazy? In any other context, it would be fine to say that because sure, I agree, but the delivery is, bro, 30 seconds in, he just starts off the video with, hey, I'm praying for Zoran. I sure hope nobody hurts him.
that we just continue to battle his ideas. And the war's not over. It's not game over. It's game on. You know, he'll come in this winter, and we'll have to keep being loud and creative when he tries to do things we don't agree with. That's democracy.
Like, yeah, it's just weird. Just a weird thing to be like, hey, Zoran, be real weird. I mean, would be real sad if something terrible, something horrifying were to happen to you, huh? Be a real shame if something were to happen to you and your family, Zoran. Oh, wait, hold on. We're going to watch. Times are changing. From primary to general, Cuomo more than doubled his vote total. He finished with 900,000 votes, more than anyone since Dinkins. There was a real scenario where last night went awry. Instead, Mamdani expanded the electorate again, adding 500,000 voters of his own. Following up on a historic primary performance is never easy. The expectations were sky high. Nonetheless, Mamdani's on pace to win the most votes in 60 years. Much respect to Maya Honda, Mamdani's campaign manager, who steered the ship for the last 4 months. Also, yeah, I wonder how you fight back against the Mamdani agenda. Like, what are you going to do? Stand in front of buses or something and be like, no, this cannot be free. Please charge me, sir. He's like, we are going to fight back against the Mamdani agenda every step of the way. First and foremost, we are going to go to the rent adjustment board. Okay. We are going to go to the rent adjustment board and we are going to picket outside demanding that rents go higher. Okay? No rent freeze, please. I wasn't saying that Cuomo was a good candidate with good messaging, by the way. I was saying that Zoran's win was legendary, the way he drove turnout. No one else has ever done something like that while facing both party establishments in the billionaire class. Cuomo's a formidable opponent to crush like Zoran did. Yeah, they're gonna... No, I agree. They're gonna... My mind is still thinking about that guy stopping the Mamdani agenda, blocking the buses to ensure they're slower. Okay? You have to charge. Excuse me, sir. Please. We need to make the buses slow and we need to make them costly. You do not understand. Tiananmen Square in front of the bus. Just the lone former Andrew Cuomo campaign guy. You're describing what Curtis is going to do? Curtis would never do that.
And if he's 34, I can call him a young man. It won like the greatest landslide probably in New York history. I mean, certainly in recent times. And he used that moment to say that he will fight anti-Semitism in New York and stand shoulder to shoulder with his Jewish brothers and sisters.
So again, I'm going to judge him, not on what he says in a speech, but on what he does over time.
Right.
This morning, and I will tell you, I've gotten so many calls from Jewish New Yorkers who are alarmed. Their kid was harassed in college. Their child was bullied in K through 12. Their synagogues vandalized. So here's what ADL is doing right now. If you are a Jewish New Yorker,
it's like, and Zoran did it all. Okay, I'm fielding calls every day. Okay, this man is basically the Spider-Man of anti-Semitism. Okay, wherever there is a Jew in New York City, Zoran is there bullying the shit out of him. Okay? You need to understand. I don't even know how this guy campaigned because he was spending every waking moment bullying and terrifying the Jewish New Yorkers. Okay? I don't even know how he did it. Maybe it's the fast and free buses. Why do you want fast and free buses, Zoran? So you can hop on a fast and free bus to go downtown from uptown in a moment's notice? So you can maximize on your Jew hatred? That's right. That's exactly what he wants to do, which is why I'm opposing the Zoran agenda. Okay? Clearly, he was up in Colombia bullying Jewish students outside of Chabad, okay? Outside of the Hillel, and then getting on a bus, going downtown and bullying Jewish guys that he suspected of being Jewish, walking outside of a Wall Street firm. Sometimes he would even do anti-Semitic stuff to non-Jews, thinking that they were Jews. He was doing all types of anti-Semitic bullying all around town, a real menace.
we have your back, and we will hold Mamdani,
the Mama Duck,
elect Mamdani, accountable. Look.
Yeah, he calls it like, he literally, oh God, he's such a fucking clown ass dude. I swear to God. Peter Beinart, this is a key point. It's precisely because Mamdani is not authoritarian and doesn't think, thank goodness, threaten his critics with retaliation. That's why the ADL focuses more on him than Trump. They fear Trump in a way that they don't actually fear Mamdani. No, that's not the reason. Peter Beinart is wrong about this. No, the reason why the ADL doesn't go after Donald Trump is because the ADL is a pro-Israel institution. That's it. That's it. And Donald Trump is the biggest dick rider of Israel. What the fuck? No, the reason why he's going after Zohran Mamdani is because Zohran Mamdani ran and won on a campaign in New York City without compromising on anti-Zionism and straight up saying that he was an anti-Zionist. That is unacceptable. That must be punished. Okay? That's it. Peter is fundamentally wrong. The ADL doesn't focus on Trump because Trump is pro-Israel and gives Israel what they want. Exactly. Mamdani is a supporter of BDS and makes existential criticism of Israel. The ADL is pro-Israel lobbying org, thus is attacking Mamdani and not Trump. The ADL doesn't fear Trump. They simply agree with him, but they have to maintain the pretense of being a civil rights organization concerned with anti-Semitism, so they do so through omission and selective outrage.
It's about politics. This morning we launched a tip line at adl.org NYC. So if you are Jewish and you experience anti-Semitism where you work or where you worship or where you live, we want to know so we can track it.
Well, and
Pay attention to the blue pin. That's the new yellow pin. Vangel's wearing it. No, that's just Stand With Us. That's the Stand With Us pin. The yellow one is like, don't forget our hostages pin. And the blue pin has been the Stand With Us pin. Right? Isn't it? Normally I'd be like, people are going to spam call this tip line with like fake allegations just to fuck with the ADL. Except I feel like Jonathan Greenblatt would literally use that to be like, see, anti-Semitism, it turns out, exploded in New York by 10 million%. They're going to take every fucking very clearly fake call that they fielded as like a super serious act of anti-Semitism.
There has been anti-Semitism in New York that we've talked about time and time again.
Yeah.
This isn't something new because he got elected last night. Will you work with him? Will you sit and talk to him? Will you have him be a part of this process?
He has said publicly that he will not work with the ADL and Jonathan Greenblatt. He said that, not me. Look, we're an
Yeah. Because you suck. I don't know why he thinks he's literally the Pope of Jewish people or something. Like he just straight up thinks, bro, there are Zionists that don't even fuck with Jonathan Greenblatt, okay? What are we talking about? He's not as bad as like Rabbi Shmuley, but there are, I mean, dude, you know who doesn't fuck with Jonathan Greenblatt? The former president of the ADL. Okay? The former president of the ADL thinks Jonathan Greenblatt is doing a horrible job. So, like, what are we talking about? You think the former president of ADL doesn't care about Israel or doesn't care about anti-Semitism? No, he thinks, you know, you went a little heavy-handed and you actually destroyed what remained of like the reputation that the ADL must maintain if they want to at least get taken seriously and not be seen as like another vehicle for pro-Israel propaganda.
This organization was founded in 1913. We work with mayors and governors and presidents irrespective.
And why has he said he won't work with you?
You have to ask him. But at the end of the day, yesterday, the Jewish community, Joe, the UJA and the ADL and the American Jewish Committee released a joint statement. And we are concerned because Jewish New Yorkers are alarmed. And what I can tell you is I look right at the camera. If you are a Jewish New Yorker, we have your back. We launched the Mamdani Monitor this morning. We are simply going.
I think I've said this so many times, but I think one of the key things that Jonathan Greenblatt doesn't understand is that this is part of the reason why people hate Israel. Like, Americans are fairly selfish people, okay? They're selfish people. They don't give a shit that, like, brown people are dying overseas. This is the country that did the illegal occupation and invasion of Iraq. This is the country that did it in Afghanistan. And it is because Israel is so flagrantly, so openly demanding fealty at every step and consistently annoying Americans that Americans are like, yeah, this is a bit much, I think. It's also ironic because the way he does this, the way he's doing this is also making people more anti-Semitic than they already are. Okay? That's the other thing. And when he gets to go on MSNBC and do this, it makes people more anti-Semitic. They're like, why the fuck is this guy, who died and made this guy the anti-Semitism police? And also, at a time, like if you're like a black American, right? You look at this and you're like, who cares? You know what I mean? Like you're looking at this and you're going like, okay, there's a lot of fucking bigotry in the country, sir. I don't know if you've realized what's going on. Okay? Why is this supposed to be like a higher priority? If you're a brown American, you feel the same. If you're Muslim, you already know he's a racist piece of shit. So I'm not even getting there, right? So like, it just annoys people. It really makes, like, I don't know why the pro-Israel route has been for far too long, I guess, to be the most annoying person you have ever encountered. The most entitled and annoying person you've ever encountered. Like, this is our strategy. This is my media strategy, okay? I am going to be a fucking nuisance, and I am going to demand you get fired. That is my job. I'm going to demand you get fired. Like, even if people don't give a fuck about Israel, at that point, people go, all right, yeah, maybe, you know, before I didn't really care that much, but now I do care. Now you made it something that is pissing me off. Okay? No one likes HR, bro. Yeah, but this is like beyond HR.
Track, again, not what he says in a single speech, but what he does. And at the end of the day, my goodness, I hope he is incredibly successful at fighting anti-Semitism. I hope he undertakes steps to keep Jewish New Yorkers safe. Right. But it is my job to make sure that every Jewish New Yorker isn't living in fear.
That's what I want you to do. At the same time, you obviously you want to judge him by what he's saying now, right? And what he does moving forward, not a tweet in 2022 or 2023, right?
So we will judge him on the people he appoints, on the policies he implements, and on the programs that he launches. I want to know, what's he doing in the education system? Will it be fact-based or politicized for our kids? Right. I want to know,
Dude, you are obsessed, brother. You are fucking obsessed. He's like, is he teaching 2 + 2 = 4? Or is he teaching people how to be anti-Semitic? Everything is like, like, what the fuck? He literally is just like, every issue somehow ties back to like being pro-Israel. We must have compulsory pro-Israel education. Please. And if you don't do that, it is the most heinous hate crime you've ever done to me. Looks like a huge scandal developing inside of Wikipedia, with top dog Jim Wales swooping in to edit the Gaza genocide article and some others, buckling to pressure from the ADL in Israel. What? But a big from above statement in the voice of Jimbo Wales, speaking from the heavens to declare what must happen, is not how Wikipedia works. The previous RFC was heavily attended. Examine the massive range of sources. Wait, what? No, the Wikipedia actually said fuck the ADL. Wikipedia co-founder joins editing conflict over the Gaza genocide page. Oh my God.
houses of worship. And
at what point are you going to see Israel are stoking anti-Semitism purposely? No, I've said that already. I think it's beneficial for Israel's like ethno-state interests to foment anti-Semitism in the West so that, you know, Jews feel unsafe. And then they're like, oh, what's the only place where we can feel safe? Oh, it's of course Israel, right? But I don't think it's true. It does correspond to the interests of the state. But American Jews, no matter how fucking pro-Israel they are, still don't want to live in an environment where they literally are being harmed, okay? No one wants to live in an environment where they're like, oh shit, if I go to the synagogue, is someone going to fucking do a mass stabbing? Like no one wants to be in a dangerous environment like that. So my point is always that guys like Jonathan Greenblatt are unironically creating a more anti-Semitic environment. Like that's what they keep doing by behaving like this, by constantly tying Israel to Judaism, which many American Jews also do, for sure. But like, it's not, this is dangerous. It is also a self-defeating thing. Like if you're just constantly leaning into anti-Semitism or constantly creating more anti-Semites by doing this shit, it is eventually going to become unlivable. And also, what do you think could happen in the future? In the long run, you're going to have a bunch of fucking anti-Semites that are not, I mean, that are going to be much more open-minded to cutting ties with Israel, cutting associations with Israel.
JCCs continue to be protected because they're under threat. I want to know, is he going to change the purchasing policies because of his ideological commitment to VDS, potentially hurting the pocketbooks of New Yorkers? Look, he won yesterday, and I saw the previous segment. Amazing numbers. People care about affordability in this city, and I get that. But as an organization that's seen levels of anti-Jewish hate that literally have broken records every year, my job is to keep them safe, and we won't stop.
So I pushed him yesterday on BDS.
Yes.
He's espoused that policy for a long time. Will he bring it into the to the mayor's mansion? And he effectively said yes, a version of it. He makes a distinction, as many people do, between Jews in New York and the state of Israel. What he's saying is, I take my brothers and sisters.
Like, here's what you didn't have to do. Give this guy a fucking platform. Okay? Because, like, when you give him a platform and then you push back like this, it's not serving the purpose you wanted to serve. Stop bringing his bitch ass on, please. Like, what are we doing? Like, I'm glad that even Morning Joe, which is probably the most unlikely group that is turning around and being like, dude, come on, okay? But it's crazy that like he even gets a platform at all. No, what I mean is like, it's kind of like I just keep going back to this Ben Dreyfuss tweet, who was like, guys, I'm literally pro-Israel. I am a Zionist Jew, and you finally made me pro-Zohran Mamdani because of how insane you have gotten. You know what I mean? Like, that's what the ADL is doing over here. Like, that's what they're doing to fucking Joe Scarborough. Like, I never in my life would have thought Joe Scarborough would be like, all right, dude, no, Zohran Mamdani's not a fucking vicious, dangerous anti-Semite. He's the next mayor of New York. You need to fucking calm down.
Jewish New Yorkers, separate from the policies of the state of Israel. BDS, he says, is meant to punish the state of Israel. How do you respond to that distinction?
Well, look, there's lots of room to criticize policies of the state of Israel.
No, there isn't. No, there isn't. You don't know. First of all, excuse me. I hate this argument. You want to know why I hate this argument? Because why do you get to decide? Like, why do you get to decide? Like, who Who put you in charge of this? Guys, look, there's lots of ways to criticize Saudi Arabia, okay? But if you do criticize Saudi Arabia, you're Islamophobic. It is, after all, where Mecca and Medina is. These are two of the holiest places in Islam. Obviously, the Prophet Muhammad, peace be upon him, he was there. You know, he traveled from Medina to Mecca. And this is profoundly important for us. So if you actually were to say, hey, Saudi Arabia is pretty crazy that you're like, you know, participating in a genocide or mass starvation in the region, it's like, that's Islamophobic. You are not allowed to do that. Of course, you can criticize Saudi Arabia. It's just, I get to dictate whether or not that is appropriate or not. It's like, well, shut the fuck up then.
What I worry about, what New Yorkers worry about, is when the guy gets assaulted for wearing a yarmulke and they hit him in the head and yell at him as a Zionist. Or when the governor's mansion in Pennsylvania is burned down by someone who claims Josh Shapiro has a policy on Palestine, which he does.
That's so disingenuous. That dude was literally experiencing a schizophrenic attack. He thought Josh Shapiro had kidnapped his daughters, brother. The Shapiro thing is so fucking nutty. The dude was literally a diagnosed schizophrenic person having a mental health episode. First anecdote he gives, I have no idea what he's talking about, so I can't speak on it, okay? Second anecdote is actually a famous incident, and he's just misrepresenting it. He's just straight up fucking misrepresenting it, being like, "Oh, well, this is happening because it was an act of vengeance from a pro-Palestinian person or whatever the fuck." It's like, well, you're giving the game away a little bit, Chief.
Or when two young Jewish people are shot and killed outside the Jewish Museum by someone who yells "Free Palestine." Or when an elderly person is firebombed in Boulder, Colorado. Like an 80-year-old woman, like someone angry about Gaza.
We're all shocked, and we all find this abhorrent, and I'm sure that the next mayor would say the same thing, wouldn't he?
You have to ask him.
Well, I think he has said the same thing. I don't know. I think you have to. I think you look at the fact that he has gone to one holiday service after another. He has talked to the Jewish community.
That's not exactly right. He went to an anti-Zionist synagogue, which is like going to the black breakout at CPAC and saying you understand Africa.
There it is. He's just, I don't get it, man. I don't get it. It might be because I'm Muslim, so like, for me, I just can't comprehend how someone could have the audacity. This is the equivalent of CARE coming out and being like, if you criticize ISIS, you are Islamophobic. Okay? Oh, you went to a progressive Muslim mosque. That doesn't mean anything. You need to go to an ISIS-style mosque. You need to go to like a Salafist mosque with a Salafist imam who is in agreement with my opinions that ISIS is good. Like, that's literally what it sounds like. Because to Americans at this stage, like, and I don't think Jonathan Greenblatt or still many Jewish Zionists, I don't think understand this, but to most Americans, they are literally looking at Israel like it's a violent force. The notion that Israel is this like beautiful, shining, glorious place in the middle of the desert that is progressive is gone. It's done. People know the truth now.
Americans. I mean, come on.
You're saying he hasn't talked to the Jewish community?
I don't know of a mainstream. Now, look, he has been to synagogues.
Look at Mika's face, by the way. That is so funny. She's been making that face the entire time, by the way. She's literally like, anytime the camera's on her, she's like, what the fuck are you saying?
One high holiday service after another.
Look at her face. Bro's gonna make a poll go factory default mode. Yeah. She got her ancestors screaming in there, dude. Yeah, Greenblatt's playing dumb shtick. Paints him as a feckless, doddering fool or an intentionally disingenuous piece of shit, knowingly lying. Google exists.
He is taught to the Jewish community.
That's not exactly right. He went to an anti-Zionist synagogue, which is like going to the black breakout at CPAC and saying you understand African Americans. I mean, come on.
You're saying he hasn't talked to the Jewish community?
I don't know of a mainstream. Now, look, he has been to synagogues. He has Jewish people working for him for sure.
Right.
But if you look at.
But they're fake Jews, which we also should jail for anti-Semitism. Okay? Come on. Come on, Joe. I'm putting it down, but you're not picking it up. Those are not real Jews. Those are fake Jews because they disagree with me. If you disagree with me, you are not a real Jew. I am the only one who gets to determine who's Jewish and who's not Jewish. And if I determine that you are not Jewish, that means you are automatically anti-Semitic. Here, let's play a game. Donald Trump, real Jew. Okay? Donald Trump, real Jew. Jewish Voice for Peace, fake Jew. If you're a real Jew, you don't go to prison. If you're a fake Jew, you go to prison. That's how it works. This is the design, okay? Like, what the fuck is this argument? Like, what an insane thing to say. This is a civil rights organization, okay? The ADL bills itself as a civil rights organization. It's like the Klan billing itself as a civil rights organization. Because guess what? Zionism is an ethno-religious supremacist ideology, just like what the Klan believes. It is literally Jewish supremacist as opposed to white supremacist. And that is the reason why it's this insane thing that you see on television that virtually no other fucking group gets to do while maintaining the position of progressivism. Okay, that's it. That's it. I'll give you one example. Okay? America's a white supremacist country, and anti-blackness is foundational. And therefore, there are a lot of, black advocacy networks that sometimes have reactionary tendencies, right? Nation of Islam, Louis Farrakhan, and the like. Louis Farrakhan is not seen as a progressive beacon. He doesn't get to go on MSNBC. And even then, I wouldn't even say that he has like the same, like this not even, it's not even a comparable thing, because like one is basically an ideology that is like born out of existing systematic discrimination, versus the other one is a defense of an existing ethno-state and ethno-supremacist values. So it's not even a fucking comparable, it's not even an adequate comparison, and even then it doesn't happen, right? Like you don't get this kind of freedom in mainstream outlets to run around. Like you said, Dr. Umar, it'd be like Dr. Umar being a panelist. But again, it's not like Dr. Umar is defending an institution that is currently doing genocide, right? Like, so it's even then, it's not even a comparison. And yet still, Dr. Umar is never going to be brought on to MSNBC, Again, I'm not making even a comparison between Dr. Umar and what he believes in, like what Jonathan Greenblatt is doing. Because like the closest equivalence that you can actually arrive at is the Klan. Because in Israel, Israel is the dominant force. Like Judaism is the dominant religion in Israel. Jews are the upper strata of Israeli society. They are the in-group. Black people have never been the domineering force in American politics where they like enslaved white people. Like that has never happened. So it's not even a fucking one-to-one comparison.
The biggest institutions that represent Jewish New Yorkers.
Oh, also he's anti-miscegenation. That's the other thing. Before I forget.
I have yet to see him engage with any of those. Now, my hope is the mayor-elect will do so in the days and weeks to come. But in the meantime,
but you're not suggesting that he supports the firebombing in Colorado.
I never said that.
You're not suggesting that he supports the firebombing.
I never said that.
No.
Conflating anti-Semitism and anti-Zionism aside, you still have to acknowledge that the people of Israel are Jewish, and criticism of the Israeli people or character of Israelis, aside from the actions of the government, is still kind of racism. Wait, what? Yeah, it's also the same as doing it to white people. Okay? What are we doing? This is like basic shit. It's like saying, oh, white people can't dance. Okay? Yes, in a white supremacist country, making fun of white people, the dominant in-group on the virtues of whiteness, is not going to hit the same as all of the victims of white supremacy and making fun of them. One is reasserting the racial pecking order. The other one is actually just making jokes. Jokes that are not associated with any sort of historic pattern of violence that white people have received on the basis of whiteness. And the same goes for Israel. Yeah, when you say, oh, like something is Israeli coded or something is Israel coded, yeah, you're making fun of an entire fucking country of people, okay? Like, I understand that, but it's not like you're making fun of a historically dominated, or at least in contemporary society, dominated group of people and reasserting the racial pecking order. I've talked about this quite a bit. A lot of people would say, Hasan, you speak about anti-Semitism. You are doing Jewish exceptionalism. It's like, no, bigotry is bigotry, right? Jews are a small percentage of the American society, but by and large, they are not systematically discriminated against in the way that black people are or in the way that brown people are, because anti-Semitism is not a permissible form of bigotry, or institutionally permissible form of bigotry, rather. So while Jews can be victim to anti-Semitic hate crimes, of course, and it does happen, like, you know, going and spraying a swastika outside of a synagogue is an anti-Semitic hate crime, and it reminds Jews of historic violence that they have experienced. When we're talking about Israel, it's an entirely different thing. One of the examples I always use is the Star of David, right? If you were to spray paint the Star of David outside of a Jewish person's house in the Western world, that might be perceived as a threat. Understandable. You might be telling other people, like, there's a Jew that lives here, right? That's anti-Semitic. Except in Israel, when someone spray paints the Star of David outside of a house, that's a threat that is not anti-Semitic. That's a threat that Jewish settlers are going to come and firebomb your house. Okay? It's because Jews in Israel are the in-group, because Israel is a Jewish ethno-state, a Jewish supremacist ethno-state, with an exterminationist ideology, with an exterminationist fascist ideology. That's precisely the reason why these are not replicable for American Jews. As a matter of fact, one of the funniest examples of this is fucking SNL. Israeli SNL, right? Like when you look at shitty techno music or shitty art that has this fascist polish on it, and you say, this is so Israel coded, could you actually say, this is so Jewish coded? Are Jews in the Western world notorious for making dog shit art? Don't you think it's the exact opposite? If anything, it heightens that contradiction. It heightens that separation. Yeah, of course. But that is what the sensitivity attached to. It feels like anti-Semitism. It's easy to feel like attacks against Israelis is still anti-Semitism. I definitely agree that the actions of the state of Israel are egregious. So for the people that are crying anti-Semitism about the criticism of Israel still experiencing the effects of that conflation, also chill, chat, I'm with you. I'm just contextualizing. Yeah, but it's wrong. And not only is it wrong, but it also needs to be severed. I also always stress the importance that, like, because sometimes people will be like, well, what if every Jew was pro-Israel? Yeah, I'd still be on fuck Israel o'clock. You know what I mean? Like, there is no, like, that doesn't change anything for me. You know? Because there are some people out there who go like, well, a significant number of Jews are pro-Israel. So if you're shitting on Israel, you're shitting on those Jews. It's like, yeah, I mean, I'm shitting on those Jews for being pro-Israel in that situation. I'm shitting on anyone for being pro-Israel. I don't give a fuck. I'm anti-Israel. It has nothing to do with your own background. You chose to be pro-Israel, and you're a little fake too. Also on top of that, right? Because it's not like you're living there. Maybe you got some family there, which means it's even easier for you to go and live there, but you don't fucking want to because guess what? You're fucking American. Okay, suck my dick. You're an American. You're an American Jew. You're not fucking Israeli. You don't live in Israel. You don't want to live in Israel. You literally, I know how you talk about Israel, about your Israeli relatives in private when you're around other Jews also living in America. I know how you talk about Israel, but then when it's talking to the out group, all of a sudden it's like, oh, what do you mean? Israel is the most important thing. Okay, bitch, you don't live there. Why? Why do you live in Boca Raton? Why do you live in Sherman Oaks? Why do you live in Beverly Hills? Why don't you live in fucking Israel? Because you don't want to live there because you're fucking American. Cut it with this stupid ass bullshit. You have an unlimited amount of incentives to go live in Israel. Why the fuck do you live in America? I know why. Because you're fucking American. You're not Israeli. You're an American Jew. This sort of goes to the crux of the issue, much like the Jews can't wear the Star of David in public in America anymore conversation. No acknowledgement of what Star of David has come to represent in modern times and how it's been extricated from its religious foundation by those claiming to protect Jews. Israel is why people feel unsafe wearing the Star of David in America in 2025. Exactly. And like, that's the thing. Like, I don't make this conflation. Like, I don't automatically assume when I see a Jewish person, I don't immediately assume like, oh, this person's going to be fucking pro-Israel. They're going to hate me or whatever. Like, I don't do that. But the reality of the matter is, I don't think that's the norm anymore, unfortunately. I don't think it's appropriate. And I will always push back on that shit. And I will continue to push back on that shit in this community. But the reality of the matter is, as time goes on, and as Jonathan Greenblatt keeps doing shit like this, more and more Americans do unironically go, oh, okay. Like, what's going on? You like what your people are doing over there? Like, that's the attitude. Americans are like, they're not invested in like nuanced thinking. Okay, they're not. Is this similar to the Go Live in China crowd response to people supporting certain policies? No, it's not the same. You want to know why it's not the same? Because once again, Israel wants all Jews to live in Israel. Okay? Israel is an ethno-state. Israel wants all of the Jews to go live there. Israel has incentivized Jews to go and live in Israel. And American Jews are like, no, I'm American. I have my roots here. And then they are fake. they're phony and they just act like they're, you know, super invested in Israel. Okay? I'm not saying if you love Israel, go live in Israel. First of all, I don't want, you know, Israel to accomplish its demographic goals anyway. Okay? That's why I always stress the importance that the greatest threat to Israel is not Hamas, is not the Palestinians existing, it's Sherman Oaks. Okay? That's a far greater threat because, like, you know, as long as Jewish people can, like, freely come and live in the Western world, then why the fuck would they live in Israel? They're like in a constant state of panic. What do you mean they're American? They're afraid of their Israeli family, or they don't really believe in Israel, just need the clarification? No, they believe the fucking social conditioning of Zionism being like a connective tissue for American Jews. Okay? But the ultimate goal of Zionism is to make sure that all the Jews live in Israel. Okay? And they're not doing that, in spite of all of the incentives that the Israeli government offers to American Jews to go live in Israel. For example, free health care. What happened at Kaya? My friend, I'm in Washington, D.C. She's back home.
There's a lot of blurring and blending here, Jonathan. And you know I love you, and you're on all the time, and I'm always a fierce defender of yours. But you seem to be like blurring a lot of things together, and then looking into that camera.
Look at this! God damn! He's cooking.
Call us. We're going to make sure that he doesn't support the.
No, I say to Jewish New Yorkers, call us if you feel unsafe. Okay. I say to Jewish New Yorkers, call us if you are harassed. And so let me clarify.
How about you calling his team, Mamdani's team? Or how about talking to people who may know him and you?
Let's see if that happens.
Like Reverend Al. Talk to Reverend Al. Maybe you guys can get together and have lunch and talk. Isn't that a more constructive thing to do?
Talk right here. That would be great.
Reverend Al will do it. Come here, talk right here.
But I won't be, look, like I am willing to have conversations, hard conversations.
Right.
Because my job is to keep the community safe. But let me be clear, I'm not accusing him of those things. What I want to make sure is he doesn't create an environment where Jewish people are unsafe. He doesn't create an environment where globalizing intifada becomes a mantra.
And if he does, we will be the first, as you know, right?
I do.
We'll be the first to call him out. Jonathan.
Yeah, I mean, we should also note, polling last week, Crypt poll said he had the support of about a third of Jewish New Yorkers, and that many had said that it was about policies of the state of Israel. That is why they resonate, because they were upset with what they saw in Gaza as well. So that was Joe sort of anticipated what I was going to say here, is that why not use this moment is just a chance to have an olive branch, to shake a hand, to have a conversation with him and his team.
Look, we criticize.
Yeah, this is racist as fuck, bro. Nah. No. No. Brother, it's like telling a black man to shake hands with a Klansman. What are we doing? Like, Jonathan Greenblatt's, the reason why even a guy like Joe Scarborough is pushing back here, even though as a media trained guy, as like an old school Republican, right? I would never in a million years have imagined that Joe Scarborough would be pushing back against like the anti-Semitism czar on his own fucking TV show. But the reason why he's doing that is because Jonathan Greenblatt is so fucking unhinged that like even someone like Joe Scarborough, who I suspect is not the biggest fan of Muslims in general, is looking at the situation and being like, hey man, I think you're kind of racist. Because that's what this is. A lot of the fears of anti-Semitism coming from Zohran Mamdani is just racism. It's racist hysteria. And it's so fucking annoying to just sit here and act like he is the civil rights hero over here. Like, he's just a fucking racist asshole. And at some point, we just have to be like, dude, I'm sorry, but you have to deal with that, okay? That's a you problem, right? And this is no different than like a Klansman or a white identitarian going on television like Richard Spencer used to and talking about like how America needs to be a white Christian nation and that unfortunately miscegenation is a big threat to that agenda, right? Or saying that black people encroaching on our spaces is a big threat to the white Christian family structure that we want to design in this country. When someone says that, right, you immediately know that's just fucking racist. You're like, no, you're insane. You're an unserious person. Fuck you, suck my dick. That's un-American, right? But Jonathan Greenblatt can cynically utilize the marginalization status of Jews due to historic patterns of violence, anti-Semitic violence, so cynically to present himself as someone who is defending the safety of Jews while simultaneously just being fucking racist. Like, it's crazy. What do you mean? He's like, this guy who has done nothing anti-Semitic, not even a little bit, is actually a very scary anti-Semite. And look at all these Jews that are actually so scared of him. It's like, yeah, they are. And I want to believe that they're cynically saying that. But if they're sincerely saying that, that's because they're fucking racist, brother. That's it. If you look at a guy who is Muslim, ooh, scary, who has done nothing anti-Semitic whatsoever, and has at most criticized Israel, okay, a racist apartheid ethno-state doing a genocide, and you say his position of power scares me as a Jew, then you're just fucking racist. What am I supposed to do with that? He can't stop being Muslim, and I don't think he should stop being an anti-Zionist. So what the fuck's the conversation? You just want him to bend the fucking knee. You want to get your rocks off and feel a sense of self-importance. I think it's ridiculous. The very fact that he's like, oh, I'm demanding a meeting with you. It's like, it's no different than fucking Bill Smokes Crackman demanding a meeting with Zohran Mamdani. Who the fuck are you? Suck my dick.
Candidate Trump, and we have to work with the Trump administration. We've criticized candidate Mamdani, and we will have to work with him as the mayor. That's what we do at ADL. We don't play for the red team or the blue team. We're the umpire who calls balls and strikes.
What do you want him to do?
Good question. I would like to see the mayor elect.
Yeah, that is a good question. I would like for him to no longer be Muslim. I would like for him to no longer scare me. And why does he scare me? Because he's Muslim and he's anti-Israel. So one or the other has got to go. If not both. If both, then that's the best option.
Live up to what he said last night in terms of being there for every Jewish New Yorker. So what does that mean? Confirm there will be no extremists in his administration. Confirm that he will not bring politics into the education system for K through 12 kids. I want to make sure that the people...
I really hope there's extremists in his administration. Yeah. Yeah. Because from his perspective, he means like, remember, he doesn't mean Nick Fuentes, okay? He means people like myself. He means Linda Sarsour, okay? When he says like, oh, no extremists, that's what he means. He means anti-Israel people. And it's like, you don't get to determine that, bitch. You didn't win the election. Go run for office, win the fucking mayoral race, and then we'll talk. Did you see you're on Atif Hashwi's TikTok?
Democratic Socialist Muslim mayor in New York. What's going to happen next?
Woke Sharia is about to be implemented as of tonight. That's what we're doing.
How are you? How do you feel about Zoran winning? I feel good.
I feel bad. He was like really trying to get me to do it. He was like, "I'm a huge fan of yours," but we were heading out to the bar with the whole team, and I'm glad I did it at the end.
Happy for him. I wish the best of luck for him, for New York, for the people in New York.
Mayor Bill, how do you feel about the win today?
Amazing. It's stunning, and it's going to change New York City for a long, long time.
Do you have hope for the future?
A ton of hope. I think it's an amazing, amazing moment.
You think he can get these things done?
I think he can get a lot of it done.
Bill de Blasio, guys. Who's Bill de Blasio? Mehdi Hasan, how are you?
How you doing?
Good, man. How do you feel?
Do you know how much trouble you got me with the last clip? You see that?
How do you feel about
Oh, with
Mamdani
Sam?
winning?
Is he with Sam?
New York got a new mayor.
This dude is going to change the city for the better. You know what I mean?
What's your favorite promise?
UPK. I got 4 kids, man. And I had to leave New York because I had 4 kids and I couldn't afford to put them in daycare. Anything that's good for families, that's good for raising kids, raising your family. If you're a real New Yorker and you want to raise...
It's kind of funny. What a star-studded night for... This is literally the HasanAbi hangout, dude. Virtually all of my media, my media friends, like advocates, activists, just
New York City for a long, long
people that I've had on the broadcast.
How you doing?
Good, man. How do you feel?
Do you know how much trouble you got me with the last clip? You see that?
How do you feel about Mamdani winning?
I'm very happy.
New York got a new...
to put them in daycare. Anything that's good for families, that's good for raising kids, raising your family. If you're a real New Yorker and you...
Mero's getting a lot of the same hate on Twitter that you do for calling out wealth inequality. Yeah. I think at the end of the day, I think it is what it is, butter. It is what it is, you know? Like, if you are financially successful, you just got to let that fucking slide. At the end of the day, you're still, you still got your bag. Who gives a shit? You got your bag, and now you want others to have similar financial freedoms. If people get mad at you for that, they do. You can't change everybody's minds, you know? Aren't you rich? Yeah, but I'm not a piece of shit ladder puller. I've been broke most of my life. It cost me nothing to put myself back in those shoes. And if it did cost me some, but help my community, I would do it anyway. I made sure my kids were good in 2019, compound interest. Now what? Buy 15 Lambos? Fuck off. If that's what you about, then be about it. I'm not. Rich people trick us into siding with them instead of our neighbors so they can stay rich. Yeah, I hate this shit. I hate this shit so much. Like this response is so fucking stupid. It's like, that's literally all I ever hear from people. Huh. The latest posts are from your appearances on people's IG story, by the way. Wait, where? Katie Halper. Turkish Journal, Instagram's reel. How do you guys find these? HasanAbi Updates account is going crazy mode. Working overtime. Damn. The boy looks handsome, no? Not bad. Who is that guy? Who is this guy, bro?
Want to raise your kids in New York City? It's possible.
Freeze the rent.
Freeze the motherfucking rent. Let's go.
Thank you, bro. And I just want to say thank you for showing us the reality of what was happening in Gaza.
Yeah, that's my home. What do you expect more for less from me?
And what do you hope for, you know, Mamdani and turning the tide on people not afraid to criticize Israel?
I don't care about them criticizing, I care more about them knowing the truth and not afraid to say it out loud.
Free Palestine.
Free Palestine always.
Shakira Law ready. Did you see CBS TikTok literally trying to do the Zoran? Why do you hate Israel after he won? Oh, I saw that. That's Marsha Kramer, dude. Put some respect on her name, you know? This was such a dumb question. I don't know what the fuck this was. I don't even think like she was... I don't even think she was like actively trying. I don't know.
I'd like to ask you if you chose this location for any reason, because in 1947 in Flushing Meadow, the United Nations signed a pact that created the State of Israel. And I wonder if you were trying to send a message to Jewish New Yorkers who in the last 12 hours have expressed concern that they...
Oh, God. There are moments where I wish, like... I wish Zoran was low-key white, because whiteness is so OP. Like, this is crazy, man. You could get so... You could get away with so much more. Sydney Sweeney's getting praised by Nazis for this clip. Hey, so do you just want to disavow white supremacy real quick? No. Wait, what?
would be included and have a seat at the table in your administration?
Yeah, I look forward to being the mayor for every person that calls this city home. That includes the Jewish New Yorkers that voted for our campaign and those that didn't. My responsibility is to all 8.5 million New Yorkers, and we chose this location as a reflection of the borough that I serve and the fact that we are proud to be known as the world's borough.
Yeah, you just got to say it. You just got to say that over and over again. On the other side, on the inverse of this is like people also going fucking a little... yeah, Israel supporters' heart just ain't in it no more. This shit is weak. Yeah. It's like... Here's what Zoran wants to do with Israel. Oh, yeah, I saw this. People are losing their minds because the DSA DSA's anti-war working group internal document was accidentally shared with some people. I don't know if it was actually an accident or not. It includes the DSA group's list of demands for the incoming Mamdani administration. Shockingly, basically all the demands are anti-Israel. And it's like, yeah, it's because it's the DSA anti-war working group. It's not the DSA like healthcare caucus, okay? That would be weird. If the DSA healthcare caucus's demands were, hey, make sure you give no person from Israel healthcare, that would be a weird demand. Okay? But this is the fucking working group for this is their job. Yeah, where's the DSA's pro-war working group? It's so funny that they looked at this. They looked at like the DSA's demands from. They looked at the DSA's demands of the anti-war working group agenda items on like, and this is not even just all their agenda. It's just their Palestine policy meeting. Okay, so of course it's all about Israel. This is just one aspect of their advocacy. I didn't even realize it was the Palestine policy meeting. Oh my God. Divest city pension funds from Israeli bonds and securities. Already, literally, yes, awesome. Withdraw city funds from banks that lend money to Israel to do business in Israel. Oh, I would nut. And city contracts with companies to do business in Israel. Probably not going to happen, but that would be awesome. Operate city-run grocery stores free from Israeli products. Easiest one. Investigate real estate agents hosting illegal sales of stolen lands in the West Bank. Oh, absolutely. It's called abiding by the fucking law, bitch. Sorry, sucks to suck. I love that Israel just is so illegal in its existence and in everything that it does that if you just write an entire list of demands where you're like, hey, can you please make sure that, you know, the law is followed? Everyone goes, whoa, whoa, whoa. What do you mean? What do you mean I can't sell stolen property in the West Bank in contravention of international law? Excuse me? What do you want me to die? Evict weapons manufacturers and transporters from the New York City metro area. Remove nonprofit status from charities that raise funds. Oh, yes, 100%. Divest CUNY endowment and reinstate wrongly fired professors. Yes, yes, yes. And he's going to do that for sure. I think he's definitely going to do that one. Dismantle Eric Adams' New York City Israel Economic Council. What the fuck is New York City Israel Economic Council? End NYPD trading with the Israeli occupational forces. Yes. End repression of demonstrators and the SRG. Yes. Arrest Netanyahu and active IDF soldiers for war crimes. Oh, I would nut. Did y'all know he founded an SJP chapter at his college? Yes. In Bowdoin. Yes, I know. He did. I'm actually kind of shocked that they didn't hit him on that more. Yes, he did. Which is precisely the reason why his own fucking college, Bowdoin, has barely even recognized that an alumni is now the mayor. Bowdoin, sorry. A fake headline is circulating saying that I promised to blow my brains out on live TV if Mamdani wins. I will contribute 180 chai to Mamdani's re-election campaign if anyone can show what I actually said. I actually said it. I did not. I will continue to oppose Mayor Mamdani's anti-Semitic and anti-Israel bigotry, but I will do it with my brains intact. The first reply. So wait, what happened with Sydney?
The criticism of the content, which was basically that maybe specifically in this political climate, like white people shouldn't joke about genetic superiority. Like that was kind of like the criticism, broadly speaking. And since you are talking about this, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to talk about that specifically.
I think that when I have an issue that I want to speak about, people will hear.
Okay. She's disgusting. Okay, guys. I think this is... I don't know if this is malicious or stupid. I feel like it's more so the latter rather than the former. Sydney Sweeney is an American icon. In this political climate, as a white woman, I want to give you an opportunity to apologize for saying you have good genes. No, that's not what happened. Wait, I did finish it.
People will hear.
The criticism.
That's the clip. Stop upholding white supremacy by buying into the myth of white innocence. I mean, listen. She, out of all the men that she could find herself with, she chose to date Scooter Braun. Okay? Kind of feels like the lights are on, but nobody's home. Unless there's something longer and it gets crazier where she's like, like there is plausible deniability here for perhaps not really thinking a lot about what she was replying to. There was a lot more in the same interview. There's no world she doesn't get it.
We're sort of talking around this American Eagle ad right now, and maybe we should just talk about it. So, were you surprised by the reaction?
I did a jean ad.
I feel like this is one of those moments where maybe I'm like, maybe in my mind, I'm just like still thinking about the Vanity Fair party outfit that she wore or something, and I'm not seeing it. I'm giving myself, listen. Don't yell at me. At the end of the day, I'm a disgusting man, okay? That's number one. Number two, okay? You're being misogynistic, but in a way that benefits her. I think she needs to be like, in order for someone to like even try to dog whistle, that requires a level of intelligence that I don't think she has. Like, maybe I'm just not seeing it. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm sorry. Don't yell at me. Maybe you guys are right. And she's like, because like the output is still racist, so it doesn't really matter. But I kind of am saying she might be too stupid to be racist and hiding it.
Reaction.
I did a jean ad. I mean, the reaction definitely was a surprise, but it was, I love jeans. All I wear are jeans. I'm literally in jeans and a t-shirt like every day of my life.
Bro, do you see what I mean? Do you see what I mean? Like, is this Snow Bunny mind control? Or what you see is what you're getting?
Jeans are uncontroversial. Jeans are awesome.
Yeah, I like your jeans.
You look great in your jeans. I think I know how you're going to answer this, but I'm going to ask anyway. I mean, the president tweeted about the jeans ad, or Truth Socialed about the jeans ad, and that just seems to me like a very crazy.
This is literally the same shit the right always does. It's just a hot woman this time. Your blind spot is boobs. I mean, I think like regardless of whether or not she's like trying to act coy, like the more she gets questioned and the more she's like, oh, I don't know, I don't care. Like the normal response, if you are not a racist person in this situation, is to be like, I was so shocked. Like, I did not think that that was going to be how people would read it. But obviously, I'm not a racist person, right? Like, that's what you would say. I think that's what you would, like, that's the normal thing to say here, right? Like, you'd be like, no, that was really fucked up because, you know, I would never want to feel like I'm undermining people or talking about, like, eugenics or whatever. That was not my intention at all, and I have no creative input in the ad anyway. So I don't know why people are yelling at me instead of the marketing, the marketing team that put this together, right? Like, as a double entendre, right? Oh, this was supposed to be like an innocent double entendre, but I guess like the environment is a little bit too crazy for that, right? Like, there's obviously heightened white supremacy, tensions are high, blah blah blah, right? Having said that, why are you assuming she's not a racist person? Wait, what? Dude, do you not understand the words that are coming out of my mouth? I'm not saying I'm assuming that, dumbass. I'm saying the normal, not racist person response to that question is literally what I'm saying, and she's clearly not saying that. So either the lights are on and no one is home, or she is cynically trying to present herself as like coy in this position while she's simultaneously an out and about white supremacist. But either way, the output is still the same. What do you think? She's a Hollywood actor? Do you think Hollywood actors are like incapable of being dumb as a bag of rocks? Like, what are you talking about? The output is the same regardless. The output is inconsistent with someone who is not racist. The output is someone who is racist, okay? Like, regardless of whether she's coming across like this because she's very dumb and doesn't realize it, or because she's actually a secretly very racist white supremacist person and is just like acting coy, the output is still, I don't really give a shit about this. Like, I don't give a shit that people think I'm racist, right? That's my point. My point is, she clearly doesn't care. I still do, having said all this, I still do lean on the side of, I don't think she understands anything. Sounds like you're giving her an out, not gonna lie. No, I'm not. There is no out to be given in a situation like this. I'm already saying that very clearly she doesn't give a shit one way or another. As in, she is. Like, she's at least racist enough not to give a shit that people think she's racist. Do you understand? But also on top of that, I do think she's dumb. You are definitely giving her an out. Oh my God, I hate this. Everybody, you can't have a fucking nuanced take ever on anything. It has to be like, yes, guys, you're right. Sydney Sweeney is actually an ideologically minded neo-Nazi who actually read a bunch of Ebola and found herself in the throes of esoteric neo-Nazism. She actually is literate. Contrary to how she carries herself, she knows how to read books and she knows how to write. And not only is she reading books, the book she's reading, Mein Kampf. That's right. Also known as My Struggle, right? She's read that one, and now she's decided to successfully present herself as the avatar of white supremacy, but also wants to obviously present herself as like, oh, I'm just silly. I'm just a silly girl. I don't know anything that's going on. But also, we must secure an existence. We must secure an existence for our white children. You know, I just simply want to secure an existence for our white children. Like, that's what she's actually doing. You got me. And I was hiding the truth from you, but I'm glad you fucking nailed it. Or maybe she's dumb and racist and doesn't realize how racist she's sounding in this situation. And I'm not giving her an out at all. Also, what do you mean giving her an out? Who gives a fuck? Like, what are we talking about? We have no power here, okay? This like, oh, accountability. Like, okay, all right. She's dating Scooter Braun. She's already made her decisions, okay? Clearly not the best ones. She's already decided, I'm going to go and date like a very evil guy, a very visibly evil guy with basically no other redeeming qualities whatsoever. But good luck. It's just because you're so obviously biased to give her the best case scenario because you think she's attractive. Would you have the same level of doubt for any other woman? Okay, I was joking when I said, oh, maybe I'm fucking thinking too much about how hot she is or whatever. That was a joke. I can't believe how fucking seriously you guys have taken it. And now you just want to fucking argue on this back and forth as though this is a serious point of contention.
Moment for anyone, and I wondered what that was like.
It was surreal.
It was surreal. Mm-hmm. We're sort of talking around this American Eagle ad right now, and maybe we should just talk about.
Give me a longer one.
I had a really interesting talk with her one day at work. I was saying, talking to her about the reaction that happened to her Jean campaign. And I was saying, because I'm co-godparents with Jane Goodall. And I said, you know, when Jane was on the cover of Life magazine for her work with gorillas, she was in her safari shorts and shirt, sitting with one of the animals that she was working with, and other scientists said, well, she only got the cover of Life magazine because she had good legs. And Jane said, well, if I did, then that helped me get more money for my research. And Sydney said, yeah, and I'm sure I made $1 billion for the Jean Company, and I'm good with that because, you know what, I'll get another job.
Exactly, because
yeah.
at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But you're a 13-year-old girl. Like, what does fighting give you at that time in your life?
The element of surprise.
Ooh.
You get to see the great boots, great shoes too, Cap.
Wait. Bro, she ain't even wearing fucking jeans in this interview. Hey, yo. Hold up. She just says she loves wearing jeans every day. She's a fucking fraud. She's out here jeansless. What the hell? She ain't even got no jeans on. Talking about, I love jeans. I wear jeans every day.
No, you really, we pulled through in the shoe game.
Strong shoe game.
I usually show up in my
She's absolutely dumb, but she also registered to vote on Donald Trump's birthday in 2024. That's another level of free. Wait, what? Why do you guys know this? What the fuck? Oh my God. She's MAGA.
my PJs. For whatever reason, I was like, you know what? I'm gonna just actually get dressed. And then everyone liked the outfit. I was like, wow, this is the first time.
I'm so flattered. Okay, so we're good? Okay, well, we're going.
We're going.
Okay, I feel really lucky to be talking to you right now in particular because you're a producer with a film with festival buzz. Congratulations.
Thank you.
How does it feel to have Christy out in the world?
Christy is one of those projects and stories that, like, when you're making it, the crew, the cast, everyone involved, we all knew it was going to be something special. We had Christy with us on set many days. We would sometimes just like cry because of how powerful this story is. And so being able to share that experience with the world and to be able to show Christy's story to the world is so impactful. And I'm beyond honored and proud that we were able to bring this story to life.
In the beginning, it's also really fun. For context, like, you've got headgear on.
Yes.
You've got a mouth guard in.
Yes.
And you are grinning as you punch people. And you look completely unselfconscious and completely joyful. First of all, was it as much fun as it looked?
It was so much fun. I was over the moon. I felt
I'm sorry.
like
What the fuck is going on, brother? Girl, this is what seniors talking about her High School Musical sound like ew. I'm telling you right now, lights are on. Ain't nobody is home, okay? Oh my Lord. No one. I shouldn't be talking this much shit. When you have incredible capital / social privilege and good looks, in my opinion, there are two routes for you. You stay dumb and lean into your looks, or you become educated to spite people's assumptions. I think you fall into the latter, but just my 2 cents. She's a rich, popular girl who gets the lead in the school play, but can't even memorize lines. Dude, this is the type of shit where you got like the manager on the side going, here's a cookie. Like there's a pause in between, and the manager comes in and gives her a cookie because she did so well by using her big girl sentences, okay, and big words. Like, what the fuck? I can't. I just want to see the racism stuff.
Benefited a domestic violence. Then the story about domestic violence and specifically like homophobia and domestic violence. And The Housemaid, which I also saw, takes on domestic violence in a totally different genre. And then I did read that your American Eagle collection benefited a domestic violence charity. Did I have all that right?
Yes.
Okay. We spent a lot of time this year working around that issue, and I just wondered if it meant something to you.
It does. I will always speak out about something that is important to me. And for me to speak out, I use art. And I think that through my characters in my movies, it's a way for me to be able to do my part that I can and spread awareness and
like this isn't even awesome. This isn't even awesome like fucking like sexist voice inflection, vocal fry shit. Like I'm not even talking about that, you know what I mean? Cuz like you clearly have a competent and intelligent person who also has like a little bit of a Valley Girl accent that is interviewing her, right? Like the person across from her is like, there's a difference between a person who is like very clearly educated and is competent and can communicate versus like what she's putting out there. Like you can read beyond the output. You can read beyond the aesthetics.
Through my characters, and that's how I've always learned to communicate, and it's really important.
If I look at your IMDb page,
okay,
I'm thinking about, you know, you're on Euphoria, which is a show that covers a lot of topics without, you know, taking a moral stance on any of them. And you did Reality, which I love.
Check the YouTube comments. They do not agree with any of what you've been saying, lol. Yeah, no, everyone's mad that they're... Oh, the upspeak is brutal. This feels like a middle school podcast. I've never met a single person with phobia, homosexuals. Congratulations, Sydney. You earned my money. I will see the movie. The interviewer does not understand how unlikable she is. Absolutely mocked the interviewer. She handled this perfectly.
Of which like brought a lot of attention and humanity to the story of Reality Winner, the whistleblower. It does not look like a very political career, but you have become very swept up in politics.
Dig in your grave, brother. She's never fucking any of us now. Okay, first of all, that was going to happen to everyone here, myself included, whether we watch this video or not. Okay. Hate to break it to you. Hate to be the bearer of bad news, chatter. That was not happening for you ever, okay? I think I need to be honest with you. This is some cold hard truths for you, okay? It's just not happening.
And so I wondered if that has surprised.
See, this is why you come off as weird. Me? I'm fucking making fun of the chatter.
You as you put your ideas and yourself into art, not commentary.
I've always believed that I'm not here to tell people what to think. I'm just here to kind of open their eyes to different ideas. And so I think that's why I gravitate towards characters and stories that are complicated and are maybe morally questionable, and characters that are on the page hard to
I think
like.
it's fair for Sydney Sweeney to not have to answer for white supremacy personally. Hot take, maybe. Wow, you are trying, chatter. It's not gonna work for you. It's not gonna have it for you. I'm letting you know right now.
But then you find the humanity underneath them. And
like, dude, in situations like this, chat, like in situations like this, the appropriate thing to do is like, what would you do in that situation? Like what, like put yourself in her shoes. Let's say, or at least this is how I think. Okay. I'm explaining to you guys, I'm opening up, I'm popping the hood and I'm showing you the engine. Okay. When I analyze something like this, I think if I were in her shoes and let's say that I accidentally found myself in the center of controversy that basically decided that I was a white supremacist for this ad campaign that I played a role in, what would I say with as an anti-racist person, as a person who abhors racism, what would I say and do? And it is the opposite of this, okay? Because I think a normal person in that situation would just be like, this is ridiculous. And like, not only did I have no hand in the creative writing and the marketing campaign, but as soon as like I heard that this is the way people were perceiving me, I was shocked. I was shocked. I was horrified because racism is repugnant, is morally repugnant, it's a moral rot, and that I would not only never do anything racist, but also I feel terrible that I have unknowingly presented myself in this way. Okay? Like at least a little bit of denial, right? At least a little bit of denial. Like, yeah, white supremacy is evil. It's bad. It's moral rot. Like that's, you know, like something.
And that's what I've always leaned towards.
I think a lot of people feel like it's better for art if artists can keep themselves a little bit separate from politics.
Yeah, I've never talked about my personal life.
I know. So what I'm going to do is talk about your year as a phenomenon in the culture, okay? And a big thing that happened to you this year is that you ended your engagement, and I got push notifications about it. And we all sort of looked up and we're like, oh, Sydney Sweeney isn't just a talented actress and an up-and-coming producer. She's someone that people are really obsessed with and really fascinated by.
Oh, man.
I know. And I wondered, did your sense of your own fame change this year?
No. I surround myself with a really, really strong group of people who have been in my life since I was little. And they take me out of Hollywood, take me out of this bubble, and remind me what the real world is, and that that's where I exist. The idea of fame, it doesn't apply to my personal life. I'm just Sid.
You can't feel the difference in the volume at times.
If I turn on my phone, yes. If I have my phone off and I'm home, no.
Right. Okay. So what is it like now being single? Are you single?
I'm single.
Okay, you're single. You are out there now as a person who has a lot of power, I would say. Person who
Chatter, you got a shot. I take it back. Gotta say, I like drunk Hasan. When you told Cuomo he could suck you from the back, I was dying. Hell yeah.
people are obsessed with, and someone who I gather is like really, really focused on their work. So I wonder, how does that change what you're looking for?
I don't think I'm looking for a man right now. What I've learned this year is that I have a really, really amazing group of girlfriends, and I am strong and independent, and that I'm gonna be okay. If love finds me, love finds me. I'm a hopeless romantic, so I hope love finds me, but I'm not the type of person that wants to go out all the time, and I do believe in like true love and wanting to be with someone for the rest of my life. So you won't see me jumping around a lot of places.
Wait, jumping around a lot of places, like
guys.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So you are making Anyone But You, and there's sort of, what do we call it, like a game almost with sort of letting rumors build about you and Glenn, and we all now know that that was a projection, let's say, on our parts. That wasn't real. But it occurred to me that maybe that story doesn't go so viral if you're not a very private person. I imagine there are personal benefits to being private about your personal life, but are there also professional benefits to being private about your personal life?
The professional benefits for me and being private is for my own just health and sanity. If I let everybody in all the time, I have nothing for myself. And I am just a 27-year-old, or I'm 28 now. I turned 28 yesterday.
Happy birthday.
Thank you. But I'm just a 28-year-old woman who's trying to figure it out. And I'm still learning. And
I'm done. I don't care. Yeah, I don't care. I can't do this. What am I doing? I just realized I'm watching Sydney fucking Sweeney. What is happening? What the fuck am I wasting my time on? I will never get back the last 30 to 40 minutes of my life. And it literally is because I watched one clip and said, I think Sydney Sweeney is more dumb than she is ideologically a white supremacist who's like trying to hide her white supremacist values. Like, she's racist in the same way that like the average white girl from Idaho is, which is pretty fucking racist, right? Like, and then I had to like dive in because we had to like autistically go back and forth on semantics and how I was actually cynically taking this position because I was like hypnotized by her looks or something, and it was misogynistic. And now there's like the Aphex Twizzy, the begging for, like, aching and quaking for a ban. Okay, classic. Just literally demanding, please ban me. Please ban me. I need you to ban me. I am shaking in my boots. Flights are getting nuked right now. Is China cooked? They said that international is fine. They say international flights are fine. Oh, God. HRT is a miracle. Wow, congrats. All the way from HasanAbi to HasanAbi. What is this? Adam Friedland has spoken. The video is insane. Wait, what the fuck?
To be able to sit here with you today and just take accountability. I was dealing with some various issues and dealing with bipolar.
Is this AI? What the hell am I looking at, bro? What the wait. Dude, you know what's crazy about this? This video and the way like the fact that he filmed a video like this, if it's real and if it's not AI, or like the way he's communicating in this video has the exact same energy of his previous pivot. You know what I mean? Like, how are you doing the reverse anti-Semitism situation and it still looks as manic as your anti-Semitic meltdown? Like, it has the exact, I don't know how to describe it, but it has the exact same vibe of him sitting there next to fucking Alex Jones, where Alex Jones is like, come on, Kanye, you don't mean like you really love Hitler. And he's like, I love Hitler. Like, like it has the same exact fucked vibes of that. What is this? Thanks, Mom Donnie. There is no way Jacob Kornbluh, oh my God, he posted it. Video, Kanye West, known as Ye, in a meeting with Rabbi Yoshiyahu Yosef Pinto, says he's taking accountability for his recent anti-Semitic statements attributing to bipolar disorder. I really just appreciate you embracing me with open arms and allowing me to make amends.
Also, so it would take the ideas I had and have me take them to an extreme where I would forget about the protection of the people around me and myself.
You met him? Yeah, I met Jacob. Yeah.
So I wanted to come and take accountability. Sometimes with, people aren't that knowledgeable about the bipolar.
Bro, low key, I need to once again, I need to say this. I'm sorry, but this makes less sense than him tweeting out that he cured his anti-Semitism by watching Jonah Hill on 21 Jump Street. What the fuck is happening, dude? Sometimes it's okay to just like go away for a little while and just like come back and be like, hey guys, I was a little bit crazy. You know what I mean? Like, this is not what this is like, if he came out tomorrow and was like, I was just psych, I was just kidding, I still love Hitler, I wouldn't be like surprised. You know what I mean? I would not be like, oh wow, you really fooled me with the video that you shot here. And now I don't know what to believe, you know? What is happening?
And the cause, or what causes it, and the way you act when you have this disease. So it's like,
oh. Are we forgetting the song? I mean, is it possible to forget the song? Kanye West did something truly impressive. Okay? He went so past the point of like the sinister and awful form of anti-Semitism that like it almost became something that we just collectively decided to ignore. Okay? Like it is like I didn't know that there was a level beyond like the regular Nick Fuentes, Richard Spencer style Nazi stuff that you could entertain. Like he went past that point. He went and got like a diamond swastika. Like he did a song about sucking his cousin's dick or whatever. I don't even understand what that was. And that was like the fourth weirdest song on the album. Okay. I don't even know how that's possible, man. Where he just maxed out so much. Because, like, I have this theory that if you want, like, if you want to be taken seriously with your, if you are truly, like, a bigoted person and you want to make an argument that, like, others should be like you at least have to have some grounding in the real world where, like, people can still be like, oh, you're damaging because you're, like, kind of normal, but then also incredibly sinister and hateful. Like, he blew that out of the water. Like, he got to a point where other crazy people were like, nah, dog, you're too crazy for me. Like the fat guy. What was it? The Dave Blunts. You know what I mean? Like, Dave Blunts was like, nah, man, I can't fuck with you no more. I'm sorry. Like a guy who's trying to kill himself by eating food. As what I assume is, like, performance art was like, I know I wrote the Heil Hitler song for you, but, like, you might be a little too wild for me. He was too much for Alex Jones. Yeah.
If you left the house and you left your kid at the house and your kid went and messed up the kitchen and messed up the garage and messed up the living room, now when you get back, it's your responsibility because that's your child. And that's the way I look at it. It's like, I gotta go clean up the kitchen, I gotta clean up the living room, I gotta clean up the garage. Yeah, and it's a big...
This guy's so funny. He's just, like, seriously translating this man's ramblings to this random rabbi. I don't know what's going on here. What is the... Like, why did he do this? What? I don't understand. He's barely translating. Kanye's talking too fast.
For me as a man to come and take accountability for all the things that I've said, and I really just appreciate you embracing me with open arms and allowing me to make amends. And this is the beginning and the first steps and the first brick by brick to build back the strong walls.
He said in the shit, Yandut, the rabbi said the Judaism. The Judaism brought to the world a way for someone when he regret about something that he has done wrong. And the Jews live on this way of if someone did something wrong, he can regret and fix it. And the rabbi is hugging you and hugging everybody. And God willing, and from now on, strong things and good things, and only good. You are a very good man.
Amen. That's a blessing, man. Very good.
He said Judaism is the answer. He is translating it wrong. His anti-Semitism fan base is pissed. He's doing it for the outrage. Rabbi has not heard the album. Brother, I think we should just shelter him from that. You know, he seems like an old man. You know what I mean? Like, that's a bit fucked up, I think, to just show him that. I mean, nobody needs to hear that. But especially not this rabbi. That rabbi is a huge racist. I know him. Wait, really? God's truth is deafening and blinding in its honesty. I need more backstory on this. Come on, come on. No, someone needs to explain what's going on to me, please. Dude's gonna have a stroke. Brother, I'm gonna have a stroke.
I feel really blessed to be able to sit here with you today and just take accountability.
What?
I was
So happy to see Kyan publicly take accountability for the pain his words may have caused so many. Standing with our Jewish brothers and sisters. Bro, what is happening? It's just, I feel like everything in the world is fucked up. 2025 is just a very strange year. Like, how does anybody look at this and go, wow, a sincere apology to the Jews? What the fuck is going on? It literally feels like he was like, bro, it feels like he just hit up his boys and was like, bro, find me the most Jewish looking dude you can. Okay? Like, just like not any single Jewish guy will do, okay? This has to be like a rabbi. And I'm going to sit here and hold his hands. He's out of money and needs more nitrous. It's LeBron's guy. LeBron James attends New York City wedding holding hands with notorious rabbi. Basketball phenom LeBron James. Wait, that's the same well-known Kabbalist rabbi who served a year in an Israeli prison? Wait, what? LeBron James likes to draw his attention to most weddings he attends. Logs, I explained the basics. He got out of the hospital, got back on medication, and is announcing a tour, so he needs people to forgive him. Special meeting, Prime Minister Netanyahu received a blessing from the Honorable Rabbi Yoshiyahu Yosef Pinto. During his official visit to Washington, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu accompanied his wife. Okay, well, first of all, this makes a little bit more sense. Seems like he's seems like the good rabbi is equal opportunity. He's like, if you're a fascist, you can come to me. You can be a Jewish fascist. You can be an anti-Jewish fascist. I will accept you. I will hold your hands. It's just kind of what I do. Okay? So at least on that end, he's consistent. He said, bro, this rabbi's a big deal in the Jewish world. You have no idea. They have the photo here of LeBron James attends Jewish New York City wedding, holding hands with the ex-convict rabbi. Wait, but that's not the same. Okay, y'all are being anti-Semitic. This is a different rabbi, no? Oh my God, that's the same rabbi. Wait, he's a convict? Bro, what the fuck is going on with this story? I'm learning more about the rabbi than how this meeting came about. Like, I wanted to know what was going on with Kanye West, not what the fuck this rabbi has done. Why was the rabbi in Israeli prison? Scene took place in New York City. Jeffrey Schottenstein, son of Jay Schottenstein, a brilliant entertainment American Eagle Outfitters, Ariella broke. American Eagle? Sydney Sweeney? My jeans are superior as opposed to yours, American Eagle? Jay Mershon's logs. Look at what he went to jail for. In September 2011, Pinto's father-in-law, Chief Rabbi of Argentina, Shlomo Ben Hama, retracted accusations of money laundering against Pinto in the Jerusalem District Court. The father-in-law said the father-in-law said the retraction was a part of an arrangement made for legal reasons to preserve domestic tranquility. Under the terms of the agreement, Pinto was required to pay $3.4 million for 2 apartments purchased by his father-in-law in the Gold Housing Complex in Jerusalem with funds that were allegedly obtained from Pinto. October 12th, Pinto was reported to be under investigation for money laundering. He was released on bail and placed under house arrest for a bribery attempt of an Israeli police involved in the investigation. On September 17th, Pinto was indicted on charges of attempting to bribe Ephraim Bracha of the Israeli National Police in an attempt to gain information about the ongoing investigation. He can trace his family bloodline back to one of the 12 tribes precisely, and that in and itself comes with power. Wait, really? As a Jewish person, we really don't do ourselves any favors whatsoever. Yeah, I mean, but this is like, I mean, this is an edge case, you know what I mean? This is, like, this is not, like, I don't think any of the Jewish people in this community had any fucking idea, maybe with like a couple exceptions, about who this dude is. Braha, who was cleared of any wrongdoing, committed suicide on July 5th after being subjected to a prolonged campaign of defamation. Pinto was sentenced on May 12th to 1 year in prison, must pay a fine of 1 million shekels. Appeals of prison sentence on the basis of ill health were declined. Damn, they still locked his ass in jail. After a brief stay in an Israeli hospital to check and treat his medical conditions, including cancer, they rejected his appeal for clemency. They were like, no, your ass is staying in prison. They said, oh, he's 52. He'd be 62. He's 52 back then. What? No. That's a different guy, right, chat? This guy is not 52. There's got to be like 2 Yosiyahu Yosef Pintos that happen to be rabbis, right? This is a different guy. Bro, this dude. Wait. This guy's 52? That picture's from 2011. Okay, but like that guy's 52. It's got to be the beard, right? Am I being crazy? Rabbi Shmuley is 23 years old. It's just a rabbi thing. Wait, how old is Rabbi Shmuley? Wait, hold on. Are we like he's like 65 at least, right? Yeah, he's 58. Okay, see? Shmuley looks his age. Like I can see he looks like he'd be 58. This guy doesn't look. Wait, this guy is younger than Rabbi Shmuley. That's crazy. Anyway, I just took so many sidesteps here. On Sunday, James and Pinto look closer than ever. Video uploaded to YouTube by Jewish Insider shows James holding Pinto's hands and listening closely to the rabbi's ear before giving him a big hug. I don't know, man. There is some very weird vibes in this video. I think we can all agree on that, right? Like there's just some there's something so strange about the performative nature of this. Commissioner Bracha, who was just found shot in his car, was the main suspect in the Rabbi Yoshiyahu Pinto bribery case. Crazy twist. Baba Sali? This is his dad? Or grandfather? It is kind of crazy that Kanye West straight up was ahead of the game on like growing anti-Semitism, because he basically like outflanked like the wave of anti-Semitism that blew up after October 7 by like a whole year. And the entire time he rarely ever like had any smoke for Israel. At most he like made fun of Benjamin Netanyahu's name, right? And at times, even though he kept up his anti-Semitism, he still would be like, oh, I don't give a fuck about kids in Gaza. Like, it was a very strange, like, unrestrained, unfiltered version of anti-Semitism where it was like, no, you don't understand. Like, I have no hatred for Israel as a nation state or as a people. I hate Jews is what he did, which was super strange. And now I feel like he's getting ahead of the curve where he's going, actually, the anti-Semitism stuff is now like, is too mainstream. I'm done with that now. I'm actually done with that because it's just too many people are saying the things that I was saying. I found the video of Kanye West with Rabbi Pinto to be totally unremarkable. If someone wants to change, particularly someone who has played a significant role in the explosion of Jew hatred globally, it takes years to prove it. That's my personal decision, just to be clear. Obviously, it's a matter ultimately for the Jewish community. I do not believe Kanye West has changed. He's deeply unwell. As someone who's immersed in neo-Nazi propaganda for hours every day, I cannot begin to explain to those who aren't how often Kanye and his music are laced through their narratives. Candace Owens would not be infamous at the level she is today if were it not for Kanye West. This is true. And let's not forget about Kanye's relationship with Nick Fuentes. I can go on and on. This rabbi is a frequent LeBron associate. Tablet. LeBron consults shady Kabbalist rabbi. In related news, I hate LeBron. So this rabbi is sus, huh? Is that what it is? Because like it feels like there's some criminal background stuff. Because it's like the tablet calling him shady. And I don't know if he's calling him shady because he wants to shit on LeBron, or if he's calling him shady because he's like, you know. Go ahead, defend LeBron. Brother, listen. Listen. This is way before, brother. Way before the allegations. Okay, he didn't know. He didn't know he actually is holding his hand to lead him down an honest path. It didn't work. But he saw the promise that this good rabbi had in his heart and his soul. And he said, let me guide you. Let me guide you down an honest path. And sometimes it fails, but you can't fault a man for trying. You know? It's really messed up. So was it LeBron James? Okay, stop. Yeah, he says, I'm here for you. This is like the reverse Kanye, where he's holding the rabbi's hand and the rabbi's actually apologizing for the crimes he's committed to LeBron, who's never done a crime. You know what I mean? That's what was going on. 37 years old in this 2010 article, you're almost the age he was here. That's crazy to think about. Not gonna lie, in that pic, LeBron kind of looks at him like he's sketch. I don't know, the convicted financial crimes in Israel and the shady business dealings related to that seem pretty bad. Not sure. LeBron is king, what? Allegations? Why is he such a bad rabbi? We just covered it. Yeah, I mean, he's done some sus shit. I don't know. And like one of the... I don't fucking know. Anyway, I'm done. I'm done for today. 7 hours and 30 minutes. I'll be live tomorrow, chat. I'm going to do CrookedCon. And then I'll be live tomorrow. And the rabbi's involved in possible murder? 2, potentially. But I love you guys. As always, have a great afternoon. And I will see you tomorrow. And yeah, that'll be all for tonight, folks. Peace. Bye-bye.
All the chatter is trickling in. Hostile people hate. Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. The stun lock to the stun lock to the topic's just begun. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord agitprop, gray names take on race. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, and Anye out your door. The H3 Crowder debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction, a mass riot in D.C. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming.